Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 24, Chapter. Two figures stood on the cliff, watching the dark island in the distance under the dark cloudy sky, hearing and feeling the raging sea crashing against the rock. Medusa gulped, dragging her black hair away from her small brown eyes with her skinny, tanned fingers. She was nervous, and not even the supportive silence and companionship of Jormungandr at her side helped her. They were about to invade the maximum security prison of the British Isles, where there were several dozen dementors. She looked to her companion and didn't see any sign of apprehension. Behind them stood their other companion, dubbed Quetzalcoatl. Medusa sighed when she recalled the code names. Quetzalcoatl, the elf, was to serve as a quick extractor, should things go sour. Ready? Jormungandr asked softly, and Medusa's brain wanted to say, no way. Her heart betrayed her brain, however, as a yes passed her lips. Jormungandr drew the invisibility cloak from the moleskin pouch and wrapped it around the both of them. Don't worry, I'll have your back, he said, and she nodded. I know, but I'm still nervous. Jormungandr wrapped his arms around her and she leaned into him, feeling the fading sensation. When she looked around once again, she noticed she was in a dark area. Where are we? She asked, making sure they remained under the cloak. A storage room on the third floor, Jormungandr replied. The higher we get, the less likely it is to find dementors. And the Death Eaters are on the first floor. Bellatrix Lestrange is. All right, you're the muscle of the operation, Medusa replied jokingly, you go in the front. Of course, mistress, Jormungandr replied, drawing his wand. The both of them walked under the cloak, slowly and softly, under silencing charms and still making sure they made the least noise possible. They left the storage room and Jormungandr led them through a corridor, not meeting anyone or anything. They passed by several cells, some occupied and some empty, and Medusa noticed the prisoners weren't so haggard as she expected. If Jormungandr was right, and he usually was in these sorts of matters, the dementors didn't often go to the upper floors, preferring the basement and the lower levels. They found the stairs and descended to the second floor, where they found two aurors playing dice in an empty cell, modified to serve as a guard room by the stairs. They passed by them, not that the aurors paid them any attention, so engrossed were they in their game, and continued on, noticing the difference in the number of occupied cells. Some of these prisoners presented signs of madness. Some cried in their cells, and others shouted. Medusa felt her skin crawl the moment she felt a familiar cold around her and grabbed Jormungandr's arm. He pulled her to the shadows, and the both of them waited as a dementor passed by. The dementor glided by them, not realizing their presence, and Medusa sighed in relief. Why didn't he feel us? Is it the cloak? The third brother hid from death under it, Jormungandr replied, watching his surroundings. Why shouldn't we be able to hide from a dementor? Medusa shrugged, and they continued forward, reaching the first floor after a long, slow trek, luckily without coming across any more dementors. They reached a cell block with two guards playing cards in an empty cell, while two others were sleeping. Apart from those four guards there was no one in sight, and there was complete silence in the block. The prisoners were either sleeping or apathetically lingering in the shadows. Ready, whispered Jormungandr, and Medusa nodded. Each chose two targets and spells flew, breaking the silence with the sound of surprise, followed by the sound of bodies falling to the floor. Much to their surprise, the occupants of the surrounding cells appeared from the shadows, having been roused by the sound of spell fire. Who's there? A raspy voice sounded, and Jormungandr looked to Medusa, giving her a nod. Medusa nodded back and they removed the cloak, appearing from thin air in front of some of the most dangerous men and women in the wizarding world. Death Eaters. And from the looks of it, most of Voldemort's inner circle. Jormungandr packed the cloak in the moleskin bag and waved his wand, closing the door behind them. Medusa walked forward, ignoring the curious looks, and peered into a few cells, trying to hide the fear she was feeling. There's nothing to be afraid of, you have Jormungandr. She told herself, as she walked with a cold expression. Well, asked Antonin Dolohov, curious but at the same time impatient, are you going to open the cells or what? We came here searching for Madame Bellatrix Lestrange, she announced, glaring at the older men. You can wait. Bella, a man, Rodolphus Lestrange, asked, what of her? Madame Lestrange. Medusa called again, ignoring the questions, the Dark Lord has need of your services once again. Gasps were heard. The Dark Lord lives, a man asked in awe. My lady, we're losing precious time, Jormungandr said in a cold and raspy voice, reappearing next to Medusa after making sure they were safe. Do you see Madame Lestrange? Medusa asked, glaring at her companion, and he nodded submissively. Madame Lestrange, you either come forward or we make you. The Dark Lord gave us an important mission, crucial to his return, and by Merlin, I will not fail him because of you or anyone else. His return, a raspy feminine voice was heard from the shadows of a cell. Isn't his mark getting darker than it has been for these past years? Can't you feel it? Medusa asked in return, or have you forsaken him like the weak-minded fools who abandoned him after his setback? From the shadows, a very thin woman came forward, surprising both Medusa and Jormungandr. They were expecting a mad woman, cackling for her lord and master with glee. They sure weren't expecting what looked like a cold-hearted woman, glaring at them with steely eyes. What does the Dark Lord require of me? Bellatrix Lestrange asked with a large grin forming, and Jormungandr almost believed he heard anger along with the grin in the woman's voice. A long time ago, the Dark Lord gave you an artifact. I don't know what it is, and I didn't question him about it as it was not my place, but he told me it was shaped as a goblet and it was important to him. The Dark Lord needs it to return to his full power. Ah. She mumbled with a grin, and why should I believe you? You shouldn't, Medusa replied, pushing her left sleeve up, revealing a dark mark in all its splendor. Not without proof. Are you going to get me out of here, then? Bellatrix asked, a wisp of hope in her voice. Wait a minute, why only her? Robestan Lestrange complained in anger, are we not worthy enough? The Dark Lord ordered me to come to Azkaban and rescue Madame Lestrange, Medusa replied, glaring at the youngest Lestrange. I do as he commands. How the hell did you enter Azkaban anyway? Robestan complained again, only the two of you. How can we be sure this bitch and her dog? Robestan's words died among his screams of pain as a blue curse hit him, courtesy of Jormungandr. Mind your tongue, scum, Jormungandr hissed, holding the curse for several moments. Are you going to let us rot in here? Rockwood asked in disbelief. We're as loyal as her. We never said we were going to let you rot in here, Jormungandr replied, lowering his wand and going to his moleskin pouch. Lady Medusa said our goal was Madame Lestrange, but the Dark Lord doesn't abandon those who are loyal to him. You heard that, boys. Rodolphus laughed, we're going to leave this hole. How do you propose to do it? Another asked. We're in Azkaban, under heavy wards that surround the entire island, we have no wands, and we'd be up against a dozen Aurors and Dementors. His reply was the sound of a large rope falling to the floor. If you want, stay where you are, Jormungandr replied, turning to Medusa and giving her a nod. Are you willing to come with us, Madame Lestrange? She asked again, and Bellatrix turned to the younger woman before her, evaluating her. Who are you, girl? She asked with an appraising look. I'm Medusa and I serve the Dark Lord. That's what I know and what I am. And him. Bellatrix replied, nodding to Jormungandr. Before she could reply, a loud shriek was heard and all felt the cold of the Dementors. The time is up, my lady, Jormungandr said as the sound of heavy banging was heard on the other side of the door. We have to go. There are wards, one of the Death Eaters said again. Get me out of here, girl, and for your sake, I hope you do have a good plan, Bellatrix hissed. Jormungandr. Medusa ordered and he raised his wand. As one, all the locks blew apart, leaving most of the Death Eaters bewildered. The rope is a portkey, and to activate it, speak the incantation for the dark mark, Jormungandr said to the Death Eaters as Bellatrix grabbed Medusa's arm and Medusa grabbed his. The door behind them was blasted to pieces and a Dementor glided in, before being hit with a spear of silver light. At first glance it looked like a Patronus charm, evidenced by the fact that the Dementor started to shriek as he was hit, almost like he was shrieking in pain. When the Dementor started to ooze a black pus, falling on the ground, no one really knew what to think. A purple shield was raised at the door, separating the prisoners from the flabbergasted guards on the other side. Mors Mordra. Jormungandr shouted, and both Medusa and Bellatrix Lestrange saw their world swirl, the three of them vanishing in moments. Come on, you fools, shouted Rodolphus as he grabbed the rope, mimicked by the others, all with redoubled hope after seeing the three successfully vanishing. Let's go. Mors Mordra. From the other side of the shield, the frantic Aurors, having shaken away their surprise, had to shield their eyes from the green flash that surged inside the room. They heard the sound of something falling, only to look back and see the bodies of all the Death Eaters, save Bellatrix Lestrange, laying on the floor, their eyes opened and vacant. All of them dead. Break. Jormungandr, Medusa, and Bellatrix Lestrange appeared in a living room. It was nothing special, as most of the furniture was broken or seemingly rotten. Where are we? Bellatrix asked, looking around. Where are the others? They were sent to another safe house, Medusa replied promptly. We prepared some clothes and food for you, upstairs in the bedroom on the left. You'll also find several wands, hopefully one will be a good match. You'll give me a wand? Bellatrix asked surprised, cackling afterwards. Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Sure, you betray us and then what? Medusa asked defiantly. You'll try to find the Dark Lord, lose several months at best, and when you find him, he'll demand to know why you're late, why his plan failed, and then you'll still have to recover the artifact and take it to him. Medusa glared at the older witch. I have proven my goodwill towards you by rescuing you and the others from Azkaban. I am offering you clothes, food, and a wand. You may be suspicious of me all you want, but rest assured, the Dark Lord will have the artifact he wants. Bellatrix cackled at that. I like you, girl, she replied with a huge grin. You remind me of me in my younger years, oh, to be young and beautiful again. But tell me, he's powerful, what's he to you, she asked, pointing to Jormungandr, who was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed but watching them closely, ready to jump in if needed. Medusa hesitated, he's the brawn, and whatever else I need him to be, was her reply, and Bellatrix cackled again, ranting as she climbed the steps to the upper floor, leaving Jormungandr and Medusa in the room. Are you all right, my lady? Jormungandr asked, and Medusa nodded, sitting on a couch and feeling her legs trembling. Stick to the part. Stick to the part, she thought to herself, looking into his fake eyes. I'm fine, Jormungandr, she replied. The two of them stayed under a heavy silence, broken only by Bellatrix's laughs and rants. The older witch descended the stairs nearly half an hour later, dressed in a black dress and a cloak, and carrying a black and twisted wand. Where to, Madame Lestrange? Medusa asked the moment she saw her. Where else would I keep such a valuable treasure, she asked, Gringotts, of course. Medusa snapped her fingers and Jormungandr waved his wand, transfiguring a piece of cloth into a rope and making a portkey out of it. MMH, he's powerful, Bellatrix said in a whisper to Medusa. And you have him well trained. I've spent a lot of time with him, she replied offhandedly, grabbing the rope and turning to Jormungandr. Where? The alley next to the bank. Madame Lestrange shall collect the artifact while we wait outside, Medusa replied, turning to Bellatrix. If I'm seen with you, the goblins will recognize me and they will most certainly talk. The Dark Lord ordered us to be discreet. And what do you have to hide, girl? Bellatrix asked with a raised eyebrow. The identity created as a front, Medusa replied, I can't afford to lose the position I'm in. MMH. Do you agree, Madame Lestrange? Very well. But after this is all done, you and I will have a good talk and I want answers. Ask your questions to the Dark Lord, Medusa replied, nodding to Jormungandr. Bellatrix frowned at the girl but grabbed the rope, seeing the world swirling again, finding herself in an alley next to the goblin bank, just like the young man had claimed. Be quick, Madame Lestrange, Medusa advised, we don't know if news of the breakout has already been spread. Bellatrix scoffed but walked to the bank. The Medusa girl reminded her of herself in her younger years and she was clearly the leader of the two, but there was something else with them, something that put her on edge. If the young man was powerful enough to hurt a Dementor without using a Patronus charm, and if those with power ruled over the weaker, then how powerful was the girl, and who was she? Is power the only thing you care about? The hated voice asked her, having been strangely silent since the duo appeared in Azkaban. Or do you plan to trade a master for a mistress? Shut up. You know I'm right, the voice claimed, why else would I be here, being your conscience? Shut up. Give them the damn thing and then leave. Get out before you get hurt or worse. You can still live a good life with all the money in the vault. I am loyal to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord who destroyed the family you loved. You traitors made your own choices. More like our choices were made for us, because of him. That's a lie. Oh, come on, Bella. Would I lie to you? Yes. True, but would I lie to you about this? About family. To rub it in my face like you always did. Humiliating me. What I did had nothing to do with you. Don't lie to me. I had no choice. Then you're a coward. I couldn't, no matter how much I wanted to, I chose duty. The voice went silent, and Bellatrix Lestrange nearly tripped on a step. And I both hate you and admire you for it. She whispered to the darkness, a tear falling from her eye as she remembered their last conversation, somehow mingling with her own thoughts and insecurities. Ever since Christmas Day. Break. Nearly 30 minutes later, Bellatrix Lestrange came back, still wrapped in her cloak with the hood up. She walked to the two magicals in the shadows. Let's go meet the Dark Lord, Bellatrix laughed, wrapping her hand around the handle of the handbag she had acquired, somehow, probably in the bank. Do you have it? Asked Medusa, and Bellatrix snorted. What do you think? Veritas Imperio, Jormungandr chanted and Bellatrix felt herself fall into a bliss, losing control of her body. It was not unlike the Imperious curse, but at the same time it was stronger, and almost suppressed her own will into nothing, leaving not even the little voice screaming at you to fight. Where is the cup? In my handbag. Give it to me, Jormungandr ordered and she did as he commanded. Obliviate. You have no memory of how you escaped Azkaban, nor of coming to Gringotts. You never met Jormungandr and Medusa. Bellatrix's eyes glazed as the spell set in. You have my permission to fulfill your heart's desire, and tomorrow morning, I want you to attack the ministry and allow yourself to be killed. Not captured, killed. Yes, master. Good, Jormungandr replied, turning to Medusa. Shall we go home? Please. She replied, I feel filthy and I'm not talking about dirt. Jormungandr and Medusa disappeared before Bellatrix Lestrange, leaving the older witch alone in the alley, a lone thought starting to dominate her mind. Break. Never again, Daphne complained, as she removed the glamour and started removing her clothes. Don't look. Fine. Harry complained, as he too removed the glamour. Dobby, get us a tea, will you? Not for me. Daphne replied. For me, then, Harry corrected, and Dobby nodded, popping away. I have a feeling that no matter how much I wash, I'll never be able to remove the stain from myself. How did I allow you to convince me to do this? You did phenomenally. Even Bellatrix Lestrange bought it. Sure, and I had to imply I was a servant of the dark bastard, pretend I was marked as they were, like cattle, ugh. Whatever it takes, Daphne. Harry replied, and Daphne's head appeared from behind the dresser, glaring at him. No. No more whatever it takes, Harry, she complained, there are limits for what one can do with a full stomach and this, I disgusted myself. That means you were convincing. I really hated it. I never want to do it again, Daphne replied, and Harry nodded with a smile. And you won't, he replied, lifting the handbag and removing the golden cup of Hufflepuff from the inside, showing it to Daphne. With a wave of his wand, he threw it to the chest holding the other Horcruxes. Only one more, and then Voldemort. The snake. Daphne replied, thoughtfully. Do you have a plan? I do, actually, but I need to let it mature a bit more. Daphne raised an eyebrow and chuckled, understanding what Harry meant. Very well, then. Shall we discuss the second task now or shall we go back to the never-ending debate of when to kill Voldemort, she asked, and Harry rolled his eyes. I told you, if you can find me a way to kill him and guarantee his soul won't endure. Destroy the Horcruxes first and then kill him before he gets a new body, Daphne interrupted him, rolling her eyes. And you know this how, he asked. I don't know, I just think it's a waste to wait till the third task just to do it with an audience, thanks to whatever charm you want to use. On the other hand, we're positive that if he returns to a body first before I kill him, then he will be gone for good. Really, who's being the brash one here? Hey, she glared at him, all I care about is your safety, you idiot. I know, he replied, seriously. Can we not discuss it any more for now? Daphne nodded and accepted Harry's hand, walking with him to the chairs and the tea table Dobby had already prepared. Second task. Are you sure you want to be my hostage? No, Daphne replied. Then that's it. If Snape comes for you on the eve of the task, you make sure you refuse. On another hand, it's my own pride on the line and allowing another to be the one thing you'd miss the most isn't exactly appealing. That's true, he smiled, refraining from commenting on her Gryffindorish tendencies. If not you, it will probably be Dobby. Other than that, I have no idea who else it could be. I think I'll pass as well, the elf replied with a smirk. I'll think about it. For now, I'm tired and I want to sleep. Here or in your dorm? I'll go back, she replied, though her feelings on the subject were mixed. I don't want Tracy to start wondering again about the two of us having sex. Tell me more, he asked with a grin, and Daphne rolled her eyes as he laughed. I'll see you tomorrow. You too, she replied, giving him a kiss. She popped away with Dobby, leaving Harry alone in the room. He drank his tea in silence for a short while. Bollocks, I forgot about the potions homework, he realized, spilling his tea as he rose from the chair. Break. On the next morning, Harry and Daphne met in the common room, as usual. Their other friends joined them, and the nine walked together to the Great Hall. I heard a rumor that Malfoy was resorted, Tracy announced. Please let it be Gryffindor. Blaise wished, making everyone smirk. It was. Fortunately, no one saw them laughing. As they reached the Great Hall, the nine chose places at the end of the table, wanting to see the blonde Ponce the moment he entered the hall. Not even 15 minutes later, the former self-appointed Silver Prince of Slytherin, or as many had taken to call him since his banishment, the Lord Idiot, entered the hall wearing Gryffindor robes, his hair Gryffindor red and his skin golden. He looked angry, and walked directly to Professor Snape and started complaining to him. None of the nine heard him, but going by the betrayed look Malfoy gave the men, it had to be great. Oh well, enough of Malfoy for the rest of the month, Harry said as he ate his toast, nodding to some Durmstrang students as a good morning. Speak for yourself, this is as good as theater, Millie replied, and Harry shrugged. Not even 5 minutes later, the owls started to arrive and Harry looked to Daphne, knowing what story would be on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Preparing themselves, the two continued to eat their breakfast. A gasp was the first indication that something unusual was in the paper. When everyone turned to Harry, even he was surprised. What, he wondered, and even Daphne was curious. Whatever it is, it wasn't me. No kidding, check this out. Theo replied, showing him the paper. The moment he saw it, Harry paled as white as a ghost. Bellatrix Lestrange escapes Azkaban and attacks Lord Sirius Black. Bellatrix Lestrange's last attack. For most, last night was a calm one. Lord Black was not an exception, having chosen to spend the evening at home, dealing with some family business. Much to his surprise, he received a most unexpected visitor in the form of an escaped Bellatrix Lestrange, who should have been behind bars in Azkaban. All that is known is that there was a short duel inside the Black ancestral home, number 12 Grimmauld Place, resulting on the death of Bellatrix Lestrange and some minor scrapes for the Lord Black. Lord Black was unreachable for comment, but his best friend Remus Lupin, a known werewolf who shares the house with him, announced that the Lord Black was fine and healthy, wanting to know how and why Bellatrix Lestrange, who was convicted for life, was on the run. Harry picked the paper up in both hands and trembled as he read it. "Harry, calm down," Daphne implored, but Harry didn't hear her. All he knew was that Bellatrix had once again attacked Sirius, and once again it had been his fault. "Dobby," he shouted, and everyone in the Great Hall turned to him in time to see him vanish with a pop. "My father is dead, I am the Lord Malfoy, now," an obnoxious voice was heard among the silence of the Great Hall. "I'm the leader of this house now and things are going to change." "Shut the hell up you wanking ass," none other than Jason Halleys shouted, tired of dealing with Malfoy's incessant prattle. Because the older years didn't listen to him or care about him, the blonde took to blustering and imposing his will on the younger years. Unfortunately for him, Jason Halleys had had enough. "Mr. Halleys." McGonagall finally saw fit to intervene, 5 points from Gryffindor for foul language. "Apologize this instant." "All right, I apologize, your wanking lordship." "Now shut the hell up." "No one cares," the first year complained again, stabbing his eggs as the older Gryffindors laughed, completely ignoring McGonagall's angry look, most of them in awe of the firsties' balls of steel. On the other side of the hall, Astoria Greengrass rolled her eyes as her friends chuckled at the firsties' intervention, going back to her breakfast. Annoying brat who was younger and better than her at the club. Surprisingly, no one said anything about Harry's sudden vanishing from the hall. Harry and Dobby popped in at the entrance hall of number 12, Grimmauld Place, and Harry wasted no time, completely ignoring the portrait of the former Lady Black or the form of creature popping before them. "Padfoot." "Sirius," he shouted, and 2 sets of steps ran towards him, coming from the kitchen. "Harry," a confused Remus mumbled when he saw the teen, and Sirius's eyes widened when he saw him. Harry looked at the older man and hugged him after making sure he wasn't injured. "Pronkslet, what are you doing here?" Sirius asked. "I saw the paper," Harry replied promptly, and Sirius sighed. "Are you all right? What happened?" "Look, Harry, I don't want to talk about it." Sirius replied, "She came here, she attacked me, and I killed her. End of story. Merlin knows I've had enough of Moony and Andy trying to cheer me up." "Why?" asked Harry, noticing his dejected look, "shouldn't you be happy? She was a dangerous witch, a convicted murderer and a Death Eater, and you killed her. You're going to be a hero." "She was also my cousin," Sirius replied, and for a moment, Harry thought he saw some anger and a small scowl on his face, neither directed at him. No one spoke for several moments, with Harry and Sirius looking only at each other. "He's been acting like this since I arrived last night," Remus complained, trying to ease the tension. "And where the hell were you?" asked Harry in an accusing tone, making the werewolf blush. Sirius took the chance and grinned. "The men had a date," he said, and Moony rolled his eyes. Harry refrained from comment, looking at Sirius. "Are you sure you're all right?" "No, I'm not, but I will be," Sirius replied, his smile vanishing. "How about some breakfast, since you're here?" asked Remus, starting to walk back to the kitchen. "I was in the middle of it, actually," Harry replied. "Come on, cub," Remus replied, waving. Harry smirked and started to walk behind his werewolf uncle, turning back to his dogfather. "I'm glad you're all right," Harry told him before following Remus. "Dobby, go back to Hogwarts and tell Daphne I'll be back after breakfast." "I'll call you." "Yes, master," Dobby replied, popping away at once. Sirius stood in that same place for a few moments more, with only Creature and a silent portrait as company. "Creature, go set another place for breakfast," Sirius ordered, and the elf vanished. "The boy cares greatly about you," the painting of Walburga Black spoke for the first time, in a low tone. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Sirius asked coldly, glaring at the painting. "What?" she asked, confused. "You hate me, hag." "You always did," Sirius sneered at her. However, the sneer also hid a warning. "Traitor." The painting whispered, raising her voice in anger, "Blood traitor, kinslayer, embarrassment of my house. I should have killed you when you slept." "Oh, Had I known the embarrassment you'd cause me, the end of my noble line. The painting went on in her rant, and the Lord Black turned his back on her, never seeing the 2 tears that fell from his mother's painted eyes. When Sirius arrived in the kitchen, Harry sat at his left side as Remus sat at his right. Were you ever close? Harry asked, and Sirius raised an eyebrow. Remus looked questioningly at Harry. Bella? Sirius asked, and Harry nodded. Once, a long time ago. Before Hogwarts. You never told us that. Remus replied, shocked. You never asked, Moony. All you saw was the mean bitch she wanted to show herself to be in our eternal fights, but I missed her. No one spoke for a time. She was 1 year older than me, that much you know, and when we were old enough to understand things, she decided she was going to take care of me, teach me to be a proper lord, and find me a proper wife suitable to be the Lady Black. Sirius snorted. She had everything planned out. I was going to be sorted into Slytherin, meet my peers, and make my alliances and friendships, but I chose differently, and she never forgave me. In her mind, more than betraying the family, I betrayed her, and that was unforgivable. She never stopped hating me ever since. Harry listened to the story and couldn't help but remember the Department of Mysteries in his other life, and Bellatrix Lestrange's happiness after killing Sirius. It hadn't been only madness, then. Sometimes, I think all that happened to her was because of me, Sirius replied, picking up a piece of toast. Do you regret it? Asked Harry, and Sirius turned to Moony and his godson. I regret never having made my peace with my cousin. I couldn't care less about the Death Eater. I just wonder how she got out. Remus mumbled, and Harry shrugged. So, kid, how are things at Hogwarts? Sirius asked, wanting a change of subject. As you know, after the basilisk fiasco, Malfoy was banished from our house. Today we discovered he was resorted into Gryffindor. Ah, I bet the snob-ass threw a fit, Sirius replied, remembering how he was received in Malfoy Manor by the little shit he had to call the son of his cousin. I really don't know if I should feel sorrier for the house, or for him. Remus mumbled, and Sirius laughed again. I'm also getting ready for the task, Harry continued, today I am going to jump in the lake and explore it a bit. I'm trying to make a mental map of where they may keep the one thing I will miss the most. I swear, if something happens to Daphne, I will hurt someone. Don't worry, I don't think they can afford to be responsible for that, and you have already made clear what happens to whoever hurts your girlfriend, Remus added. True, you remind me of your grandfather in that respect. Protective and deadly, much like my own. Really? Harry asked. No matter his real age or his past life, he never really knew much about his grandparents. Yes, he could be nice and welcoming, but no matter how old he was, his wand was one of the fastest I have ever seen, and he knew how to use it. You know, people always tell me I look like my father with my mother's eyes, and that's it. I know nothing about the rest of my family. What was my grandfather like? I heard he fought in World War II. He did, and he never liked Dumbledore. He always saw Dumbledore as a coward who hadn't the courage to stop Grindelwald before the start of the war. He never approved James signing up for Dumbledore's. Sirius. Remus warned him. Order of the Phoenix, asked Harry, and both men looked at the boy in surprise. There are diaries, you know, he lied, and the 2 men shrugged. Yes, that. I respected your grandfather, as much as I respected my own. They were much alike, hard men from harder times, leaders and visionaries. The world needs more men like them, brave enough to do whatever needs to be done. Men who defended their own convictions and were able to look past their differences and ally for a common goal when there was need of it. The problems with the Black family always existed, but only became worse after the old man died, when I was in my 3rd year at Hogwarts. My father wasn't as great as he claimed to be, neither was my mother, he told them. But enough about depressing topics, we were talking about Mr. Potter the eldest. One day, and Remus can vouch me on this, we marauders were at Potter Manor passing the day. Break. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. The charmed voice of Ludo Bagman echoed throughout the area around Lake, heard by all who were in attendance to watch the task. Harry stood impatiently at the lake shore, much like the other champions, who all realized who they had to retrieve from the lake. Fleur had to rescue her little sister, Cedric had to rescue his girlfriend, and Victor had to rescue his best friend. For all of them, failure was not an option. Daphne had gone missing the previous evening, and although none of the girls in her dorm knew where she was, Harry knew very well where she had been. First to a bed in the hospital wing, already charmed to be unconscious, and that same morning was brought under the lake. That didn't mean he wasn't concerned. In fact, he was quite concerned and wanted to get on with the damn task. Valking around won't help, Harry, Victor said, twirling his wand on his hand. Can't help it, I'm nervous. What if the charm fails? What if something attacks her? What if? Relax, Harry. You trust your headmaster, Non. Not when the people I love are involved, he replied in almost a whisper, not heard by anyone. You are prepared, non? Fleur asked again, and Harry nodded. I understand you, my friend. Victor said, Sasha is good, but if Vass someone dearest to me, I would be the same. From Demstrang Institute, we have Victor Crumb, a lot of cheers sounded. From Beauxbatons Academy, Fleur Delacour. More cheers. From our very own Hogwarts school, Cedric Diggory. The cheers were the loudest yet. And our fourth champion, Harry Potter. A mix of cheering and booing sounded, the cheers predominant in the silver and green platforms, where the Slytherin students were waving their banners and chanting for their champion and lord. As Bagman went on explaining the task, Harry went through another mental check of what to do. Dazzle everyone with impressive magic while rescuing Daphne as fast as possible, he thought to himself, massaging his temples. Damn it, why does it have to be this complicated? Why can't I just go on a rampage and get her back? Because I want you to win, Daphne's voice echoed in his mind, or at least what he imagined Daphne would say it and how she would say it. Dobby, get a couple of blankets for Daphne, and some hot tea, we never know, he ordered his elf, and Dobby nearly chuckled. He hadn't seen Harry so concerned about anything since his own wedding. Let's begin the task. Ludo announced, and Harry raised his head, taking his place at the lake shore with the other champions. Good luck, Cedric spoke, and the other champions nodded to him. Champions, take your places. Ludo spoke again, as Dumbledore raised his wand. Begin. The concussion charm sounded at the same time as he spoke, and as 3 of the champions jumped into the water, cheered by everyone watching the task. The fourth champion did things a bit differently, and when the audience realized what he was doing, many sat in stunned silence while others, mostly Slytherins and 2 middle-aged men, cheered even louder while laughing. Harry Potter was running on the water, using his wand as a compass, casting the Point Me charm. This is unbelievable. The voice of Ludo Bagman exclaimed, I have never seen anything like this, and neither have the likes of the headmasters and staff. What a fantastic display by our fourth champion, Harry Potter. Could it be another secret family spell? The other champions never realized what was happening because they had dived in quickly, completely ignoring everything but their task. Harry ran over the surface as fast as he could, following the direction his wand pointed him, and after nearly 5 minutes of running he reached a place where the wand pointed down. Wait for me, Daff, he whispered as he jumped, diving headfirst in the water. Many screamed in shock, but their fears proved to be unfounded as Harry dived smoothly in the waters, disappearing quickly under them. The excitement was at its peak and many were cheering for Harry, believing him to be in the lead and the favorite to win. They had to wait only 5 minutes as Harry emerged from the waters, standing once again on top of them while carrying his girlfriend, Daphne Greengrass, bridal style. The cheers were loud, the loudest coming from the Slytherin stands, but Harry paid them no mind. All he cared about seeing Daphne's blue eyes looking back at him and assuring him she was fine. Good morning, miss, the one thing I would miss the most, Harry said, as Daphne gasped, waking up from the charm. Good morning, she said with a smile, did you win? Almost, all I have to do is take you back to the lake shore, Harry replied, and Daphne's eyes shot wide open as Harry started to walk and she finally took in her surroundings. Harry. You're walking on, bah, why am I surprised? Daphne snorted, and Harry chuckled. You know, there's a funny thing about this spell. Harry told her, capturing her attention. I created it during our time together in my past life. You saw a religious movie around Easter time that showed Jesus walking on water, and decided that the real Jesus had to have been a wizard. Being the amazing and supportive husband I was, I decided to prove you right, and created a spell to do just that. A few years later, I found another version of the water walking spell in the Maharaja's library, proving your theory correct. Really? Daphne asked with a smirk. I want you to teach me the spell. Now or later? Harry asked, and Daphne frowned. Win the task first. I'm comfortable and in no hurry. Yes, mistress, Harry spoke in a mock resigned tone, making her chuckle. Harry walked to the shore and delivered Daphne to dry land, who was then quickly dried with charms, wrapped in a warm blanket, and given a warm cup of tea, all by Dobby, before Madame Pomfrey could even act. Thank you, Dobby, Daphne spoke as Harry laughed. Amazing. In under 20 minutes, Harry Potter finishes the task with one of the most amazing displays of magic I have ever seen, Ludo Bagman announced. I can't wait for the scores. How will the judges evaluate this nothing short of amazing display? How do you feel, Miss Greengrass? Asked Madame Pomfrey, waving her wand before her youngest unofficial apprentice. Quite well, madam, she replied, the warm blankets helped. Yes, good thinking, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey replied with a nod to the youngest champion. Take 10 points to Slytherin for good thinking to prevent hypothermia. An amazing display, by the way. Was it safe for you or did you break something? Is that a joke? Harry asked, surprised. Am I laughing, boy? Madame Pomfrey asked seriously, I have come to accept that with you, something always happens. What is it this time? Well, prepare to be shocked, for I am fine. Harry replied with some flair, and Madame Pomfrey snorted, waving her wand. I'll be. You really are fine. There's nothing wrong, no unusual events nor anything peculiar. This isn't normal, and I'm not sure how to react to this. Have a cup of tea to relax, Harry replied amusedly, as Daphne was chuckling. Spell. Definitely, she replied, dropping the blanket and drawing her wand, leaving a bemused Madame Pomfrey behind. For nearly 10 minutes, the audience and the judges saw Harry on the water, talking to Daphne. Unfortunately for them, no one heard what he told her, because they had raised wards to prevent just that. All they could do was watch their silent conversation, and they all saw Harry cast the spell on himself and walk on water once more. They saw Daphne with her arms crossed, listening to her boyfriend, nodding every so often before she eventually uncrossed her arms and attempted to cast the spell on herself. Of course, she was smart and for the first few tries only tried to walk near the shore, where the water was shallow. She drenched her feet a couple of times, but nothing else got wet. After a few tries, to everyone's amazement, they saw Daphne walking on water, just like Harry. Many of the teachers nodded in approval, and both Snape and Flitwick awarded points for a job well done. The truth was that while Miss Greengrass had never been an exceptional student, she consistently received marks in the high acceptable and exceeds expectations range. However, ever since Harry Potter had joined the ranks of the Snakes and started helping her, those grades had skyrocketed into high-level outstandings. Some students and adults watching believed they would be able to cast the spell as well, but a select few knew better. These were the Black Wands, and they saw Daphne struggling with the spell. They knew that Daphne was one of the best in their club, and that if she struggled with a spell, then it had to be difficult and complicated. Truthfully, it was quite complex, and Daphne had some trouble being able to maintain it successfully. It surely didn't help when Harry started to move away from her, telling her to catch him. Are you insane? I'm having enough trouble as it is, she replied with a scowl, and he smiled. Come on, practice makes perfect. Small steps, come on, you can do it. Easy for you to say, Daphne mumbled. Davy could do it. Harry replied, and Daphne looked at him. You probably cast the spell on her yourself. Busted, Harry chuckled, and Daphne laughed. She took another step and approached Harry, who stood in his place. One more. You know, we're being watched, Daphne told him, and Harry shrugged. I don't care. He replied, the rest of this hour will be only about us, you and me, let them be jealous, if they want. Aren't we cocky? Daphne asked, taking the last step before being held by Harry's arms. No, we're confident because we're that damn good, Harry replied as he raised Daphne in his arms and twirled her around, making her squeal and laugh. She grabbed his face and kissed him, and all around them, the girls watching them, in unison, let out an ah. At the romantic scene. Not again. A Ravenclaw whispered to himself, seeing his girlfriend's look. At least Potter hadn't showed off for Valentine's Day, which was odd, all things considered. Yet, no young man complained about not having to compete with Potter and Greengrass on that day. You really should start writing all the spells you know. Daphne whispered to Harry. I started 2 weeks ago, what do you think the new chest on the desk is? Harry asked her, and she raised an eyebrow. I am writing a spell per page, and I have already written a few of them with wand movements, theoretical stuff, and all that. I decided to add my own addition to the Potter and Slytherin grimoires. Very well done, my lord, Daphne chuckled in amusement as she leaned into him, holding her head on his shoulder as the two started to walk slowly back to the shore, making sure Daphne didn't miss a step. See that, Remus? Sirius laughed, that boy may look like his father but he is nothing like James. He was a disaster with women, and I still believe Lily went on that first Hogsmeade date with him for pity's sake. Not that Lily was much better, if I recall. Remus chuckled. Clearly he got the charm from his amazing dogfather, Sirius replied amused, where else? Maybe the two of them just match. Come on, Moony, where's the fun in that? Sirius replied, getting up from his seat. Come on, there's not much time left. We can meet the two lovebirds at the shore before the judges announce the scores. I'm still surprised no one stopped their snogging. Remus chuckled and followed his best friend down the stands. In one of the public stands, a man dressed in dark, formal business robes watched the two youngsters with an inquisitive look, his dark eyes fixed on Harry. So, that's Harry Potter. Very interesting. I can see why the master is interested in him. What is happening over there? Ludo Bagman announced, seeing some commotion in the water. Some moments passed, and the staff of the tournament pulled an injured Fleur from the water. Probably the Grindylows, Harry whispered to Daphne, who nodded, both of them already at the shore. Fleur looked frantic but was soon calmed down by her headmistress. Unfortunately, Miss Delacour was injured after fighting off some Grindylows and cannot continue, Bagman announced, and many booed him, most of them Beauxbatons students. Harry, the two of them heard the voice of Sirius a few feet away and Harry raised his hand to greet his godfather and uncle. Good job, pup. Miss Greengrass, I hope you are well. I am, Lord Black, thank you for your concern, Daphne replied with a small bow. Mr. Lupin. Miss Greengrass, congratulations on a spell well learned. I would grant points but alas, I cannot. Daphne smiled, embarrassed, and Harry chuckled. It was a great show, you two, Sirius continued with a laugh. Are there any surprises planned for the third task, Harry? Probably. Harry thought to himself, hopefully I'll think of something. The two older men laughed as Victor Crumb came out of the water, half transfigured into a shark, carrying his friend. And in second place is Victor Crumb with a time of 48 minutes, Bagman announced, and the Demstrang students cheered their champion's name. Cedric Diggory followed 5 minutes later, cheered by most of Hogwarts, carrying his girlfriend. The task has officially ended. As Miss Delacour failed the task, we will wait as the merpeople return her hostage, and then we shall settle the scores. I never asked you, how was your date? Harry asked. Fun, Remus replied without thinking, realizing what he said only after, I mean. That's good, Harry snorted, as Sirius laughed and Daphne raised an eyebrow. I think I'll say she's younger than you. Because I'm not seeing two old people like you having fun. Sirius laughed harder. I'll have you know, young man, I can still have as much fun as I used to in my 20s, Remus complained, grabbing the bait. Considering you had no fun back then thanks to the war and other things, I hope you can have as much fun as you did in your teen years, Harry replied snappily. Touché, cub, touché, Remus replied, amused, and Sirius wiped a tear. Aren't we witty, today, the Lord Black asked in an amused voice, and Harry shrugged. I have my days. Oh, look, scores. I wonder if I dazzled them enough, Harry replied, and Daphne snorted, as did the two adults. In the end, Harry got a 47, Fleur a 10 for good sport, Victor a 37, and Cedric a 35 for time discounted. All things considered, Harry was now in first place. As the chant started cheering for him, Harry chuckled and hugged Daphne by the waist, who leaned into his shoulder. Well done, Harry, Daphne whispered. Break. Have you changed your mind, and are you going to teach us the water-walking spell you taught Daphne during the second task? Astoria asked at the end of their weekly meeting of the Black Wands, 2 days after the task. No, Astoria, I will not teach you the spell, because it's a family spell, Harry told her, ignoring her pout. Wait, hold on. Jason Halleys called out, looking surprised. It's a family spell, but you taught it to Daphne, your girlfriend. Yes. Harry nodded. Not your wife, your girlfriend. She's a Greengrass, not a Potter or Slytherin or whatever, so why did you teach her? Why are you teaching your family magic to Daphne when so many things can happen? When you're not sure you're going to stay together. What do you mean by that? Glared Daphne, and Jason gulped under Daphne's gaze, finding himself in a circle of angry females, all glaring at him. I don't mean anything bad, it's just, how can you know you're not going to break up? How can you know you want to stay together forever, he asked, and Daphne eased her glare, understanding what the boy was asking. So did Harry, who looked to his girlfriend with a smile. He's right, you know, he asked, ignoring the gasps, I'm taking you for granted, and I never even considered the fact that one day you may grow bored of me. That won't happen, Daphne replied offhandedly. Not after all I've seen and felt. Never. Still, maybe I shouldn't take you for granted so much. You never took me for granted, at least not that I've realized, she said, slightly unsure. You imbecile, loudmouth, meddling bastard. Astoria Greengrass raged against Jason Halleys, drawing her wand. Why did you have to open your mouth? She cast a spell but the first he dodged it, raising his hands, trying to calm her. Hold on just a minute, I only asked a question, he defended himself, being forced to dodge another spell. Stop it. If they break up, I'm going to hurt you and make sure they never find your body, you snotty little bastard. You kiss your mother with that mouth, he asked cheekily, enraging Astoria even further. Oh crap, me and my big mouth, he dodged one spell and had to jump away from the second. A little help, please. Yeah, you deal with your own problems, kid, Theo replied, hiding a grin, seeing the youngest Greengrass readying another spell, think of it as a character-building exercise. They all laughed save the two duelists. I hate you. Jason replied, hastily raising a small shield against a minor jinx. 5 Galleon says that Jason can dodge or defend at least 10 more curses before your sister hits him, Harry proposed Daphne, and she chuckled. You're on, Potter, she told him, come on, Tori. Cast faster and smarter. You can hit him, come on. Jason, keep doing a good job, Harry told the boy with a snicker, and the boy dodged another spell. Jason was able to defend 8 more times before both he and Astoria cast the disarming charm at the same time, successfully disarming each other. Unfortunately for Jason, his wand landed by Astoria's feet, who caught it in a hurry. "Stupefy," she chanted, and the wand worked perfectly for her, the spell hitting a surprised Jason in the chest. With a grin, Astoria gloated, only to see the surprised looks the oldest members gave her. "What? His wand, does it work fine or do you have to put more power into it?" asked Millie, and Astoria looked at the wand. "Now that you mention it, it's almost like my wand, it's just as warm." Astoria replied, noticing the surprise. "Why, what does it mean?" she asked nervously. "Nothing, really," Harry replied, stepping forward. "Probably your wands are made with the same materials. It is just unusual for a person to find a wand that works as well as their own by chance." "Yes, there's usually a lot of tries and failures," Theo replied, thinking. "I think I went through at least 10, and Ollivander was actually excited." "Poor you, I lost count at 20, Justin replied. "There you have it, Astoria," Daphne replied, extending her hand, asking for Jason's wand back. "It doesn't mean you two are compatible. Only that his wand is compatible with you. Should we try her wand with him?" Harry asked, as Astoria gave Jason's wand back. The youngest Greengrass glared at Harry. "He could, but I don't see the point of it," Daphne replied, but a few others complained, wanting to see. "Ouch." Jason mumbled as he rose from the floor after being revived from the stunner by Harry. "What happened?" "Oh, yeah, Greengrass. You cost me 5 galleons, Jason," Harry told him with a smirk. "Yeah. Well, gambling is a matter of chance," the boy complained as everyone chuckled, used to the kid's witty remarks. It was safe to say they all liked him, as unlike most Gryffindors, he had an open mind and wasn't a bigot to the other houses. "We'd like you to try to cast a spell with Astoria's wand," Harry said, giving her the girl's wand. "Why?" he asked, "because she cast the stunner with mine." "Yes, and it worked easily," Harry answered. "We're just curious to see how hers will react with you." Jason accepted the wand and noticed everyone looking expectantly at him, including an almost glaring Astoria. The boy flinched. "This doesn't mean we're both compatible at any level, does it?" he asked, and many laughed. "Not at all, kid," Jason sighed in relief. "Thank heaven for small mercies." He mumbled, raising the wand and casting a light charm. The spell shined for a few moments before he released the magic. "How does it feel?" Daphne asked. "Like mine. Mine is cedar with dragon's heartstring." "So is mine," Astoria replied, taking the wand the younger boy handed back to her, handle first. "Like we said, it is of no consequence at all," Harry replied. "It's just one hell of a coincidence. Now, since we're already out of time, thanks to Astoria and Jason's duel." Astoria crossed her arms with a smug smile and Jason scowled. "Have a nice evening and we'll see each other tomorrow in classes." "See you tomorrow, guys. I still have to finish an essay for herbology," Justin told them, running to the door. One by one, the room emptied. Astoria was one of the last to leave, along with her sister, as Harry stayed behind for some extra practice. "What the hell was that?" Daphne asked her the moment they left the room. "What? You assaulted Hallie's. May I ask why?" "I didn't." "Yes, you did," Daphne retorted. "You were lucky we found it amusing and it was a good practice for the both of you. Care to explain why you did it?" "He was being an idiot, asking stupid questions," Astoria replied with a huff. "He actually asked a pertinent question." "True, it meant nothing, but it was a valid question. Your assault on him served no purpose." "I don't believe it, you're taking his side." Astoria asked shocked. "He's arrogant, he's a Gryffindor. He's a first year, trying hard, and has skill, as do you," Daphne replied. "Why do you hate him so much?" She replied, looking down. "Astoria, look at me." Astoria did. "I don't know what your problem with Hallie's is but it needs to end," Daphne told her. "He's better than me," Astoria whispered. "Everyone likes him and all the spells are easy to him. Even you and Harry seem to help him more." "What?" Daphne asked. "Are you jealous of him?" Astoria only grumbled. "Astoria, you're my sister. You know that if you need help, I'll always help you." "Gladly. But you need to control your temper." "What if a teacher had seen it?" "I'm sorry," Astoria replied. "No, you're not." Daphne sighed. "Whatever your problem with Hallie's is, fix it, ignore the boy or whatever, but this that happened today, I don't want to see it or hear about it ever again, am I clear?" "Yes, Daphne." "Good. Now, let's go back." "Nice disarming charm, by the way," Daphne complimented her sister. "I think I could do better," Astoria replied, and Daphne nodded. "You can, but you did very well," the older sister insisted. Tell you what about tomorrow we go to the room and have a sisters' evening? I'll help you with whatever you need. That sounds great, Astoria replied happily, and the two sisters walked side by side back to the Slytherin common room. Chapter 25, Chapter. Dear member of the Black family. I, Sirius Orion Black, Lord of the Black family, invite your person to a get-together taking place at the Black Ancestral Home, number 12, Grimmauld Place, a week from next Sunday. In this meeting, we shall discuss the addition of new members to the House of Black, the continuation of our noble line, and the continuation of Lord Arcturus Black's great plan to revitalize the family blood. I expect your presence on the mentioned date. With my most cordial salutations. Lord Sirius Orion Black. Hey pup. Forget about all the jargon if you want and consider yourself invited for a party here at Grimmauld. Don't expect it to be very fun, because I was forced to invite Draco Malfoy and his mother, my cousin. I have to ask you to be on your best behavior with him, but I am sure he doesn't need help embarrassing himself. I would appreciate it if you could make it. Unfortunately, the invitation is for family members only, and that means you can't bring your lovely Miss Greengrass. Please extend her my apologies. If you are wondering why you're invited, that's because you have black blood, no matter how diluted, and you're my godson. I also named you my heir until I have a child, so that's that. We'll sort out the details later, and come prepared to meet family. Cheers. Your dogfather. Well, this is certainly new. Harry mumbled as he read the letter, sat at the Slytherin table in an early March morning. What? Asked Daphne, and he showed her the letter. Well, apologies accepted. I don't mind, she replied, giving him the letter back. Lucky me, I will have to endure being on the same room as two Malfoys. Harry complained. Any reason why the formal letter sounds colder than normal? Millie asked Harry, who just raised an eyebrow. Care to develop your question? Oh, yeah, I forgot, you don't know about this stuff, Millie replied. The formal invitations are usually bland and a bit cold, but this one is even colder. And what's this, Arcturus Black's great plan? I have no idea. All I know is Arcturus was Sirius's grandfather, Harry replied, and maybe it's a normal thing for the Black family. Hey, Scarhead, tell your mud I'm not interested in associating myself with inferior people and blood traitors, Malfoy said, approaching the table. Tell him yourself, Lord Malfoy, Harry replied sarcastically and promptly, glaring at the blonde. I can only assume Lord Black extended you an invitation to the family gathering and I'm not your owl to send your message. You have hands to write a letter, have you not? Or did you squander the famed Malfoy fortune and need to peddle for favors among your peers and betters? Harry asked coldly. I'll let you know that I will be attending the meeting, not as Lord Potter or Lord Slytherin, but as heir of the Black family. Hopefully, Lord Black will find himself a father soon, and I'll have one less concern on my shoulders. What? Malfoy shouted in shock, I am the Black heir. Not according to Lord Black, you're not, Harry replied. Now, if you don't mind, we're trying to have breakfast here and you're disturbing our peace. Malfoy stomped away, complaining about something. According with Jason Halley's, the usual, my father shall hear about this, had been replaced by, my mother will act upon this, and that line had been used a lot over the past weeks. Bloody Malfoy, Blaise complained, drinking some juice. Hey, hold on, Tracy interjected, reading the letter from Sirius. He speaks about meeting new family members, maybe he's going to marry. Wishful thinking, Tracy, wishful thinking, Harry replied, and they all laughed. With the end of the breakfast, the nine walked to Transfiguration, which they shared with the Gryffindors. In the weeks following the second task, a few things had changed. Astoria started to take private lessons with her sister, and her grades were steadily improving. Her temper against Jason was kept in check, and soon her animosity towards the younger boy almost disappeared. They gave each other the cold shoulder, but both seemed happy with the arrangement and interacted with each other only when required, and always as politely as they could. Jason had started it, and Astoria followed, much to everyone's surprise. When Harry asked Jason the reason for his behavior, he just replied that he wasn't taking any chances with her anymore. He had enough crazy people to deal with in his own house. That had been a few weeks before. Speaking of which, Hermione Granger had recovered from her shock after seeing Ron and Neville dying, and had already returned to classes with renewed vigor. Much like her, the surviving Weasleys also recovered some of their spark, but while Ginny was still scared, the twins were already pranking again. Only this time, their pranks tended to humiliate instead of amuse, and were targeted almost only at Slytherin. There were rumors that Malfoy was trying to recruit them to his inner circle, but there was no concrete evidence of such a thing. Daphne had to control herself not to unleash Kale against the two menaces after they pranked a couple of Slytherin first ties. That was also another thing that had changed. More than ever, Slytherin House was protective of their own, and not only outside of the common room. The group arrived at the classroom and promptly sat at their places, as the loud Gryffindors joined them. They all ignored the glares as they continued to wait for McGonagall, specifically the glare Granger directed Harry while passing by him and sitting at the front of the room. "Good morning, class," McGonagall said as she entered the room, coming from the outside, looking tired. "I'm sorry I am late, there have been a few issues that required my attention," she told them, starting to take the lead of the class. As before, Granger raised her hand to answer every question. McGonagall favored the dorks as Snape favored the snakes, and the Slytherins were among the first to finish the class work. When class ended, Granger rudely passed by Daphne, hitting her on the shoulder as she was passing. "Watch where you're going, Greengrass," she sneered, walking away from Daphne. "What the hell was that?" asked Tracy, surprised by what she saw. Daphne shrugged and ignored it, packing her things for runes before lunch. The class was calm and quite productive, and in no time they were leaving for lunch. "We have arithmancy in the afternoon, and after that it's our free periods. I am going to practice with my sister," Daphne told Harry at lunch, and Harry nodded. "You're doing a good job with her," Harry told her, and she smiled. "Thanks, I had a good teacher," Daphne replied, and Harry frowned. "No, it's more like you are a good teacher, you had an amazing one," he replied, and Daphne laughed, as did he. "And modest, too," she added. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know, maybe I'll pick up a book or something," he added. It wasn't long before arithmancy had come and gone. Theo and Tracy went to have a date on the grounds, Millie and Blaise went to the library, and Pansy, Greg, and Vince had homework to finish. "Dobby." Harry called, and the house elf popped at his side, walking with his master as both had done so many times before. "Master. After careful consideration and a lot of deliberations with Daphne, I decided to forego the plan for the third task and deal with my cousin as soon as possible." "What do you need of me, then?" Dobby asked. "Meat," Harry replied, and Dobby nodded. "Take me to the chamber and then find some." Dobby nodded and popped Harry into the chamber. The moment the two of them arrived in the chamber they were subjected to a loud hissing sound, echoing around the stone walls of the cave. "What the bloody hell?" Harry asked loudly. "My pet. You're back," Scylla hissed the moment she heard him, slithering over to Harry. Over the past few months, thanks to continuous feeding, Scylla had grown several more feet and had become thicker than a recently born cat. "Did you like my singing?" "That was singing," Harry thought to himself, having understood only a few words of the song. "Let me sing you the rest. Stretched under the sun. Coiled under the earth. You better beware. Don't you dare to threaten me or I will be the last thing you'll see." It's a pretty song. "Where did you learn it?" "I made it all by myself," Scylla replied proudly. Harry chuckled, seeing the basilisk child's happiness. Flashback. As Scylla slithered away, Harry's eyes steeled themselves, as did his demeanor. He drew his wand from his holster and told himself a basilisk was far too dangerous, even if it was Scylla, only for his face to change back to a grin, realizing he had just been given one hell of an opportunity. He was not about to squander it. "Hey, Scylla," Harry called, waving his wand, transfiguring a rabbit from a rock. "You need to learn to hunt too." Scylla hissed and attacked the rabbit, who ran away, leading to a chase through the chamber. Harry grinned at the scene and stood at his place, trying not to laugh too hard as the rabbit evaded the frustrated basilisk. End of flashback. "Nicely done," Harry told her. "However, I came down here because I need your help." "Of course you do," Scylla replied, "as I knew you would." "Yes, you're a very smart one, aren't you?" he asked, caressing her head. "What do you need from me, my pet?" "Remember what I told you about my cousin, the evilman that wants to kill me and who I need to kill?" Scylla nodded. "He made several rituals to create magical artifacts called Horcruxes. These are very difficult to destroy, and only fiend fire or basilisk venom can do it." Hee hee, and you have a source of venom right here," Scylla gloated as Harry waved to be followed, guiding the child basilisk to the dorm chamber. "How much venom do you need, my pet?" "Relax, Scylla," Harry told her, opening the Horcrux chest and showing them all to Scylla. "These are all but one of the Horcruxes. The last one is more complicated to get and it's with it that I need your help." "You don't want my help to destroy these?" Scylla asked, and Harry could swear she pouted, if snakes could pout. "Not yet, Scylla. A Horcrux is an object that holds a little piece of someone's soul. It's a very foul magic and should not be attempted. We could destroy them right now, but we don't know if my cousin could feel their destruction and run away. No, I want to catch him unaware." "Oh, I understand," Scylla replied, perking up. "Then what do you need from me?" "The last Horcrux is a snake. Her name is Nagini and she's a big and dangerous snake. Not more than me. I want your help to kill it." "I'll do it, my pet," Scylla replied promptly. "I will protect you." "Thank you, Scylla. All you have to do is to bite her, and I think that will be enough. If not, you'll have to wrestle her and coiled around her." "Do you think you can do it?" Scylla glared at Harry. "What kind of question is that, my pet?" Right, of course you can, Harry chuckled. How about I tell you of my plan? To that, Scylla nodded. In a few weeks, giving you time to prepare, I will take you to the place where I know he is. I will give you an enchanted object for you to contact me as soon as you kill the snake, and as soon as you do it, me, my mate, and Dobby will go in to deal with him and his servant. Don't worry, my pet. I will not fail, Scylla comforted Harry as he frowned. Oh, I don't doubt it, Scylla. I only realized one thing. What? The call of the roosters is deadly to basilisks, Harry frowned, and Scylla perked. I will probably have to deafen you to make sure those damned things don't hurt you. Why can't you send your elf to kill all the roosters in the place? Scylla asked. For her, it was a far easier plan. Because the muggles could buy more, because my cousin would be suspicious, and because that wouldn't solve the problem forever. No, we need you to be big, strong, and nearly invincible. Scylla had no problems with that logic. So, first things first. You need to practice your fighting, hunting, and stealth. I need to find a way to make you invincible to the call of the roosters. Done, Scylla replied happily. I'm going to the forest to practice with Sereth and Nerissa. Who? Harry asked, confused. Didn't I tell you about them, my pet? Scylla asked, and Harry shook his head, crossing his arms. There's a path to the forest and the caves and it goes into a small nest. There I found Sereth, who is a large python, but not as large or as venomous as me, and Nerissa, who is a viper. When they saw me, they called me king of the snakes and served me almost as well as you do. They are my friends and they will help me when I tell them what my pet needs my help with. Well, if your friends can help you, go ahead. But be safe, will you? Don't worry, my pet, Scylla replied promptly, almost chuckling, raising to Harry's height and licking his face with its forked tongue. I need to protect you, don't I? Harry laughed as Scylla started to slither away back to the main cave, chanting her song. Stretched under the sun. Coiled under the earth. You better beware. Don't you dare to threaten me or I will be the last thing you'll see. It is a catchy tune. Harry whispered to himself, amused. Break. Stretched under the sun. Coiled under the earth. You better beware. Don't you dare to threaten me or I will be the last thing you'll see. Enough, already, Daphne complained of Harry's repetitive singing, and gave him a soft elbow in his ribs. I can't get it out of my head, Harry replied, not joking. The others laughed. Where did you even hear that? Asked Tracy, and Harry shrugged. It wouldn't do to come clean just yet. I don't know, it just popped into my head, Harry replied with a sigh, as Tracy started to mumble the song. Tracy. Millie spoke, shocked, and Tracy blushed. It's true, it gets stuck in the head, she replied and Theo snorted. So, how is Astoria doing? Harry asked. Better every day, Daphne replied with a smile. This group was the best idea we ever had, and to use it to help our grades was even better. True. Greg added, my grades raised from A to EE in only a few months. Mine too, Vince replied, and Blaze nodded. You know the most awesome thing in my eyes, he asked, we're mostly snakes in the group, true, but we have members of all houses, and we're all sociable and I would even dare say friendly with each other. That's the real win there. What the Sorting Hat has been trying to preach every year since who knows when. Theo asked and Blaze nodded. Well, I blame the Lord Slytherin, he added with a smirk. I felt the capitalized letters in what you just said, Harry grumbled, and Theo laughed. The two had become close and were almost good mates. Mon Dieu, a gasp was heard from the Beauxbatons delegation, and everyone turned to the door, where they saw a beaten and bloodied Jason Halleys make his way to the Slytherin table. Harry rose from his seat, as did Daphne, and all the founding members of the Black Wands ran to the bloodied boy, followed by the remaining members and some of the more curious snakes. Before Harry could say anything, Jason looked to him with pained eyes and fell on the ground. Jason, Harry called, making the boy float before hitting the floor with his face. When they saw him, they felt sickened. He had open wounds, some of which were still bleeding. He had a bleeding ear, a busted lip, 2 black eyes, not to mention a number of spell marks on his robes. Sorry. Jason whispered before falling unconscious. Daff. Harry asked, and Daphne shook her head. Madame Pomfrey, get her. I'm here, Mr. Potter, the matron replied, having reached the patient in moments, waving her wand. Who did this? Harry asked, and Madame Pomfrey shook her head. It's impossible to tell. What happened? The grandfatherly voice of Albus Dumbledore asked, and everyone turned towards him, seeing the horrified looks of the staff, the frown from Dumbledore, the disgusted scowl from Snape, the horrified look from Flitwick, and the shocked look from McGonagall. That's what I want to know, as well, Harry replied in a cold tone, seeing Madame Pomfrey floating Jason to the infirmary. I want to know what happened, who did it, and I want the perpetrator punished. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, actions such as this will not be left unpunished. You better do something, headmaster, or I will, Harry warned coldly, and the staff gasped. Snape only raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening the headmaster, Mr. Potter? McGonagall glared at Harry, and he turned to her with a cold mask, hiding flames of anger and fury behind his eyes, ready to be unleashed and burn everything in his path. You, of all people, should agree with me, he replied coldly to the Scot woman, making her gasp. That boy is one of your lions, and yet, instead of being concerned for his well-being and finding who did that to him and why, you're concerned that I am demanding justice. No, you shut up and you listen. Harry roared as McGonagall was about to speak. I am Lord Potter and Lord Slytherin, and I can demand an investigation into what happened. I want to know exactly the who and why that was done to one of my own. Mr. Halleys is a Gryffindor, Mr. Potter, Professor Sinistra spoke, earning a glare from said boy. So what? He's also a Muggle-born and my friend. Does anyone here have a problem with that? Harry asked, and no one dared to open his mouth. Dumbledore said nothing, but any who paid attention could see the proud look he gave the young man before him. Jason Halleys is one of my own, Harry made it known, roaring to the entire hall, heard by everyone. One of ours. One of the Black Wands, he said, his eyes glowing with green flames. You mess with one of mine, you mess with me. And with me, Daphne added at once, understand where Harry was going. And me, Theo added. And me, Tracy replied with a nod. And me, Millie nodded. Me as well, Blaise stepped forward, crossing his arms. And us, Pansy said for her, Greg, and Vince, who crossed their arms and looked menacing, much more than they ever did. And I. Justin Smith said, rising from his seat at the Ravenclaw table. One by one, all of the members of the group rose and made themselves known. However, the surprises wouldn't end there. I will stand with you as well, Victor Crumb announced, and with him, all of the Demstrang students nodded. We, and moi. More than half of the Beauxbatons students nodded. Get those answers, headmaster, Harry replied, seeing everyone who stood with him. Or else we will, and we will demand reparations. With that, Harry left the Great Hall, followed by most of the Black Wands. No order had been spoken, but all knew where they were going. To the hospital wing. Dumbledore stood his ground, suddenly very concerned. Headmaster, what's wrong? Snape asked. I'm worried, Severus, Dumbledore replied, very worried. Why, if I may I ask, the potions professor asked, noticing they had the attention of the remaining heads of house. Today, I saw Harry Potter become all Tom Riddle ever was, Dumbledore replied, and they all gasped. As well as becoming everything he ever wanted to be and all he never managed to become. Dumbledore added, and I don't know if I should feel proud or terrified. Then here is my suggestion, Flitwick started, you don't feel any of them, because you'll investigate this horrible attack on one of our students before the students start to do it on their own. Then you worry yourself with Harry Potter. You are correct, of course, Filius, Dumbledore added. Minerva, I want you to speak with all your house, and particularly with the first years. Try to find out if Mr. Halleys had enemies. Most of the house, no doubt, Snape scoffed. What was that, Severus? Asked Dumbledore. I said, probably most of the house. It wasn't a secret that Mr. Halleys and some Slytherin students are friendly with each other. We all know about the rivalry. My guess would be that a Gryffindor didn't like a first-year socializing with the enemy. And here you are, blaming my lions, Severus. Why couldn't it have been one of your snakes? McGonagall defended herself and her house. Because Harry Potter was friendly with that first-year student, Severus added quickly, and none in my house would be fool enough to go against Harry Potter, Lord of Slytherin, not after all we've seen him do. That shut McGonagall up. Let's find out what happened, Dumbledore replied, secretly agreeing with Snape. A couple of hours later, a few things had been learned. Jason was well liked by the first years, disliked by the older years, particularly the Weasley twins and the fourth-year students. He was the target of several pranks by the twins, intending to humiliate him, and never once he had risen to the bait for a confrontation. Wanting to confront the twins, McGonagall waited for nearly an hour, but they never showed up. Break. When Jason Halleys woke up in the middle of the night, the first thing he saw were 2 green and 2 blue orbs in the darkness. Then the 4 orbs moved, and the boy screamed in fear, only to be blinded by a bright light and find himself under the fuss of the matron of the hospital wing. Everything is fine, Mr. Halleys, Madame Pomfrey spoke, reassuring the boy, who slowly recovered his sight. I told them not to leave those snakes here, but they wouldn't listen. Jason looked at where he had seen the bright orbs and saw 2 massive snakes, one of which he had seen glimpses of before. He believed it was called Zale, the one Harry could summon. And the other was the one that protected Daphne from Weaselette during the ball, Kale, he believed. What happened? He asked, feeling his entire body hurting. You were assaulted and made your way to the Great Hall. Oh, yes, I remember. The boy replied, blanching, am I in trouble? I don't know, are you? Madame Pomfrey asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh man, Captain Halleys is going to be pissed. The boy grumbled, surprising Madame Pomfrey. Mr. Halleys, I need to summon the headmaster and your head of house. You seem to be well enough to answer questions. The boy only nodded, looking sullen. Madame Pomfrey looked at him in surprise, and saw the boy sigh, falling on his back. In less than 5 minutes, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and the remaining heads of house were at the hospital wing. Ah, Mr. Halleys, glad to see you're awake, Dumbledore said with a grandfatherly smile, as the two snakes took protective stances around Jason, much to everyone's surprise. Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass gave orders for the snakes to protect Mr. Halleys from everyone but me, Madame Pomfrey said when she realized what was happening. It seems that your friends care about you, Mr. Halleys, Flitwick said, and Jason only nodded embarrassedly. So, am I in trouble? Asked Jason after a moment. All heads of house looked at each other and at the boy. You tell us, young man, McGonagall replied, and Jason looked at her, surprised. You don't like me very much, do you? He asked, and the heads of house were surprised, most of all McGonagall. What? What nonsense is that? She defended herself, I have nothing against you. Well, you're not exactly the most trusting of people to bring our problems, least of all after Harry was resorted. Jason complained with a snort, and McGonagall gaped. Flitwick and Sprout raised an eyebrow but Snape had to hold back a laugh. Well, young man, care to tell us what happened? Or should we start? For you see, we believe we know what happened. The Weasley twins pranked you again, things got out of hand, and they cast other spells on you because they wanted you to stop associating yourself with Mr. Potter and his group. Jason nodded. Then something happened, you were injured and they ran away and have not been found yet. Not found. Oh, crap, how long has it been? Jason asked at once, paling in concern, shocking the adults. A few hours. Get someone to the Gryffindor Tower, 5th floor, one of the abandoned rooms, Jason nearly ordered, surprising everyone, now, damn it. Surprised, the headmaster did it at once, sending one house elf. Seconds later, the house elf returned with the bodies of the Weasley twins, both stunned, one with a broken knee and a twisted arm, and the other with a broken elbow. The adults looked in shock to the twins and to Jason, who looked embarrassed and concerned. How much trouble am I in? Maybe start from the beginning. Flitwick said, surprised. You, caused this. Jason nodded. How? Grandfather is SAS, retired, of course, and he started to teach me when I was 6. Severus Snape raised an eyebrow. He was the only one. What's that? Sprout asked. Muggle Army, Special Forces. Jason replied sheepishly, he was injured back in the 80s and honorably discharged, and since he had been a lousy father, his own words, he decided to try and be a proper grandfather. After my dad died, he did his best to help my mum with me and... Well, he demands good grades, regular physical training to be fit and in shape, proper social conduct, and good behavior. He always told me that I should never start a fight unprovoked, but I should always finish it, but I should try to avoid fights altogether. A sensible upbringing. Dumbledore replied, not knowing what to say. It's harsh, but I know the old man loves me in his own way. Jason glared at the headmaster. I was going to the military academy when I received the Hogwarts letter. That doesn't explain what happened, McGonagall said, crossing her arms. Yes, would you agree to submit a memory of the event for our review? Asked Dumbledore, and Jason frowned. A memory? How does that work? He asked, and Dumbledore smiled, explaining the young boy the process. Jason quickly agreed to. Break. The following day, the Hogwarts Great Hall went silent after Dumbledore's announcement, and everyone turned to the little boy at the end of the Gryffindor table, sat with a few of his peers, all looking in awe at him. Oh, yeah, I forgot Jason knew martial arts, but this is bloody ridiculous. Harry thought to himself as he, too, looked to the boy. The staff decided that Mr. and Mr. Weasley will not be expelled, despite of a vicious attack on a first year. Instead, they shall be kept under close observance, have all privileges revoked, and all their personal effects not related with school and schoolwork shall be confiscated. Mr. Halleys, while technically the victim, shall also be punished with detention with Mr. Filch until the end of the term, for a violent conduct. Many flinched when they heard Dumbledore's words, and many felt bad about the brat. Mr. Halleys is also forbidden from engaging in any sort of physical fighting. The brat should teach a few oars. Moody grunted offhandedly. Oh, come on, the kid only defended himself. Without a wand and against 2 wizards several years older, Harry rose from his seat. He viciously attacked Fred and George. Granger rose, arguing against Harry's reasoning. Who attacked him first? A Ravenclaw added. Who also needed to be taken down a few pegs, a Hufflepuff declared, the twins deserved it. Yeah, many cheered. Regardless, the rules say no fighting, and Mr. Halleys is going to be punished, Dumbledore intervened. Now that the matter is settled, let us indulge in our lunch and get back to our classes. As lunch began, most conversations centered around Jason and the twins, and many found the sentence unfair for the boy. Almost no one was sympathetic towards the twins, who were still in the hospital wing. Malfoy mocked the twins, as the brat had used inferior Muggle methods to beat the two blood traitors, implying they were inferior to Muggles. Granger was livid. Weaselette glared at the Firsty, and said Firsty was eating slowly, answering the questions put to him by his odd-year mates. Bloody brat, Theo complained, stabbing some meat and attracting the attention of everyone around him, made us all worried about him. Yeah, and he was the one who did the worse, Tracy grumbled, amused. Harry snickered, which gradually evolved into a full laugh, shared by Daphne and the rest of them, one by one. In the end, Harry raised his cup when he noticed Jason looking at him, surprised, and nodded in appreciation. Jason nodded nervously back. Astoria stabbed her lunch, glaring at the boy. When she thought she was doing better, he always pulled a surprise, proving to be much better than her. Still, she had been shocked and terrified when she saw him the first time. He is cute for a Firsty, though, one of Astoria's friends shared, making the younger Greengrass almost choke on her food. Give him a few years and he may become a handsome boy. Dumbledore looked around the hall and noticed how many students were the focus of the attention of the others. He recognized many of them as being the ones in Harry Potter's little group, the Black Wands, if he remembered correctly. His attention went to Harry Potter, who was laughing among his friends, and he wondered what the future held for the young men, and if it was light or dark. Break. Harry exited the fluid number 12 Grimmauld Place, alone, dressed in formal robes. Lord Potter Slytherin, Creature welcomes you to the House of Black, the elf said with a bow. Master said you'd be early, and that I was to inform him of your arrival at once. Thank you, Creature, Harry nodded, and Creature popped away. Who's there? Harry heard a familiar screeching voice and walked to the entrance hall, where he found the portrait. Madam Black, Harry extended a greeting, and the painting frowned. You. She acknowledged him, you're my son's godson, and you have diluted black blood in your veins. That I am, Madam Black. Harry Potter Slytherin. I heard about that. The painting replied again, surprising Harry as she hadn't complained or found it outrageous. My son told me and I could barely believe it. I welcome you to the noble House of Black, Lord Slytherin. Thank you, Madam Black, Harry replied, finding it strangely odd that the woman was so polite. Ah, Harry, the voice of Sirius made itself heard. Are you bothering my mother? He asked with a chuckle. Not at all, I hope. We were only doing the introductions, Harry replied, you failed to do it last time I was here. Ah, well, my bad. Harry, meet my mother. Mother, my godson, Lord Potter, Lord Slytherin, and the vanquisher of the wanker you worshipped, he replied offhandedly. Who happened to be a distant cousin, Harry added, not missing the frown from the painting. Now come with me, Harry. There are 2 new additions to the House of Black and I want you to meet them before the others arrive. Who are the others? Asked Harry. The Malfoys and the Tonks. My cousin's families, Sirius replied, walking along the hallway. Harry looked one last time to the portrait and saw Lady Black with a vacant look, although she had a smirk on her lips. Odd. Madam Black, it was a pleasure. Lord Slytherin. Harry followed Sirius into the sitting room and to his surprise, he found a pretty, tanned, black-haired woman, dressed in a fine, regal, black dress with long sleeves. She had blue eyes and was sitting in a chair to the left of an empty one, in front a tea table set with tea and biscuits. In front of her, dressed in black robes, was none other than Remus Lupin. Harry raised an eyebrow when he entered, and Remus sighed. Don't ask, Remus said. Nonsense, Moony, Sirius added, Remus here has been a good friend for so many years that I decided to adopt him into the family. Remus blushed, and Harry wanted to laugh. And this beautiful lady is Señorita Isabella Vincenta Oliveira. The woman seemed somewhat embarrassed, and nodded as her hand was taken by Harry, who kissed it. She's Spanish, and a descendant of a branch of the Black family long thought extinct. A pleasure, Señor. The pleasure is mine, Señorita. Either is fine, she replied in an almost accent-free English. Isabella, this is my godson, the one I told you about, the woman widened her eyes. Harry Potter, she asked. If Lord Black told you about me, he may have exaggerated a few things. If you read books, you read only fiction, Harry replied. I heard a lot, and many things were hard to believe. Lord Potter, Lord Slytherin, a champion for a dangerous tournament, and all this at 14, she replied. Believe me, if it had to happen, I would have rather had it be a few years from now, he replied. Lord Black surely does keep an interesting family. Believe me, Isabella, some of the most interesting are yet to arrive, Sirius replied, and Remus looked uncomfortable. I have no idea who the Tonkses are, but how are the Malfoys interesting? Harry asked. Doesn't the brat put his foot in his mouth every few words? Sirius asked. point taken. So, before you arrived, Isabella was telling us of her schooling back in Spain and her dueling days on the Spanish national circuit, said Sirius as Isabella nodded, which made Harry quite interested in what she had to say. Apparently, Isabella was an accomplished duelist. In the short time they had known each other, she and Sirius had engaged in several practice duels, which more often than had resulted in a draw. All because of a teacher I had, Senor Tavares. He suggested I try out my skills in the leagues, and I liked it, so I continued. It's not enough to make a living out of it, but it's a hobby I can match with my work. What do you do? Harry asked. I am a Policia, your Auror, I believe. Nymphadora is also in the training program for the Auror Corps, Sirius said. That's Nymphadora Tonks, my cousin Andromeda and her husband Ted's daughter. Harry nodded. Of course he knew that, but there were appearances to be maintained. Master, the Tonks family has arrived, Creature said as he popped into the room. Lovely, Sirius replied, rising from his seat. I'll be returning shortly. Is there something that should be known about the Tonks? Isabella asked. Andromeda Tonks was disowned by Lord Orion Black for marrying a Muggle-born, but it backfired on him when they had a daughter with a thought to be lost magical talent. Really? Harry asked. Yes, I'll let you see for yourselves, what else? Ted is a lawyer, Andromeda is a healer, and like Sirius said, Dora is in the training program for the Auror Corps. A loud crash was heard in the other room, and the painting screeched before suddenly going silent, only to be replaced by Sirius's laughter. Moments later, the familiar faces of Ted Tonks, Andromeda Tonks, and their daughter, Nymphadora you better call me Tonks, showed up. Let it be said that Dora has a talent for shutting up my mother, Sirius laughed as he entered. Isabella noticed the hair of the girl change from pink to red before going back to pink. Metamorphmagus? Isabella asked, surprised. Yes. I'm Tonks, she introduced herself before grinning. Are you the Spanish Auror? Yes. Isabella Vincenta Oliveira. She replied awkwardly. This is so cool, Tonks shrieked, her hair changing colors in quick sequence. What's it like there? What's your catch rate? What kind of problems do you have to deal with on a daily basis? How many raids have you been on? The questions were fired one after another, and Andromeda sighed in exasperation. Harry, meet Andromeda Tonks and Theodore Tonks. That overexcited firecracker is Nymphadora. Oi, what did I tell you about that name? Tonks replied in anger. Blimey, Harry Potter. Watcher, Harry. I haven't seen you since the end of your first year. Call me Tonks. Hey, Tonks, he replied promptly, nice to meet you. You too, Mr. and Mrs. Tonks. Hello, Harry. Last time I saw you were such a small thing. Andromeda replied, and Ted smiled. Andy, Ted, you've already met Isabella, Sirius spoke, and both of them acknowledged her. Indeed, it's lovely to see you again, Isabella. How are you adapting to Britain and the Black family in general? Britain is colder than I thought and I am a bit overwhelmed, actually, Isabella replied, and Andromeda laughed. I understand the feeling, believe me, Ted replied. Yes, Lord Black. Sirius insisted, we're all family. Of course. Sirius. Isabella smiled. Sirius told me you were once in the same place as I am. Well, not quite, as I only met the old man Arcturus, my lovely wife, and Sirius. Ted replied, and Harry perked up. I don't mean to intrude, but care to explain? Harry asked. Well, Harry, you see, Ted here is more than a mere Muggle-born, Sirius added, patting Ted's back. He's the son of two Squib descendants from the Black family, who met in a mere coincidence. Or so we were all told. Ted added. True, and my grandfather Arcturus' great plan was to monitor the Squibs of the family and check them for the birth of a magical child, to renew the blood ties and our family strength, Sirius said with a smile. He was great man with a great vision. Unfortunately, Voldemort happened, and the old man eventually died, and my father didn't share my grandfather's visions, but I do, and I will make sure my grandfather's plan is fulfilled. We will fill the ranks of the family with those of black blood who are both worthy and willing to join, and make this family great once again. Harry nodded and appreciated the idea, as did all others. Ingenious, and quite revolutionary, Harry spoke, I like it. Ted was the first, Isabella is only the second, but there will be more, Sirius replied. Now, if only the Malfoys showed up. Master, the Malfoys have arrived, Creature announced. Speak of the devil, Sirius replied, and most laughed, I'll be right back. For Harry, one thing was certain, it was turning out to be a very interesting get-together. He looked around, paying attention to the conversation, and almost laughed when he saw the looks shared between Tonks and Remus. Some things never change. Sirius quickly came back grinning while followed by an annoyed Draco Malfoy and his exasperated mother. Cousin, Lord Malfoy, you've already met the Tonks and Remus Lupin. The beautiful lady is Señorita Isabella Vincenta Oliveira, a Spanish descendant of a black branch long thought extinct. Narcissa raised an eyebrow in surprise, but her son looked bored. A pleasure. Isabella said. I had no idea the blacks still lived in Spain, Narcissa said. They don't, Isabella added, the family died out centuries ago, merging with others and falling into oblivion. I see, Narcissa replied, I trust the rest of the family has welcomed you. With open arms, yes. Lord Black has tried to make it as homely as possible. Yes, Lord Black has his moments, Narcissa replied, turning to her sister. Andy. Sissy, Andromeda replied equally cold. Wow, I've seen more cheer in a graveyard, Sirius replied, and all turned to him. Sit down, all of you, I have some things to say. They all did, although some did it unwillingly, and turned their attention to the Lord Black. Only one noticed the painting of Walburga Black entering a frame in the room, and he wouldn't tell anyone, as he was the one who suggested it in the first place. Once, a long time ago, my grandfather Arcturus decided to search for the magical descendants of squibs from the Black family. In his search, he found one, our own Ted Tonks. Narcissa and Draco looked shocked at the older men, who nodded. I don't know much about their time together, but I know that grandfather required Andy's help, as she was the one closer in age, and the fact they fell in love was only a boon, Sirius said, and Ted smiled as he held his wife's hand, who leaned into his shoulder. So, after a long time waiting, welcome to the Black family, Ted. Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood and marriage. Thank you, Lord Black. Andy, you were brought back into the family the moment I took the mantle of the Lord Black, so no speech for you. Andromeda nodded with a huge smile. Nymphadora, and I swear I will curse you first, Sirius told the Auror student. As the daughter of two blacks, you are a black yourself. Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood. Although annoyed, the Metamorphmagus nodded and looked proudly to her parents. Now, Remus Lupin is not related to the blacks of any recent generation, nor is he the descendant of squibs, but he's family to me and I am the Lord Black, so from this moment forward, Remus Lupin, he who has another name and a furry problem, is from this moment forward, a member of the Black family. So I say it, so it is. Use the name Black with pride, my brother, for it is now yours by rights of brotherhood. Remus nodded in thanks, although sheepishly, and Harry couldn't miss the grin from Tonks. Isabella Vincenta Oliveira, you are the second black descendant to be found, and we welcome you to our midst, should it be your desire. It is, Lord Black, the woman replied. Then, from this moment forward, you may call yourself a black. Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood. Thank you, Lord Black, she said, almost spilling the emotion in her voice. Now, Lord Malfoy, Malfoy perked up, being related to Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, you are entitled to use the name Black. Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood. Malfoy smirked smugly. Lord Potter Slytherin. How may I be of service, Lord Black? Harry asked promptly. Being related to the Black family by blood, you are entitled to use the name Black. However, for bonds of magic and brotherhood, you are also entitled to the name Black. Harry nodded. Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood and brotherhood. Also, let it be known that since the Black line is patriarchal, and therefore Dora Blacktonks is excluded as a possibility, until I have a child of my own, I name you my heir. What? Malfoy stood. Why him? I have the better claim. And I am the Lord Black and what I say is done. Do you have a problem with that, Lord Malfoy? Sirius demanded coldly. In that short moment, by throwing a tantrum, Malfoy proved to be the lesser choice, and all agreed with the Lord Black. Malfoy sat grumbling. Be sure of one thing, Draco Malfoy, you are only here because of your mother, Sirius replied, and while Narcissa understood the underlined words, her son did not. As I was saying, Lord Potter Slytherin, heir of Black. Would it be possible to ask you to hurry up and have a child? Harry asked, and almost all laughed. I'll put it on the list, after finding the perfect woman for the job, Sirius replied with a grin. Now, let's feast. In the frame, the painting of Walburga Black smirked, admiring Sirius's demeanor. For a small moment, she believed she was seeing her own uncle Arcturus instead of her son. How could they have been so blind? How wrong they had been. The feast was well underway, and Lord Black made sure everything was well liked by everyone. Sirius sat at the head, with Harry on his right and Remus on his left. Being a guest, Isabella sat next to Harry, and at her side sat Andromeda, followed by her husband. The seat in front of Sirius, reserved for the Lady Black, was empty, and on the side of Remus sat Narcissa, Draco, and Tonks. They ate, drank, and had their fun into the afternoon, when they returned to the parlor. Any ideas for the third task, Harry? Asked Ted. My only idea is winning the damn thing. My whole house believes I can do it, and now I want to prove them right, Harry replied. Draco told me you were resorted to Slytherin back in November, Narcissa said. And I have to say that in little more than a week, Slytherin became more my home than Gryffindor ever was, Harry said with a smile. It helps when we have supportive and equally minded people. Indeed, Narcissa replied, Draco also told me that you were the one who started the movement to banish him from the house. Considering he brought a young basilisk into the house, he was lucky I didn't do anything more serious to him. You punched me. Malfoy whined outraged. Yes, and I could have done something far worse, but I just decided to throw you to the rest of the house, Harry replied defiantly. I'd wager Zale missed you. Malfoy blanched and shut up at once. Zale? Ted asked and Harry drew his wand, summoning the snake. That's Zale, he replied, as the snake hissed, coiling itself near Harry, surprising everyone. Draco nearly wet himself. You may have seen her little brother Cale in the paper after the whole debacle at the Yule Ball, protecting my girlfriend. Yes, we did. Andromeda replied, surprised and in awe with the snake. What kind of spell was that? Asked Isabella, wrapping her hair behind her ear, a movement seen by Narcissa, who found it familiar, although she didn't know from where. The family kind, and not the black one, Harry replied. Good answer, Ted replied as Sirius chuckled. Harry is a little well of surprises, Sirius added. Much more than his mother or father ever were. Believe me, I know. You two remind me of each other, Isabella spoke, looking at the Lord Black and the Black Heir, who looked back at her, both surprised. I don't know why, but you two remind me of each other. Charming looks, asked Sirius, because he has none. Maybe the wits, which I clearly have all of them. Oh, you certainly aren't Sirius. No, I'm Harry. You're serious, Harry replied, and Sirius laughed, as did Isabella and the Tonks. Draco found it a bad joke and scowled, and Narcissa gasped, recognizing the laughter she hadn't heard in years. Merlin, it can't be. She whispered. Dora, didn't you have an appointment? Andromeda asked suddenly, and Tonks rose from her seat, blushing. You're right. I'm sorry but I have an appointment in Diagon Alley, Tonks said, addressing the group. It was lovely to meet you but I really must go. Feel free to return at any time Dora, Sirius spoke as she left by Flo. Say, Remus, didn't you have that thing? Thing? What thing? Remus asked, paling after a moment. Oh. Sirius snorted. Dumbass, Sirius mumbled, as he laughed at his friend's awkwardness. Yes, actually, I do have that thing. Flo closes at midnight, Sirius warned, as Remus said his farewells. Who do those two think they're fooling? Andromeda asked. The extra data lessons I would have bought, but the dueling tutoring. Bah. Regrettably, it is also nearly my curfew hour, Harry said, checking the time. It pains me to say this but I must be off. As does Draco, Narcissa replied hastily, maybe you can leave together. How are you going back? Harry hesitated and looked to an outraged Malfoy. Sure. Why not? Harry replied, as Dobby popped next to him and he unsummoned Zale. We leave by House Elf Express. Dobby, take Draco here back to Hogwarts, please. Yes, Master, Dobby replied promptly, and grabbed Malfoy by the arm, popping away, leaving a shocked Narcissa behind. Dobby popped back in moments later. All done, Master. In that case, I bid you farewell. Lord Black, ladies and gentlemen. Ted raised his cup and Harry put his hand on Dobby's shoulder. Chamber of Secrets, Dobby, and he was off. In the Chamber of Secrets, moments later, Harry turned to Dobby. Where did you send Malfoy? Into the lake, Dobby grinned, and Harry laughed. Back in number 12 Grimmauld Place, Narcissa recovered from her shock only to notice Andromeda glaring at her. She knows, Andromeda said simply, and a surprised Sirius turned to Narcissa, as did Ted. Isabella became suddenly nervous. Narcissa? Sirius asked coldly, what do you know? She hesitated, deciding not to say a word. She recognized the laughter, Andromeda replied, and Narcissa looked at her oldest sister in surprise. Isabella looked even more nervous. Shit. Sirius replied, turning to Isabella. It's not your fault. You did a good job. Shoo. It's fine, Sirius told her softly and she nodded. Bella? Narcissa asked in shock and pure disbelief. They said you were dead, that Sirius killed you. Leave them to me. I'll take care of it, Andromeda said, looking to Sirius and her husband. Ted looked to Sirius and nodded. Mother. Sirius called. Yes, Lord Black. Walburga asked from a frame. You can stay if you want, Sirius told her, as Narcissa looked in surprise to her aunt's painting, unexpectedly submissive to her son. "Ted, a drink." "I think that's for the best," he replied, looking at his wife. "Don't be too harsh on her. She did a good job." "It's not Bella I'm angry at," Andromeda replied, and Ted nodded, leaving the room with Sirius. "What the hell is going on here?" demanded Narcissa, rising from her seat only to fall back on it after being slapped by Andromeda. "Merlin, I've wanted to do that since you were 15, Andromeda said, and Narcissa looked wide-eyed at her sister. "Bella, you did a good job." "Thank you," Bella replied, looking down. "What did I tell you about looking down, you stupid girl?" Andromeda demanded, and Bella looked up. "You're a black, not a weakling Lestrange anymore. A black doesn't look down for anyone." Bella gulped and Narcissa felt scared. "I guess you want some answers, don't you?" The youngest sister only nodded. "Then listen closely. Grandfather Arcturus approached me with an idea when I was 11, before I went to Hogwarts. I was to help him train a descendant of squibs with black blood. That's how I met Ted. Ted was supposed to be a Muggle born, and to keep a low profile he made sure he was sorted into Hufflepuff. Time passed, I taught Ted, and we fell in love. Grandfather was pleased and gave us his blessing. Then the Dark Lord revealed himself, and Grandfather planned accordingly. Realizing the Dark Lord would divide our family, he decided to gamble our family's future on both sides, light and dark. The family was dark, so there was no need to be concerned with that one. But there was need of someone more on the light side, someone to make more alliances and take an active stance. "Sirius?" Narcissa asked, shocked, disbelief clear in her face. Sirius was bound for Slytherin. There was absolutely no doubt in that. He was cunning, he was smart and charismatic, and that's why Grandfather chose Sirius for the role of the Light Black. Andromeda snorted as Bella frowned, looking sad. Sirius embraced his duty after a lot of complaining. I remember how he complained, how he argued, but Grandfather was unyielding, and Sirius never actually said no. In the end, Sirius did as Grandfather asked of him, and although Grandfather helped him plan his role, some plans were his own, like the sorting. He told me he barely convinced the Hat to put him in Gryffindor, and in that moment, with that single event, the entire country believed Sirius to be light, and a pariah in his own family. Dumbledore did, our own family did, you did, Bella did. With that single decision, Sirius did more for Grandfather's plan than we all did or could ever do together, Andromeda told her sister, and Narcissa saw how Bella clenched her hands in her dress. It wasn't fair, Bella complained in a hiss. Life isn't fair, Isabella, Andromeda replied, and Bella hissed. Sirius deserved better. Yes, he did, Andromeda replied solemnly. Now, things evolved, and Sirius truly bonded with his little group of friends. It was a true friendship, and it helped that Potter was against all things dark. It helped Sirius to step away from the dark of his legacy, and the fact they were as close as brothers helped all the more. Then all that Grandfather predicted happened. He died, the family rallied to the dark, and were nearly all wiped out. Andromeda spoke, filling a glass with liquor. There were times when Sirius wanted to give up, there were times he felt himself lost. I know this because he came to me and Ted when he needed to talk. Every time he faced Bellatrix in battle, for example, who he still cared about as family. When Regulus died. Even when Auntie died in those few months before the end of the war. He did. Walburga asked, and Andromeda looked at the painting. He cried, too. He got to our house, drunk and in grief, and he told us he had only one rule to fit in within the light, to wonder, what would his mother do, and do the opposite. And it worked. Walburga had no idea if she should be pleased or not, but she felt proud and touched. She ignored the prickling sensation in her eyes. He also told me something that if you repeat outside of this room, I will deny it vehemently. He told me he loved you. Andromeda chuckled, and Walburga was unable to hold back her tears. Granted, he was piss-drunk and he doesn't remember ever saying that. Moving on, Sirius went to Azkaban. I tried to help him, but I had no proof and no way to get him out. As far as everyone was concerned, he was guilty. Eventually he escaped and I was livid, because apparently he could have escaped any time, she chuckled. Then he went to Hogwarts, proved his innocence to Harry, Pettigrew escaped and so did he, thankfully. Finally, this year Harry managed to prove him innocent, and Sirius has been rebuilding our family ever since, doing what Grandfather would have done, and wanted to do. And Bella? Narcissa asked. Andromeda waved to her younger sister. I don't know. I was in Azkaban, and then I was in Diagon Alley, wanting answers to the questions plaguing me since Christmas, when Sirius visited me in secret and told me few bits of the truth. When he told me, I don't know. I felt anger, rage against him, against Grandfather, but I also admired him, what he had done, what he had achieved. I needed to know everything. I wanted to know everything. I wanted to know why Sirius had done it, why he accepted. I found myself in Diagon Alley, with no idea how I got there, and I just wanted to come home. I wanted to come here, and I wanted to confront Sirius. I wanted answers. Luckily, he was alone. I demanded the answers and... Bella sobbed, not caring to hide it from her sisters. We cursed him, we renounced him, we hated him, and he stood always true. We was the truest black of us all. But the paper said you fought him. That there was a body. Narcissa added, and Andromeda snorted. Blood golem. Besides, who would doubt the word of the Lord Black? Especially when a dangerous fugitive was killed by his hand, solving a lot of problems for the DMLE. Sirius called me, and I took Bella away while he prepared the blood golem. And we did fight, Bella replied. I remember fighting Sirius, but I didn't want to hurt him. I wanted to leave, I wanted to go away and die. Somehow, Sirius broke a compulsion on me and gave me another chance. Andy and Ted helped, of course. They took me to Spain and tortured me as they laughed, watching me living as a muggle for weeks. They forced me to do a muggle procedure to permanently change my face, helped me to get physically and mentally better. I had to relearn acclimacy and work on my anger management. I did everything the Lord Black ordered me to. Create a new personality, a new character, a new backstory, and a new language, all for this. To be a part of the family again and have a second chance at living. Are you forsaking the Dark Lord? Narcissa asked, and Bella shook her head. I'm putting my family first this time, like I should have done before. If the Dark Lord returns, I will serve him if the Lord Black orders me to, but I won't jump in, even if I still bear his mark. What about you, Auntie Walburga? Narcissa asked, turning to the painting. You hated Sirius. I saw and heard everything between my son and Bellatrix, the painting replied. I could not believe the accusations I heard from Bellatrix, but when I heard the confirmation from Sirius's own lips, I couldn't believe the boy deceived us all. That of all of us, he was the truest Black and the truest Slytherin, she answered, looking proud. I am proud of my son. Now you know everything, Andromeda replied, sitting on her chair. Leaving only one more thing to settle. And what's that? Narcissa asked, scared of her eldest sister's cold demeanor. She could be more terrifying than her Aunt Walburga and Mad Bellatrix combined. How worthwhile is it for our new family to let you keep those memories? Andromeda replied coldly, and Narcissa gulped in fear. Chapter 26, Chapter. Harry put the finishing touches on his plans for the runic array he intended to use with Scylla and stood from his chair, walking out of the living area into the main chamber. At that hour, the chamber was still empty, as Scylla was still sleeping. It was barely 7 and he had been up for at least an hour. He stretched and ran a few laps along the chamber, before heading back to shower to meet his girlfriend and friends at the common room. If everything worked out, Voldemort would be dead by the end of the week, or so he hoped. With his shower taken, Harry dressed himself and had Dobby take him to the common room, where he met Astoria. Good morning, Firecracker, Harry spoke, and Astoria blushed. Good morning. What are you doing here so early? I couldn't stand to be in the dorm any longer. She revealed, my dorm mates started to talk about, you wouldn't understand. I can try, he replied. No, never mind, I'd rather speak to Daphne. Womanly things. Yeah, if that's it, then you're probably better asking a woman. Yeah. But for curiosity's sake, is it about the monthlies, the size of the boobs, ass, or boys? Astoria was momentarily stunned by question, but as she looked back at Harry, he seemed to be serious. She decided to take a chance. Well, the period. I still haven't gotten mine and all others did. My boobs aren't growing like I wanted them to, and the only concern about boys I have is to be away from their stupidity. As a member of the male population, ouch, Harry replied. Don't worry about the other things. You're still young. Astoria snorted. How do you know, she asked, and Harry was not going to tell her he read books on raising up little girls, preparing for Daphne's puberty. It may have escaped your notice, but you're not the only girl growing around here and going through that stuff. I've seen some weird things since I was 11, and I'm not talking about magic. Right. I'm serious. Back in Gryffindor, we used to learn the hard way how to recognize the signs and the do's and don'ts, Harry told her. Besides, if we check your close family, the women are quite beautiful. Chances are you're going to be just as pretty and good-looking as your mother, and if you're lucky, your sister. You're just saying that to be nice. Suit yourself, Firecracker, Harry replied with a shrug. If you're so knowledgeable, then why didn't I bleed yet? Astoria asked, defiantly. It never happens at the same time for every girl, Harry told her. Some girls bleed at 10, others at 14, many in the middle. Besides, why are you in a hurry to experience pain, cramps, and a lovely sour mood for almost a week? Astoria looked at him. Granger, she asked and Harry snorted. Nah, your sister, Harry replied, sometimes she has cramps all day. She flinches if I touch her, and sometimes even snaps at me to leave her be. It's like she's oversensitive to touch. That's why on those days I usually bring her a gift and stay there with her, no pressure, no nothing. A flower is usually enough to raise her mood. You gave her a flower yesterday. And what does that tell you? He asked her, and Astoria laughed. My point is, don't be in a hurry. In no time you'll be being chased around by boys, and I know I will have to play the part of the big brother. Astoria giggled. Thanks Harry, she said as she rose from the couch, you make a fine big brother, even if it's creepy you know this much about girls. Never hurts to be prepared. Harry replied, noticing the surprise in Astoria's face when she looked back at him. Daphne's behind us, isn't she? He asked. Yup, Daphne replied, and there was a giggle. And you're not alone. Nope, Daphne replied again. I see. Astoria, does Daphne have that look she has when she's angry? The one that says, I will cut you in little pieces if I catch you. I was thinking more, I will make you regret you were ever born, but that works too. Then, no. No, he asked surprised. No. She's happy, and smiling, Astoria replied, and Harry raised an eyebrow. Look at me, you idiot. Harry did, and saw his girlfriend smiling at him, as well as Tracy, Millie, and Pansy, all looking smug while Theo, Blaze, Greg, and Vince looked unsure. Hi, he said, and Daphne smiled, cupping his face and kissing him. How is it he always gets away at the top? Blaze asked to no one in particular, as Daphne slid over the chair into Harry's lap, all without breaking the kiss. Oi, lovebirds, enough, Pansy said, you can continue later, unless you want to be left behind. Daphne broke the kiss with a smile while Harry whimpered. Go ahead, Daphne replied, we'll meet you there. Theo snorted and they left them in the chair. What's wrong? He asked, and Daphne smiled. Nothing. That was just great advice you gave my sister, and you should be rewarded. I have more advice to share. He replied with a wink, and Daphne giggled. I had never realized you always brought me a flower during my period week. What kind of a Slytherin would I be if I did things openly? Asked Harry, and Daphne laughed. It was music to his ears. Do you do all of this out of kindness, then? She asked, their noses touching. Of course not, Harry replied, I expect repayment for all the things I do. Then tell me, Lord Potter Slytherin, how can I repay you for all your kindness to me and my sister? She asked in almost a whisper in his ear, feeling his trousers tighten and hiding a blush. I can think of several ways, in the long and the short runs. He replied, his face buried in her neck. Oh. Tell me about the long run. You, me, together, forever. I won't accept anything else. I like the sound of that, if you continue to act like this. For you. Always, Harry replied, kissing her. And in the short run, she asked after the snogging. Your heart. In full, he replied. I thought you'd want more, she replied huskily and mockingly. I can wait for your body, Harry replied, his hand touching Daphne's leg and moving it up over her skirt and thigh, making her gasp. Don't get me wrong, I want you, in more ways than you believe, but I can wait for that, as long as I have your heart. You have it, Daphne hit a gasp, feeling Harry's hand on her but as his lips grabbed hers. Breakfast could wait. Break. Was it me, or was Moody particularly cranky today? Theo asked after a long 2-hour period in Dada. He seemed normal to me, Millie replied with a shrug, why? I don't know, it felt like he picked on us more than usual, I'm not sure. The boy replied. You're probably growing paranoid, Tracy replied, kissing him on the cheek. Never mind him, I bet he was born cranky. That made the fourth-year Slytherins chuckle. Any ideas for what to do today? Blaze asked. I want to finish the charms homework, and you can help me, Millie replied, and Blaze grinned. Of course, love, he replied, and Millie smiled. I have that meeting about the third task today. Harry groaned. What's that about? Any idea? Asked Tracy. None, but I noticed some work at the Quidditch pitch, Harry told her, maybe they are planning something and want us to know about it, no idea, actually. I'm sure it's nothing time-consuming, Daphne added, they didn't offer you any clues for the third task yet. Maybe that's it. Probably, Harry replied, hugging Daphne by the waist. But for now, I won't care about it, or anything else. I suggest you care about transfiguration, mister, Daphne admonished playfully. That's where we're headed now. Harry groaned. Lovely. And I had just decided which chair I wanted to sleep in, Harry said with a sigh. Rough night. Theo asked with a smirk, you didn't seem too tired this morning. Daphne blushed with a huge smile. Not really, but... Harry started looking strange, I have had this strange feeling for the past couple of hours, ever since Dada started. His friends all looked at him with quizzical expressions, but Harry didn't notice. It's like a buzz in my ears with a tingling headache. Daphne frowned at that. If I didn't know any better, I would have said someone was using legilimency on me. That's weird, mumbled Blaze, and Harry shrugged. It's probably nothing, Harry replied, hugging Daphne tighter around her waist, looking down at her with a grin. Maybe a kiss from a beautiful girl would help me feel better. Harry chuckled. What do you say, Daph? Would you like to try, for science? Daphne rolled her eyes with an amused snort and gave him one kiss on the cheek. That's enough for now, she said, and Harry pouted while their friends laughed. They reached the Transfiguration classroom, and as usual, the door was open. They entered and sat at their usual seats, sitting quietly, in contrast with the rowdy Gryffindors. McGonagall appeared shortly before the class started and quickly started to talk about conjuration, a branch of transfiguration. That's what Potter and Greengrass do with their demonic snakes, isn't it? Asked Lavender Brown, raising her arm. No, it is not, Ms. Brown, McGonagall replied. Mr. Potter, care to explain? You can conjure objects, but you can only summon living things, Harry explained shortly, but that was the essence of it. What Potter forgot to explain was that a conjuration is often the act of transfiguring the air itself into the desired object, while summoning involves the act of bringing a living creature from one place to our location, Granger supplied promptly with a snobbish look, almost sneering at her former friend. Very good. 5 points for Mr. Potter and other 5 for Ms. Granger, McGonagall replied. Can anyone give an example of a summoning spell? She asked, looking at 2 particular Slytherins, apart from summoning your snakes. Daphne raised her hand, as did Granger. Ms. Granger. And people said McGonagall was a fair teacher. Avis, summoning birds, the know-it-all replied with a smug look. Very good, that's a Newt-level spell, McGonagall replied, turning to Daphne, Ms. Greengrass. Serpensortia, she replied, and McGonagall paled slightly but accepted the spell. Indeed, the woman replied. Now, continuing our lesson about conjuration, as it was said, conjuration is the act of transfiguring the air itself into another inanimate shape. There are several rules of basic conjuration, and we will discuss them before attempting practical work. Am I boring you, Mr. Potter? The woman asked, glaring at Harry, who had just yawned behind his hand. Sorry, he asked, surprised at being singled out. I asked if I am boring you, the woman asked with a glare again. You certainly seem so. Not at all, Professor, he replied, hiding the annoyance in his voice and the scowl that wanted to form on his lips. If you are tired, I suggest you go to sleep earlier, instead of wasting rest time participating in frivolous activities. 10 points from Slytherin, the Transfiguration professor replied before turning away from him and back to the rest of the class. Harry scoffed at the advice and continued to pay attention to the rest of the lesson. Yet, he couldn't help it but feel his anger raising, directed at the woman in front of him. How dare she? Who did the elder bitch think she was to single him out like that? If he was tired, it was because he had work to do, work that neither she nor her precious headmaster were willing to do, as usual, for their greater good. Good-for-nothing hag. Always offering useless advice. Always ignoring what was in front of her, always belittling everything that went against her precious light philosophy. And she called herself a teacher. She wasn't even available for her students, nor did she do anything to support them. Is there a problem, Potter? The hated woman's voice diverted him from his dark thoughts, and he realized he was glaring at McGonagall, who was standing in front of him with a scowl. Yes, Harry replied in a dark tone while glaring at her, and McGonagall could swear she saw his eyes getting darker. She ignored it as a trick of the light. The two of us have been having a problem for a long time, and it has only become worse since Halloween. He scowled, and I am tired of it. What? McGonagall widened her eyes in surprise, as did most of the students, Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry scoffed. In my first year, you sent me, Malfoy, the beaver, and the wastebin to a detention with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, which happens to be forbidden for a reason, or so Dumbledore says every year. And yet, you sent us there, with one half-giant and a dog to protect us. And we all know who I found, drinking the blood of the unicorn. Had it not been for the centaurs, I would be dead. Harry's anger grew, punctuating his words. Then, your support knew no bounds again, when we told you about our suspicions of someone trying to steal the stone. McGonagall's eyes continued to widen as she gaped at Harry. You claimed the stone was safely hidden and protected, and yet 3 first years passed through the defenses the teachers at this school came up with, and once again I had to be the one to deal with Quirrell and his master, since none of you teachers would hear us. We were lucky Dumbledore used the mirror, or else by the time I got there, Quirrell would have already left with the stone. Then 2nd year. It had to be Granger to find out about the basilisk and the pipes, and it had to be me to actually do something about it, again, because you teachers wouldn't use your fucking brains for once. Harry cried out, making everyone gasp and shiver. 3rd year, instead of acting as my head of house and grandmother-like figure and telling me the truth, you deliberately kept me in the dark about my godfather and my uncle. I had to sneak out of Hogwarts under my cloak and overhear a conversation between you and Fudge. Furthermore, you, who were my parents' head of house, should have known better. You of all people should have known the bond between my father and Sirius. Yet, instead of wanting to help one of your lions, instead of demanding answers, instead of wanting to help one of your comrades in the damn Order of the Turkey you gallivanted around with, you turned your back on him just like everyone else, letting him rot in Azkaban for 12 years. Granted, the man is an idiot who could have escaped any time, but that's beside the point. And this year, the cherry on top. Instead of helping me, you allowed those brain-dead students in your house to cast me out for being a liar and a cheat with no evidence, when I was innocent. His anger was palpable, and even Harry's friends were afraid of him, feeling his rage and his magic leaking from him. Daphne was too shocked to even try to calm her boyfriend. So you can keep your wondrous advice and share it with someone who gives a damn. Harry got up from his desk and started to walk away from the Slytherins and towards the door. McGonagall recovered her composure quickly and had collected herself by the time he approached the door. 50 points from Slytherin for your inexcusable behavior, she shouted. Sit down, Mr. Potter. The lesson is not ended yet. Make me, he answered back, waving his wand and opening the door with loud bang. Your parents would be appalled by your behavior, the woman shot back, and Harry stopped his stride, turning to McGonagall with fury clear in his face. My parents are dead, he shouted, and everyone flinched. However, what he said next shocked everyone further and prompted several gasps. Murdered due to their own stupidity and their stupid loyalty to your order and your light. Why were they in Godric's Hollow when they had a fully warded manor? Why were they only under the Fidleys when they had other wards on Potter Manor? Why didn't they pay the goblins for protection if the Potter vaults were so loaded? Why was the Potter invisibility cloak in Dumbledore's possession instead of being at the house? Why didn't my mother use it to hide us from Voldemort? Why did my father, who was an oh-so-talented duelist, die in the entrance of the house like an amateur? Why did my mother, who was supposed to be an amazing and most intelligent witch, not have plans prepared in case they were attacked? McGonagall just gaped at Harry's words, much like Daphne, who just knew something was not right with him. It was true that they had never spoken at length about his parents, but he had never spoken badly about them. Then again, that could be the reason why Harry never spoke about it, because he resented them. Then Daphne saw the trickles of blood falling from Harry's nose, followed by tears of blood. Your generation made Voldemort, who destroyed our parents' generation. And you're still around, fucking up even more, leaving us with even more pieces to pick up while we try to do something worthy with our lives. You failed us. Harry shouted, waving at the class, just like you failed when you allowed Dumbledore to abandon a 1-year-old baby at the doorstep of magic-hating muggles on a cold November night. McGonagall paled, not that Harry cared. He never saw it, though, as he felt his world fading from view, not even aware he was falling. Harry. Daphne shouted the moment she realized Harry was fainting, and Vince was fast enough to grab Harry before he fell on the floor, face first. All the Slytherins scrambled from their seats when they saw it, and rallied around the fallen Harry, Vince, and Daphne, who cleaned Harry's blood and tried unsuccessfully to wake him. Harry, wake up, she demanded in fear, but Harry was gone. Then he screamed and convulsed. Break. When Harry opened his eyes, he realized he was laying in the hospital wing, surrounded by all of his friends, looking at him with concern. Hi, he tried to say, but his head throbbed at the words. Don't speak, Daphne told him in a soft voice. He turned to her and saw relief in her eyes, trying to bury the fear and the horror she experienced. Are you all right, mate? Asked Theo, and Harry looked at him, nodding. What happened? Harry asked, and they all looked uncomfortable. Harry, what is the last thing you remember? Asked Daphne. Going to Transfiguration, wanting a kiss and getting only a peck on the cheek. He replied, with a small frown. His friends chuckled nervously at that. What happened? Harry. Millie started, the first to gain enough courage to speak. You tore McGonagall apart in Transfiguration class. Verbally, that is, Pansy added. You spoke in anger, that was for sure. Tracy replied, and Harry frowned at that, feeling Daphne's fingers in his hair. Then, when you accused her and her generation of failing our generation, you started to bleed and fainted. Then. Harry asked, unsure if he wanted to know. You started screaming in pain and convulsing, Theo added, as Blaise, Vince, and Greg nodded. Greg and Vince couldn't hold you, and we had to stun you before Madame Pomfrey showed up. Hell, we had to stun you 3 times because your magic nearly broke the charm. What? Harry asked in shock. When Madame Pomfrey checked you, she discovered your magic was unstable, Daphne replied softly, your magic lashed out against you from within, for some reason. Daphne hesitated, have you been sick? Or feeling weird? Have you been doing something unusual? No, I haven't, Harry replied with a frown. The only thing unusual I have been doing is that runes project. Daphne nodded. Madame Pomfrey fed you several potions that did nothing. In the end, after nearly 1 hour, you stopped screaming and went back to normal. That doesn't make any sense, Harry mumbled. No, it doesn't, the serious voice of Madame Pomfrey spoke, and the matron came forward solemnly. That's why you are going to stay here for observation for a few days. Harry only nodded, and Madame Pomfrey felt peculiar at the scene, for once not hearing any complaint from the young man. Here, drink this potion, she told him, handing him a green vial. Harry simply drank it at once and leaned into Daphne, who gladly accepted his closeness. Do you have any suspicions? Harry asked the matron, and Madame Pomfrey shook her head. You should rest, the matron replied, but his friends didn't take the hint, staying where they were. So, what else happened in Transfiguration? Harry asked, noticing how uncomfortable they were. Before we answer you, I need you to answer one question, Daphne replied, and Harry nodded. I want you to tell me the truth, no lies. Will you do that, for me? Again, Harry nodded. What do you really think of your parents? He didn't reply to the question, and Daphne had to ask again. They're dead. They don't matter anymore, he replied after the third time, and all of them could hear the resentment in his voice. Why? You admitted your feelings for them in class, Blaise replied solemnly, and you also pointed out the flaws in their plan of being hidden and their lack of preparation for an attack. Ah. Harry replied, and sighed. Not to mention you declared yourself even darker in front of everyone, Pansy replied with a smirk. Harry looked at Daphne and saw her concerned blue eyes looking at him. He went for her unoccupied hand and squeezed it. So what? He asked. Eventually his friends had to leave, orders of Madame Pomfrey, and Harry summoned Dobby. Master. How do you feel? Tired, he replied with a sigh. Any idea about what happened? None, the elf replied. Fine, just bring me the plans for the runic array for me to check again. I did it, and they are just fine, Dobby replied, snapping his fingers. At once, a scroll appeared in his hand. Why are you so concerned? I care about Scylla, Harry replied, and Dobby snorted as his master opened the scroll and checked the rune formula and the arithmancy. Neither spoke for several moments. Can you start making it? Of course, Dobby replied, receiving the scroll back. Then do it and test it. I want it to be flawless. It's just a runic patterning that will make the snake immune to the crow of roosters. You could always deafen it. And have Scylla not be able to hear her enemies, he asked with a raised eyebrow. I'd rather have this work and make sure Scylla is fine instead of taking chances. This is too important. All right, it should be done in 2 days, Dobby replied, and Harry nodded. Then the day I leave this place, we will apply the runes on Scylla and send her to Voldemort's lair. Would you like anything else, Master? Dobby asked, and Harry shook his head. Have a good night, Dobby, Harry said. You too, Master, Dobby replied, popping away, leaving Harry alone in the darkness. He fortified his occlumency shields to full power and started to review the memories from Transfiguration class, finding them both amusing and worrisome. The moment he stood lashing out at McGonagall, right before he fainted, he seemed to have felt something, a small breeze, or a warmth, but he had no idea what it had been. In the end, he had no idea what happened, but he did have a lot of questions. Break. 3 days later, Harry was allowed to leave the hospital wing. Whatever happened to him in Transfiguration had not happened again, and Madame Pomfrey had no idea what to think about the strange occurrence. Harry left with orders to return if he felt anything unusual, and once again, Harry didn't complain, accepting the matron's word with a nod. Realizing it was mid-afternoon, Harry chose to walk for a bit, knowing that his friends would be in class. Charms. He could show up, but had other things to do, and had no desire to deal with the Gryffindors. He went outside and walked to the lake shore, standing with his arms behind his back and his eyes closed, feeling the wind in his face. He didn't care about anything else for a small moment, just standing there. That was, of course, until he felt an aura approaching him. Headmaster, Harry mumbled, his eyes still closed. Mr. Potter, the headmaster replied, and for some reason, along with the warmth in the older man's voice, he also felt apprehension. I'm glad to see Madame Pomfrey has allowed you to leave her domain. Yes. He mumbled, seeing the older man standing at his side. How do you feel? Asked Dumbledore. Worried. Apprehensive. Harry replied. Shocked. Understandable, the headmaster replied, and for several moments, neither spoke. Do you care to enlighten an old man on your side of the story? You probably know more than I do, already, Harry replied, looking to the headmaster with cold eyes. Sir, I have no idea what happened and I have no idea what caused it. I am concerned about it, and I don't want it to happen again. That is all. Glad to hear it, but unfortunately, we need to talk about it, Dumbledore replied, and Harry frowned. Professor McGonagall wants to give you a month's detention for lack of respect. Harry snorted. Typical, Harry replied, and Dumbledore frowned. That woman is as biased as Professor Snape. At least Snape has the guts to admit it in public. Now, Harry. Dumbledore replied, Professor McGonagall is a fine professional and an excellent educator. No, she is a fine transfiguration mistress, but when dealing with children, she isn't so available. Dumbledore hummed, remembering a Gryffindor first year saying the very same. Is it to her that I must report for my detentions? No detentions have been assigned yet, Dumbledore replied. How would you like to be company for an old man having a stroll for the grounds? Fine, but I don't see any old men around. Harry joked, and Dumbledore chuckled. The two started to walk in silence. I understand your friends were quite concerned about you, and they all tried to help you, Dumbledore said. They are good people, Harry replied, walking with his arms behind his back. I always found it surprising how quickly you were accepted in Slytherin. Dumbledore replied, I admit, I had my concerns. Not every one of us is dark and blind, Headmaster, Harry replied with a sigh. A child is not their parents, nor is it the sum of its parents. Wise words, Harry. I find it refreshing to find a child with such perception. I am no child. Harry mumbled, I haven't been a child in a long time. Dumbledore frowned at that but said nothing. Neither spoke for a time. I think we've dawdled long enough, Headmaster, Harry spoke after walking in silence for a while. Feel free to ask what you wanted in the first place. Why do you think I had anything to ask you? Dumbledore asked with a small chuckle. You came to me instead of summoning me, like you usually do, Harry replied bluntly, and Dumbledore's amused demeanor faded. And in your place, I would do the same. Dumbledore just nodded. I asked Professor McGonagall for a memory of the event and I was shocked by some of your words, Harry. Which ones? How do you know of the Order of the Phoenix? Asked Dumbledore, and Harry snorted. My parents left diaries, Harry replied shortly, and Dumbledore seemed to accept the answer. Did you mean what you said? Asked Dumbledore, and Harry sighed. What exactly? Asked Harry. The part when you mentioned you wanted to see Professor McGonagall as a grandmother and find people like you. Dumbledore replied, and Harry nodded. I was severely disappointed when I realized I couldn't count on McGonagall. Then again, it was nothing new by then, Harry said, more to himself, not noticing Dumbledore's frown. I learned at a very young age not to count on anyone, how to be self-reliant and smart. I had hopes when I came here, but those quickly vanished when I understood the kind of crowd I was hanging out with. I see. Dumbledore replied hesitantly, and Harry snorted. No, you don't, Headmaster, he replied, looking at the older man. You have no idea what it's like. Would you like to explain it to me, then, the older man asked. I learned to hate while very young, but I also learned how to be cunning and hide it. Dumbledore was shocked at the boy's words, appalled with what he was hearing, but he asked for it and he would hear everything the boy wanted to share. Then again, I also learned the true value of a family and love. I saw how the other kids acted with their parents and how I wanted to act, but I couldn't. I came here, wanting a fresh start and friends, but because of Voldemort, my cousin. Harry snorted at that. I had nothing of the sort. When the hat told me I was Slytherin material, I was both appalled and afraid. Appalled because it wanted to put me with the blonde dunce and afraid because it would put me in the house of the men who destroyed my family. Ollivander had already told me of our similarities, and I didn't want to be like him. It came out in a whisper, but Dumbledore heard it and felt his worried heart calm down a bit. Harry picked a small stone from the ground and threw it into the lake, watching it skip across the water. I was afraid, and all I wanted was to learn, grow, have friends, and... He shrugged with a sigh. Well, it doesn't really matter. Not anymore, at least. I am where I belong and I am happy. More than I have been in several years. I am glad you found what you wanted, Harry, Dumbledore replied with a small smile. However, do you truly mean what you said concerning your parents? Harry looked with cold steel eyes at the headmaster. That was the only answer the older man needed. Your parents loved you, Harry. That's not the point, headmaster, Harry replied. Their deaths were stupid and showed a lot of under-preparation for such a critical situation. I myself came up with several ideas that my mother could have used to escape, and only 2 of them involved the cloak, that for some reason was in your possession. Care to explain that? Dumbledore coughed, embarrassed. I had asked your father to study it, and he never asked for it back. Neither had I remembered to return it. Harry snorted at that. Your father was the quintessential Gryffindor, Harry. Sometimes, he rushed in too easily. Lily tended to be calmer and use more critical analysis in situations, but the both of them were Gryffindors, no matter how meaningless those titles truly are, and the both of them died because they didn't plan accordingly, Harry replied with a sigh. Do you resent them? Dumbledore asked, for dying. For dying stupidly, yes, Harry confessed. I don't hate them, though. I'm just appalled at how things led to their deaths. It was a waste. All needless loss of life is a waste, Harry. I know, he replied, and as Dumbledore looked at Harry, he thought he saw ancient, tired, and haunted green eyes looking out to the lake. much like his own. To lose what we love the most, because of others, not again. Never again. Those words warmed the older man's spirit. Maybe Harry Potter wasn't falling into darkness as he originally believed after seeing the memories. Not if he was able to love and care, and that was what he wanted to know the most. In the beginning of the year, Harry seemed to be falling into darkness. Then, somehow, while associating with the fourth-year Slytherins, while he was still showing some dark tendencies, he was also protective and seemed to become lighter, in a matter of speaking. Then, seeing the memories, it seemed that Harry Potter was falling into darkness again. Although now, the ancient headmaster was not so sure, but he would gain no information by pestering the boy. Even less than keeping him away. Well, this was a nice conversation, the older man said with a smile, surprising Harry. Alas, I have much work to do, and I merely wanted to inquire about your health. Have no fear, I will let you know about the detentions you have to serve for what happened, Dumbledore said with a smile and an amused grin. Enjoy the rest of your day, Harry, and try not to get caught. We are in a class period, after all. Although, I urge you to not be so harsh on your parents. They loved you very much and gave their life to protect yours. Regardless of how it happened, my parents are dead, headmaster, he said to the older man. I appreciate their sacrifice for me and I accept that they died, but that's it. I don't have to like it, he sighed, turning away, but it doesn't matter. Only the living and those who are yet to be born matter. Had Harry looked to the headmaster, he would have seen a huge smile forming in the older man's mouth. That's a wonderful thought, Harry, he said before leaving. Harry thought so too, now that he had Daphne back. Break. How do you feel? Harry asked, and Scylla hissed, moving around. Normal, my pet, the young basilisk replied, and Harry accepted the answer. He had spent the last 5 hours etching runes in Scylla's scales, and he was really tired. That was the method chosen by Scylla herself, no matter if it hurt. If the runes were etched in her scales, they would never vanish and she would be powerful for her entire life, unlike if her pet used ink. Then you should rest while the runes charge. It won't take much time, and if you want, you can still go this evening, said Harry, and Scylla nodded. I am ready, my pet. I will vanquish your enemy for you and I will protect you. Let's go over the plan again, Harry said, and Scylla promptly replied. I will go into this riddle's nest and I must be hidden at most times. When I see the puny enemy snake called Nagini, I am to bite her and kill her. Then, I need to go back to the place where I arrived first and call for you on the mirror your elf will leave for me there. I will tell you the snake is dead, and you will take care of the remaining horror those soul thingies, Scylla replied, and Harry chuckled, caressing Scylla's muzzle. Make sure you're safe, Harry told Scylla. Of course I will. Who do you think I am? What about your friends? Asked Harry, and Scylla shook her head. They will stay in the forest, waiting for my triumphant return, the basilisk replied pompously, and Harry chuckled. All right, in that case, just stay around a bit. You can coil yourself on the bed. I will take a shower, and then I will sleep for a bit. What about your mate, my pet? Scylla asked, curious. She stayed in her nest with the other girls, Harry replied, using snake words for Scylla to understand better. He really didn't want another replay of the conversation around bed/nest and mates. The talk, 4 snakes, what a joy. Harry took a quick shower and climbed into bed, noticing Scylla had coiled herself on it. It didn't look like she was preparing for sleep, though. Do you think the rune thingies are done yet? Scylla asked as Harry laid on the bed. No, you need to wait a bit more, Harry replied, amused. How much more? Just a bit. How much time is a bit? Scylla insisted. 1 hour, maybe less, Harry replied. How long is that? Remember 2 days ago, when I left with Daphne for dinner? That was 2 hours, more or less. So it's half of that time. That's too much time, Scylla replied, outraged, raising her head from her coiled body. So boring. Scylla, it's important to wait, and you need to learn how to be patient. But that's too much time, Scylla complained again, what am I supposed to do? I am not sleepy as you are, my pet. Besides, I am excited to go on this adventure. I know, I will sing you a song to help you sleep, and when I'm ready I will wake you. Oh no. Harry thought to himself. There was once a big snake. The snake was really big. Once it got a deer, it swallowed it whole. And it burped loud for all to hear. Can snakes even burp? Harry thought to himself, trying to ignore the second verse of the song. Harry closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep, even if only for a short while. He wasn't sure if he slept or not, but before he knew it, he was being shaken by an amused Dobby, feeling something heavy on his chest. Harry looked and saw Scylla's sleeping head on his chest, going up and down with Harry's breathing. The runes are charged, Harry, Dobby said, and Harry nodded, waking Scylla with a soft pat on her head. Scylla, it's time, if you want to go. Scylla woke and grumbled, leaving Harry's chest and slithering to the base of the bed, where she coiled herself again. I guess not, Harry replied, and Dobby chuckled. I'll wake you at 7, Dobby replied before popping away again, probably to his own room. Harry closed his eyes again and felt himself drifting to sleep, for some reason dreaming of himself with his wife, as well as their daughter in a dark cave. He saw his wife looking at him before jumping him and kissing him, just as he was assaulted by a small, overexcited, and tearful girl. He saw their lips moving, he saw the tears in their eyes, and much weirder, he saw them flickering but heard none of their words. He would not remember the strange dream the following morning. Even not understanding what they were saying, Harry felt calm and at peace in that dream, hugging the two girls he loved the most in the entire world. He never noticed the giant blue-eyed basilisk resting in the shadows. Break. At 7 in the morning, Dobby woke Harry, who woke Scylla. After some final instructions, Dobby popped away with the basilisk coiled around his waist, returning not even 10 minutes later, reporting a mission accomplished. Then let's prepare the rest, Harry replied. With a wave of his wand, the Horcrux chest was opened, and next to it was placed a small barrel of basilisk venom, harvested from the former guardian of the chamber. All that was needed was to empty the barrel into the chest, and the Horcruxes would all be destroyed. After that, all they needed to do was go to Riddle Manor and finish the job. It was a bit anticlimactic, now that Harry thought about it. In the armor stand were 3 full sets of basilisk hide armor, prepared to be brought into battle. His, Daphne's, and Dobby's. Daphne was aware of Harry's most recent plan, of course, and approved of it. She was also ready to depart at any time. Unfortunately, it was a Thursday and they had classes to attend. Harry would keep the mirror with himself at all times so that he would be able to receive Scylla's reply. After that, as soon as they would be able, Harry, Daphne, and Dobby would put on their armor and enter Riddle Manor, battle ready and prepared for everything, to finish the Dark Lord once and for all. The day started with breakfast, and neither Harry nor Daphne were able to perfectly hide their apprehension. All of their friends noticed it, as did some of the others. They didn't talk much, apart from addressing questions from their friends or teachers. They seemed anxious, but at the same time focused. Weird. Of course, it didn't affect their classwork and they still got points for a job well done, even in Transfiguration. McGonagall showed some animosity towards Harry, but ultimately treated him like any other student, not caring about his or her house color. That was professional of her. Harry had approached McGonagall and apologized for his behavior and undermining her authority, but not for his words. The message was clear, and McGonagall seemed to have swallowed a lemon after hearing it. Yet, she said nothing, only nodding to the boy. Nearly all of the morning had passed and Harry was sitting with Daphne in ancient runes. He was paying attention to class, but his thoughts kept fleeing towards Scylla, Nagini, and Voldemort. Would Scylla be all right? Would she be safe? His thoughts were interrupted by a soft hand on his. He turned to Daphne and saw her looking at him with a soft smile. Everything will be all right, she whispered, and Harry nodded. I know. I'm just worried about Scylla. Anything you two would like to share with class, Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter? Asked the professor. Nothing at all, Professor, Harry replied promptly, and Professor Babbling nodded, continuing with the class and ignoring the snickers from the other students. In the front row, Hermione Granger scowled at the two for interrupting class, giving her complete attention to the professor once again. Our time is ending, therefore for homework I want you to do an essay on the significance and the meaning of 3 runes of your choice. Does it have to be 3 taught runes? Asked Granger, and the professor shook her head. 3 runes of your choice, Miss Granger, the professor repeated herself. You may leave earlier for lunch. And have a nice weekend. Some replied, others didn't, but all packed their things and left the classroom. Dobby. Harry called, and his and Daphne's bag vanished in thin air. Shall we go to lunch, my dear? Harry asked in a pompous tone, trying to hide his concern. Daphne chuckled and nodded, taking his arm and walking out of the room, noticing some of the amused and envious looks the other students gave them. You need to relax, Daphne said, and Harry sighed. She's still a child, maybe I shouldn't have sent her. Harry whispered. You're being such a father, Daphne mocked him with a giggle, but she did find it sweet and endearing. What can I say, I like that little, obnoxious, amusing snake, he replied, and Daphne smirked. It's a shame her gaze is not yet fully developed, it would be so much easier. She is doing it willingly, Daphne reminded him, I'm just surprised she only went this morning instead of earlier. I would assume the excitement would be greater. Well, let us just say that after singing me a lullaby, Scylla fell asleep on my chest. By the time the runes were charged, instead of leaving, she decided that sleep was far more important. Daphne snorted and chuckled, amused at the thought of Scylla singing a lullaby. Is it like the others? Catchy tunes, you mean? Harry asked, and Daphne refrained from snorting at his question. Not so much, something about a big snake eating. Harry replied. Figures, Daphne replied. Then Harry stopped walking and stiffened, his amusement vanishing, replaced by a mask of focus. Harry, what's wrong? Raise a silence ward. Quick, Harry replied, reaching his hand into his pocket. Daphne drew her wand and raised the ward before noticing Harry was handling a little mirror in his hand. It's too early. He mumbled before raising the mirror, making sure everyone passed them by. Daphne understood immediately what was happening and made sure the others would walk past and not disturb them. It was not like she was going to understand Harry and Scylla's conversation. She heard his hissing at the mirror and waited patiently, hearing the hissing from the other side. At first, Harry looked amused, but then, his demeanor changed to concerned and worried. The greatest sign was when his eyebrows raised in shock and surprise, before hissing back at the mirror and pocketing it. What's wrong? Daphne asked, concerned, and seeing Harry's own concern mingling with some rage and frustration. Riddle Manor is empty, Harry replied, almost seething. There is no one there, and from the looks of it, there hasn't been anyone there for several months. Daphne gaped at that. But I thought Voldemort stayed there. So did I. Harry replied, massaging his temples. What now? Daphne asked, crossing her arms in an attempt to hide her worries. What will we do? Put a challenge in the paper to draw him out, Harry replied, half in jest and half out of frustration, and Daphne glared at him. Harry. Sorry, but I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening. Would Crouch know? She asked, and Harry looked wide-eyed at her, his annoyance almost vanishing, replaced by a huge smile. Brilliant, he said, holding her and twirling her around, of course. Harry, put me down, she ordered, more in shock than annoyance. Come on, let's find the bastard. Do you plan to go to him and just ask? Daphne raised an eyebrow and Harry nodded. I said I took care of him, didn't I? Harry asked back, and Daphne accepted his reply. The two walked to the Dada room and found Moody, aka Barty Crouch Jr. under Polyjuice, alone in the room and sitting at the desk grading papers. Potter, Greengrass, what do you want? The man asked bluntly. Are we alone, Professor? Asked Harry, or can anyone hear or see us? What kind of question is that, Potter? The man replied, raising his eyes from his work and glaring at the boy. It was a simple question, wasn't it, Crouch? Harry asked with cold steel in his voice, and the men behind the desk stiffened. What did you call me? The man asked, his arm slowly moving towards his wand, not that Harry or Daphne would realize it. I asked. Harry started, only to widen his eyes the moment he understood. In a quick dash, he drew his wand in time to dodge a stunner. Although she was caught by surprise, Daphne also drew her wand and cast her own stunner on the men, mostly as a reflex, only to have it shielded. Crouch was no slouch with a wand, but he was in a constricted space. To add to his troubles, the moment he cast a stunner in Daphne's direction her chest glowed green, and everyone knew what was coming. Regardless, Harry hit him with his own Veritas Imperio spell in the short time before Kale manifested himself and ordered the men to stop, which he did. How did you break free? Harry almost roared in anger, after hissing at Kale to stand down. I don't understand your question, Master. I had you under my power. How did you break free? Harry demanded again, and Daphne stepped up to his side, still shaken from the short but intense duel. The Dark Lord cast several spells on me. Maybe one of them did it. Crouch replied in a flat tone with a vacant expression. Harry was forced to accept it. Where is Voldemort? Daphne demanded, holding Harry's arm, but Crouch didn't answer. Answer her, scum, Harry ordered at once. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Don't you report to him? Daphne asked again. I send owls to the Dark Lord, as does he when he sends me his orders, Crouch replied, and Harry growled as Daphne sighed. Has the plan to capture me in the third task changed? Harry asked with a glare, and the man shook his head. Not that I know of, Master. Tell me if it does, Harry replied, and the man nodded. Harry turned to Daphne and pointed at Kale. Understanding what he meant, Daphne started to unsummon the giant snake as Harry cast an Obliviate on the Death Eater posing as their teacher, making him forget what just happened. See you in class, Professor, Daphne said, almost dragging Harry from the room. The man, unaware of being under the spell or what just happened, just grumbled and went back to grading his essays, taking a sip from his bottle. What the hell is going on? A concerned Daphne asked Harry after getting away from the classroom. I have no idea, but I don't like it. Harry replied. Daphne didn't either, and both of them had a really bad feeling about the future, especially the day of the third task. Chapter 27, Chapter. To the other houses in Hogwarts, Harry Potter had not changed at all since the days after his fallout with Professor McGonagall, which by then was a Hogwarts secret, naturally known by everyone. To the students in the House of the Snakes, as well as the students in the Black Wands, the truth was another matter. Harry seemed to be on edge, always performing his work in silence and using all of his time to study and practice. He still talked to people and cracked some jokes, but everyone, the fourth-year Slytherin students included, knew something was up. Something that concerned Harry greatly. The Black Wands knew this better than anyone, as they had often met Harry as they arrived for their club meeting in the room of requirement practicing against several training dummies in a deadly dance of movement, magic, and destruction. Even Daphne had been amazed at the sight, and after a grueling training session, Harry concluded the group's meeting only to remain in the room for more training. All his friends were concerned about him, but most of them believed he was only training for the tournament, wanting to win. Daphne was the only human who knew the truth, and she didn't share it with anyone but Harry. Her training had stepped up as well, but she wasn't anywhere near the level she needed to be to face Voldemort, and that concerned her. Truth be told, Harry didn't drown himself in training and practice. He still indulged himself in the company of his friends and girlfriend, never missed a class, and showed up to every meal at the Great Hall. He even played several small Quidditch matches with Victor, and the two organized a small Quidditch tournament as well, open to everyone in Hogwarts. It was a huge success and everyone loved the idea. Daphne had also spent some more time with Fleur, and the Vila had told the younger girl about her wish to see the world, make a name for herself, and be successful. Daphne appreciated the older girl's ambition, and they spoke at length about what they wanted in life. Fleur admitted she wished to attempt curse-breaking as a career, not hiding the desire to find a proper wizard who would resist her allure and be her partner in life, with whom she would be able to start a family. She even joked with Daphne, wishing that Harry had an older brother or relative she could be introduced to. Daphne laughed with the older girl, but refrained from commenting that the Lord Black, Harry's uncle and godfather, was currently single. Besides, the man was almost twice Fleur's age. With all that was happening, Harry was showing signs of exhaustion. Not everyone could see them, but for those attentive enough they were clear as day, and everyone was getting worried about him. One weekend, Daphne took the initiative to try and help him relax by making him go out with her and their friends to the lake shore. Much to hers and everyone else's surprise, Harry fell asleep with his head on her lap. No one dared to wake him for several hours. Whatever had happened in Transfiguration that day had never happened again, but that didn't mean Harry didn't keep his defenses up, ready for anything. Then there was the reason for his concerns. Voldemort. The Dark Lord wasn't at Riddle Manor, where Harry believed he would remain until the day of his rebirth. Harry had made plans based on that premise and had lost. Luckily, he had still his original plan, but what else had changed? Had things changed because of his return? Because of his changes? Those thoughts fueled his rage in practice, and he rained destructive spell after destructive spell upon the training dummies, trying to make sure he would be ready for anything. He believed he was stronger than Voldemort, but that didn't mean he allowed himself to slack. He worked tirelessly, making sure his muscle memory was honed, his reflexes quick, and his spells powerful. Dobby or Scylla would often go back to Riddle Manor for some quick inspection to make sure Voldemort hadn't come back, but for weeks they had nothing to report. Even the elf and the young basilisk were getting worried, mostly about Harry. Eventually, the day of the third task arrived, and while there had been classes in the morning, the afternoon was granted to the champions to prepare, while every other student was to attend classes until 3 o'clock. That was the reason why Harry was sitting in the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, facing Salazar's statue and the skeleton of the basilisk, his wand on the ground before him with his eyes closed, meditating, and focusing his magic. He was preparing as best he could, because he was sure something was going to happen today. One way or another, tonight, everything will end, Harry whispered to himself, his voice echoing in the silence of the chamber. Voldemort will fall, and I will be free to live my life with no other concerns but the well-being of my family. His family. Daphne. The woman he had broken the laws of magic and nature for. The woman he loved. He had too much to lose now. He was not allowed to make mistakes. He would win, and Voldemort would fall. There was no compromise, no mercy, no second chances. Then he would live in peace. Master, Dobby called from behind Harry, and the old Dark Lord turned 14 opened his flaring green eyes. It is time. Bring me my armor, then, Harry ordered, and Dobby snapped his fingers, the armor floating towards them from the dorm chamber. Harry silently put the armor on with the help of his most loyal friend and servant, as they had done many times before. Are you ready? Harry asked, and Dobby nodded. What about the Horcruxes? Dobby asked, and Harry hesitated. Did he dare to destroy them yet? Steeling his resolve, he looked at Dobby. Wait until the task starts. Then dip them in the venom, Harry ordered, and Dobby nodded. My pet, a hiss was heard, and Scylla appeared in the chamber, near Harry. What do you need me to do? Harry had thought long and hard about it and decided he needed Scylla's help. Scylla, you are staying with Dobby for now. When time comes, if it comes at all, I will summon you two to my side, and the moment you arrive, you are to find the snake and kill it. Do you understand? I understand, my pet, the young basilisk replied with a nod, and in a serious tone. Scylla understood very well that the situation was serious and that the threat to her nest and her pet had to be dealt with. You can count on me. I know I can, Scylla, Harry replied with a smile. He could swear Scylla smiled as well, as much as a snake could smile. "Tell the elf I will wrap myself around his torso," Scylla said, slithering to Dobby, who accepted his master's words and allowed the basilisk to coil itself around him. "Be careful, my Harry," Scylla said, shocking Harry for a moment. "You still owe me a lot of meat, and you need to be around to protect me while I grow." "I promise, Scylla," Harry replied, amused after the initial shock. He donned the entire set of armor, under the watch of both Scylla and Dobby, followed by the Slytherin champion's robes his house had offered him for his moment of glory, or so everyone hoped. They were mostly green and black, accented with the colors of the other houses as well, with shorter sleeves, as all his robes had. Now dressed for combat, Harry picked up his wand and slid it into his holster, ready for the task. Harry, Dobby, and an unusually quiet Scylla walked back into the dorm chamber. "Will you take a secondary wand?" asked Dobby, and Harry nodded, approaching the trunk where he kept his supplies. Several weeks earlier, Dobby and Harry had gone into Nocturne Alley on a weekend morning and had acquired 3 wands with a good compatibility to Harry. Dobby, being both able to use a wand and well tuned to his master's magic, would be able to use them as well. Harry didn't think he'd need them, but liked having them available as a contingency plan. Sometimes it was better being safe than sorry. After placing one of the extra wands in his secondary holster on his left arm, Harry walked to the workshop area, where there were several tiles made with runes etched on them. The tiles were arrayed in a pattern with one tile in the center. One could tell they were all charged with magic, as the runes all seemed to glow softly. "Don't you think this is a bit too much?" Dobby asked, waving at the tiles. Harry just chuckled. "Better be prepared for everything. Besides, I haven't seen it in a long time," he spoke ominously, and Dobby snorted in amusement. "Unfortunately, I will not be allowed to have anything other than my wand, and I have no pockets." Harry spoke regretfully, turning to Dobby with a smirk. "You'll have to carry the tiles." "I will not fail you, Master," Dobby replied, nodding, "I promise you." "Have you ever failed me, Dobby?" Harry asked, raising his eyebrow. Before the elf could reply, he continued, "Never. I have full confidence in your ability to fulfill your part of the plan." "Still, I won't fail you," Dobby replied, and Harry patted his best friend's shoulder. "I know. Shall I take you to the common room?" Dobby asked, and Harry nodded, knowing he needed nothing else. Dobby left him in his supposed dorm room, which was empty by that hour. He walked out into the common room, which was empty as well. It seemed that no professors had allowed the students to leave their classes early. With a wave of his wand, Harry checked the time and saw that it was nearly 3 o'clock, the assigned time for the champions, and all students, to meet at the Great Hall, where they had a surprise waiting for them. What kind of surprise, Harry had no idea. He made his way to the Great Hall and came across no one but the ghost of the Bloody Baron and his knights, all of whom bowed to him. However, when he did at last reach the almost empty Great Hall, he was a bit taken aback when he realized what the surprise was. "There you are, Pup," the voice of Sirius Black sounded from the head table, where he was speaking with Professor Flitwick, along with Remus. The man's voice was filled with joy and mirth, and the grin he sported had an almost perfect match in Remus's. They were not alone, though. Standing with them were the Tonks, their daughter not included, and on Sirius's arm was none other than the newest member of the House of Black, Isabella Black. Surprisingly, Narcissa Malfoy was there as well. All of the Blacks, even Narcissa, smiled as they saw Harry enter the Great Hall, especially when their lord and Remus walked quickly towards him. Since people of their standing didn't run towards anything or anyone, one of the rules Andromeda had made sure they all understood. "Are you ready to win, pup?" asked Sirius with a huge grin, embracing his godson by the shoulders. "The entire family came to see you kick the others' asses and be amazing." "No pressure," Remus added, and the 3 laughed. "I really wasn't expecting this," Harry replied, and Sirius grinned. "Well, the Ministry, in their immense wisdom, decided to invite the closest family of the champions for the task," Sirius explained with a laugh. "I decided to buy some extra tickets and bring the whole family, or most of them, at least. Dora is working and couldn't take the day off." "I'm surprised they all came," Harry replied, noticing that the Tonks, Isabella, and Narcissa were approaching them. "Family sticks together, pup," Sirius replied, amused, "or at least they should. Let us just say that the new Black family sticks together and supports its members, isn't that right, Sirius?" asked Andromeda as they reached them. "Hello, Harry. I hope you are ready for the task." "Damn right," Sirius replied to Andy's previous statement, as Harry nodded. "Mrs. Tonks, Mr. Tonks, Mrs. Malfoy, Ms. Black, it's a pleasure to see you again, and I am honored that you took time from your schedule to come here today." "Nonsense, Harry," Ted replied, amused, "there is Northwest other place where we ought to be." Isabella nodded to that. "That's right. Besides, it was a perfect opportunity to visit the so-called Hogwarts as well," the Spanish woman replied with a nervous smirk, looking at Harry as he stood between the 2 marauders. Harry knew she was mostly just being polite. "How do you like it so far?" Harry asked. It's big and has several renowned teachers, Isabella replied. Our academies back in Spain are smaller, but to compensate, we have many of them. Several smaller schools instead of one big one. Remus asked, thoughtful. Well, at least the magical children of Spain don't all know each other by their 15th birthday, Sirius joked. And there must be more magical children as well, if they can support several schools. Remus replied. Harry, however, noticed Isabella seemed somewhat uncomfortable, even apprehensive. Are you nervous, Miss Black? He asked, and Isabella looked at him. A bit, the woman replied. Over the past few months she had learned that there were situations where being honest and showing weakness was fine, especially among her new family. Not much, though. I just want to make a good impression, she replied, and while the others nodded approvingly, Harry raised an eyebrow, not missing a chance. And you came with them? Harry asked, pointing to the two surviving marauders. Hey! Sirius and Remus complained as Harry snickered, accompanied by the other 4 members of the family. They're not that bad, Isabella replied a bit hastily, feeling the need to defend the Lord Black. Don't worry about that, Harry replied with a shrug and a smirk. Come, let us sit at the table and have a cup of tea. I'm sure Dobby can get us something. A fine idea, Andromeda nodded, turning to Sirius. See. Your godson is more polite towards guests than you are. You could learn something from him. One time, Sirius Mock complained, throwing his arms up in the air, I forgot to offer tea one time and I will have to hear about it my whole life. Either that or get married, Ted added his 2 nuts to the conversation. Your wife wouldn't let you forget that kind of thing, that's for sure. I beg your pardon. Andromeda asked with a mock glare, hiding her own amusement. Ted didn't even flinch, as he knew his wife. They walked to the Slytherin table and sat, Dobby quickly popping to their side and snapping his fingers, making a tea tray with hot water and cookies appear at the table. Narcissa looked at Harry and saw his serious demeanor, which was much more intense than she would expect. She would be the first to admit she hadn't exactly been fond of the Potter boy, but since the revelations about the Black family, and her almost begging to keep her memories, she had started to see things in a new light. Now she couldn't help but feel curious about the boy who was held in such high regard by Sirius, much like a son of his own. Not for the first time, she wished Draco and Potter would get along, and that Draco would prove his worth to the Lord Black and earn his respect. What kind of preparations have you made, kiddo? Asked Sirius. I know it's a maze with obstacles, so I'm ready for it, Harry replied. I am also wearing my hide armor. Hide armor? Narcissa asked, amused. You don't feel safe? I don't plan on taking any chances, Harry replied. I have too much to lose. Damn well said, pup. Damn well said, Sirius replied approvingly, picking up his cup of tea while Remus nodded with a grin. Speaking of which, I believe that too much to lose has just entered the hall. Harry turned to the hall's doors, ignoring Sirius's chuckle, and saw Daphne entering them, followed by the Slytherin 4th years. She saw him immediately at the Slytherin table and was surprised to see the Blacks with him, but she didn't hesitate to send a smile to her boyfriend. With a wave, Harry called his friends over, and the 4th-year Slytherin sat next to the Blacks, some of which they already knew. In no time, the Great Hall started to fill, as had been mandated by the headmaster the previous night. None of the Blacks missed the fact that several students came from their own house tables to wish Harry good luck, acting familiarly with him and the other 4th-year Slytherins. Much to Narcissa's chagrin, her son had not been one of those students. In fact, the only student wearing red and gold that had come to wish Harry good luck had been a little boy, probably a 1st year. Draco had not even entered the Great Hall yet. Harry accepted the best wishes and squeezed Daphne's hand, feeling her squeeze back with a smile. He was ready for the task and more importantly, for Voldemort. All the encouragement he needed was sitting at his side, smiling at him. Sure, she was nervous and she was hiding it, but he knew she trusted him and loved him. As he loved her. As he leaned into her lips, he heard a cough from his other side, missing the angry look Andromeda and Isabella gave the source of the cough, the grin from Sirius, the blush from Daphne, and the snickers from their friends. Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, please refrain from showing your affections for the time being, the cold and stern voice of Professor Snape sounded. Of course, Professor, Daphne replied with a blush, as Harry looked towards the potions master, who was looking back at him. Anything we can help you with, Professor? Harry asked, and Snape nodded. I came to offer you my best wishes and remind you that it is in everyone's best interest to have a win for Slytherin. I thought it would be a win for Hogwarts, Remus replied, frowning. Cedric Diggory is the Hogwarts champion, Harry replied before Snape could speak. I am a reluctant champion of no school so, Slytherin. Yes. Snape replied, smirking, do remember to do a good job and try not to die. It would be rather shameful. Daphne flinched imperceptibly at that, and Harry smirked. I wouldn't want to deprive you of the pleasure of teaching me for the next 3 years, Professor, Harry replied, and the 4th years almost widened their eyes. Can you imagine how dull it would be? Yes, dull, Snape replied before looking to the Blacks and acknowledging them with a nod. Was it me or was that odd? Asked Remus. It wasn't only you, Professor. Millie replied, as Blaze only nodded. I wonder if the world is about to end. Tracy wondered, and everyone laughed. Harry just chuckled. Break. Ginny Weasley clenched her remaining fist in anger, watching Harry, his family, and the snakes, remembering the words written in the letter she and the twins had received just a week before. A letter sent to them by none other than their brother Bill. They had last seen him before going back to Hogwarts in the new year, and along with him, their mother, and themselves, they were the last Weasleys alive. They didn't know much about what their brother had been up to, but they knew he had to keep a low profile while working to support their mother and the rest of them, as he was now the head of the family. The few letters they received had been short and almost desperate, but now that she thought about it, Bill's letters had changed over the past months, seeming more joyful and hopeful, and in the last letter they received, they finally found out why. Bill had found a patron who had offered him protection for the entire family. He said in the letter that he had been learning a lot from his patron, and that he deserved all their respect and loyalty. In fact, Bill wrote that his patron was a powerful wizard who helped him uncover the truth about what happened. Bill had no way to prove it, but he knew that Harry Potter had been responsible for Neville Longbottom and Ron's deaths. At first, Ginny didn't want to believe it, but as she read the letter, she became convinced that her loving brother's words were true, and all the love she felt for the Savior became anger, resentment, and hate. She and her brothers had followed Bill's instructions to the letter and were more than ready to go forward with the plan to have their revenge for their family. They had told no one, especially Hermione. She could not be trusted, uppity mudblood. Ginny scowled again, seeing the Snake Whore and Potter's closeness, surrounded by their sycophants and the traitor Blacks, and the foreigners approaching them. In but a few hours, the Weasleys would have their revenge, and Harry Potter would pay dearly for all the pain he caused them. Break. Unaware of the dark thoughts in the Weasleys' minds, Harry shook hands with Mr. Crumb and kissed Mrs. Crumb's hand, not noticing the proud looks directed at him by Andromeda. Victor had decided to introduce his parents to his fellow champions, and his good friend Harry and his beautiful girlfriend Daphne were the first. Harry had not disappointed, and properly introduced the Crumbs to each of the Blacks, in turn. They sat and chatted for a while before rejoining the cluster of Durmstrang students. An announcement of tea being served for all students and guests was made, a small treat offered by Hogwarts before the task, after which dinner and a huge celebration for the crowning of the champion would be offered. Minister Fudge, a few representatives of the foreign ministries, and a few of Fudge's underlings arrived soon after tea began, including his undersecretary, Madame Umbridge herself. They took their place at the head table among the staff. Meanwhile, Narcissa Malfoy observed her son sitting at the Gryffindor table, not having seen her yet. She waited throughout the duration of the meal, but her son never came to offer his good luck to his cousin. Shameful, she whispered with a sigh, heard only by Andromeda and Isabella. What is? Asked Isabella with a frown and a whisper. My son hasn't come to offer his best wishes to Potter, Narcissa replied with a scowl. Harry, Andromeda replied promptly, hiding a scowl behind a sweet smile but looking at her youngest sister with severe eyes. His name is Harry, as you know, being family. Yes. Narcissa replied nervously, having never feared her sister as much as she had over the past weeks. Clearly your husband was a bad influence on the boy. It is a shame Lucius is dead, but maybe now you can educate your son as a proper Black instead of a foolish and preening Malfoy. Isabella couldn't hide an amused chuckle, luckily not attracting anyone's attention, as Sirius and Remus were delighting the fourth-year Slytherins and whoever else wanted to listen with tales of their adventures and exploits throughout their Hogwarts years. Narcissa chose not to reply to the jab. It was true. A few moments later, the minister rose and gave a small speech before offering his best wishes to the champions. He introduced the two other men with him, who happened to be the ministers of Bulgaria and France, respectively, and each of them added their own short speeches. Once all of the ministers had finished their remarks, Dumbledore rose from his seat to address the hall. I am sure we all enjoyed listening to the wonderful words of our guests, but I am sure we are all excited for what it is to come, am I right? A loud cheer was raised in the Great Hall, and Dumbledore chuckled as several people cheered for their favorite champions. May I suggest that we all start to make our way to the Quidditch pitch, then? Another cheer. In that case, Mr. Crumb, Ms. Delacour, Mr. Diggory, Mr. Potter, good luck, and may the best among you win. I know I should be impartial in the task, but as I won't have to assign points, I am allowed to be a little biased this one time. Let us show our Hogwarts spirit, shall we? The cheers rose again, as well as the laughter. Dumbledore knew how to crack a joke, that was for sure. The students rose from their seats and many rushed for the door, wanting to get to the pitch and find good seats. The champions and their guests stayed behind, and much to the Blacks and the Slytherin surprise, Draco Malfoy appeared before them, with his mother behind him. I just want to offer you good luck, Potter, Malfoy said in a sour tone, and Harry widened his eyes in surprise before chuckling. Thank you, cousin. It is most kind of you, Harry replied with a smile, and Malfoy sneered at him before turning to leave and imparting a sour look at his mother, who just sighed. Harry didn't care, though, as he too started to walk out of the room with Daphne on his arm, having said his goodbyes to everyone. The two walked slowly through the grounds, alone. "Don't do anything stupid," Daphne told him in almost a whisper as they walked. "I don't intend to," he replied. "Just kill him and come back," she said again, and he realized she was shivering. She was afraid for him. "I need you to come back to me." "Don't worry, Daph," Harry replied, "I promise you I'll be careful, and that I will finish the bastard and come back." "Good," she replied, turning to him and kissing him deeply. He held her tightly and kissed her back, and for a few moments, there was no Voldemort, no tournament, no nothing. There was just the two of them. Daphne was the one to finish the kiss, smiling at Harry and their foreheads touching. "Let's go, then," she spoke, and he sighed. "Just a bit longer," he whispered and tightened the hug, as did Daphne. They eventually gave up the hug and continued silently together, until an owl flew in front of them and landed on the ground, offering her leg and the letter attached to it to Daphne. "What the?" Harry asked with a frown. "Were you expecting mail?" Harry asked, and Daphne shook her head, recognizing that it was one of Hogwarts' owls. She drew her wand and cast a diagnostic charm, which revealed nothing. "I have no idea," she replied, approaching the owl and taking the parchment. The owl flew away immediately, leaving the two surprised. "Well, it has nothing dangerous," Daphne said with a shrug and opened the parchment, reading the first line. "It's for..." She started to say only to feel a very weird sensation before vanishing into thin air. Harry, who was patiently waiting for Daphne to read the letter, could only stare in shock as he saw Daphne fade from existence in front of him. "Daph," he shouted in fear and disbelief, trying to grab her, but knowing that was already too late. Daphne vanished in front of him a mere moment before he heard a pop next to him, and then he noticed the parchment falling to the ground where Daphne had stood. "Master, what happened?" "Where's the mistress?" asked Dobby, having felt the distress through the bond. Breathing heavily and not feeling the external surge of magic cast on him, Harry grabbed the letter from the ground and started to read it, paling dramatically. No, 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 he seethed as he read the letter, his shock being replaced by anger. "Potter. If you want your girl, all you need to do is win the task. You know what I mean. See you soon. Lord Voldemort. I am going to kill you, Voldemort." Harry shouted, loud enough that several others nearby heard him. He turned to Dobby, who scowled nervously. I can't do it, Master. I know she's alive but I can't pop us to her," Dobby said, and Harry seethed even more. How? How could that bastard do that? "Do this," he spat, trying to think of a plan. "What's wrong, my pet?" asked Scylla. Having heard Harry's raging, she had slithered out from Dobby's armor and had immediately noticed that Daphne was missing. "The cup then." "I have no choice but to use the cup," Harry mumbled in anger. "Dobby. I will need to go with you, Master," Dobby replied promptly, "or else I won't be able to go to you again." Harry nodded and put his hand on Dobby's shoulder. With one pop, they were gone, finding themselves in the middle of the maze, a few steps in front of the cup. "That son of a bitch dug his grave," Harry scowled as he went for the cup. "Dobby, find Daphne and keep her safe." "Scylla, Voldemort kidnapped Daphne. I want you to bite everything and everyone who is not me, Daphne, or Dobby. Make sure you find the damn snake and finish it." "Yes, my pet," Scylla replied promptly, ready to fight for Harry. "What about the Horcruxes?" asked Dobby, and Harry scowled. "Shit, I forgot." "Go now, and hurry damn it," Harry ordered, and Dobby nodded at once before popping away. Harry circled the cup in fury, resembling an angry and caged lion, and after only a minute of waiting, Dobby popped next to him again. "It's done, Master," Dobby replied, and Harry grabbed the elf's shoulder. "Then let us go to war," Harry spat as he went for the cup's handle. "Daphne is the priority. All others are meaningless." "They will all die," Dobby seconded, before both of them felt the tug in their navels and the world swirl. Chapter 28, Chapter. The moment the portkey dropped them on the other side, Harry, Dobby, and Scylla found themselves in a graveyard, standing among the tombstones. Harry drew his wand and Dobby drew a knife, as Scylla uncoiled herself from around the elf's waist. "Scylla, go," Harry ordered, and Scylla started to slither through the paths between the tombstones, as human and elf started to walk, on guard, only to come up against a barrier that flashed blue. "I can't pass through the barrier," Scylla hissed, slithering back to them. Knowing what to do, Dobby grabbed his master's arm and Scylla and tried to pop. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to. "What the hell?" growled Harry, pointing his wand at the barrier. "The more time we waste." He never finished his thoughts, starting to channel his magic and chanting in a low language. He felt the low power of the barrier, which was one ward among many others. He found that odd, although at the moment he really didn't care and was only focused on getting to Daphne as soon as possible. Surging his magic, he weaved his magic into the ward lines and made the barrier crumble in but a few minutes. Now, he growled, and human, elf, and basilisk passed through the barrier line as the whole barrier crumbled. They stepped forward and Harry widened his eyes at what he saw. Standing in a small clearing among the tombstones were 5 people dressed in Death Eater garb, lined up in formation. In the middle of them, with his wand in his hand, a surprised look in his red eyes, and an amused smirk on his lipless mouth, stood none other than the Dark Lord Voldemort. He looked just as Harry remembered him from all those years in his past, pale, bald, and with 2 slits in place of his nose. However, Harry's attention was focused on the girl standing in front of Voldemort. Daphne looked listless and had clearly been roughed up. She was dirty and bleeding from a busted lip, and with a careful look one could realize her eyes were glazed. Adding to that, her necklace was glowing, and a few feet from her the body of Cale was unmoving between 2 tombstones, headless and damaged nearby what seemed the body of another Death Eater. "Daph!" Harry called, but Daphne didn't move. "Harry Potter," Voldemort spoke at last, "I have been expecting this moment for quite some time." "Voldemort." Harry spat, his attention going to the Dark Lord. "I am going to kill you for hurting Daphne." To that, Voldemort and his Death Eaters laughed. "Oh, I'm terrified, Harry," Voldemort taunted, caressing Daphne's cheek with the back of his hand. "She did put quite a fight, mind you, enough to gain my interest. The moment she appeared among us, she was able to avoid my servant's curses, and that snake of hers was immediately summoned. It killed one of my servants before we killed it and captured your girlfriend. It seems she is unable to resist the Imperious curse, unlike what I've heard about you. This is between you and me, Voldemort. Let her go." Harry replied coldly, not hiding his concern. "And why would I do that, Harry?" Voldemort asked with a taunt. "She clearly is powerful, and can become even more powerful with the proper guidance. All I need to do is to break her and train her to serve me. It's a shame that Bellatrix is dead, she would be perfect for the job of training this girl." "Daphne, fight it," Harry called, but nothing happened, making the Dark Lord chuckle. "Dobby," Harry whispered, and at his side, the elf shook his head. "Like I said, I have been expecting to meet you again for a long while, Harry. Or should I call you Lord Slytherin, cousin?" Voldemort spat, and his amusement became anger as his red eyes glowed. "How can you, a mere boy, uncover the secret of Salazar Slytherin when greater, more worthy wizards failed? Although I was surprised when I read the newspaper back in November after your task. I must say, it was an extraordinary performance." Harry didn't reply, his angry eyes focused only on Daphne, his fingers twitching in anticipation of cursing Voldemort and the Death Eaters. "I was very interested in the fact that you claimed to be hiding your true self and your real power, right under Dumbledore's nose. I was even more interested when you were resorted into Slytherin, not to mention the Yule Ball." "You will pay for what you did, Potter," one of the Death Eaters shouted, interrupting his master. Surprisingly, the Dark Lord didn't curse him, instead only waving his wand towards the men and making his skull mask vanish in smoke. "Bill Weasley." Harry spat as he recognized the redhead. "Must I be hounded by you red-headed scum forever? Can't you Weasleys just die?" Then Harry's eyes widened as he thought of something. "The owl, the Hogwarts howl. Your sister was responsible for this, wasn't she? She was the one who sent Daphne the portkey." The Death Eaters chuckled, as did the Dark Lord. "Go on, William," Voldemort encouraged his servant with a grin, and Bill stepped forward. "Yes, you little shit," Bill confessed, "I sent a message to my brothers and sister and told them to send the letter I gave them to your snake whore. Sure, there was a minor compulsion charm on it to ensure their secrecy and their loyalty, but it was a fair price to pay to get to you. I know it was you. I know you are the one responsible for what happened to my family, as much as you are responsible for what happened to my sister. Did you really think we wouldn't make you pay? That we wouldn't have our vengeance? You son of a bitch, I will make you pay for everything you cost us. Piss off, Weasley, I wasn't the one who put the hit wizards after your family. I am willing to bet Longbottom did, and you know what? It's a shame they failed to catch you all, as much as it is a shame Cale didn't kill your slut of a sister at the Yule Ball. You son of a bitch." Bill roared, his wand pointing at Harry, Crucio. The yellow spell never hit because Harry moved out of the way, as did Dobby. Harry countered with a grayish curse that Bill was able to barely deflect with a shield. Harry thought back to his duel with the Weasleys many years before, from his perspective. There had been 4 of them back then, all trying to kill him, and Bill Weasley had been the best of the bunch. However, that had been during the course of the Second War and much had changed since then. Harry had gained more experience in battle and dueling, and had increased his repertoire of spells. He had taken time to learn many deadly spells, intent on being able to finish his enemies before they could do anything against him or his. Harry's strategy had long been to hit hard and deadly at the opening of his duels, be it dark, grey, or light spells. That was why he retaliated with Sectum Sempra, the dark cutting curse he had learned from Snape's potions book back in his original 6th year, moments before a piercing curse left the tip of his wand, piercing the right side of Weasley's chest and exiting through his back. As Weasley fell to the ground, Harry turned to Voldemort and his Death Eaters, noticing that Dobby had vanished under the disillusionment charm. It was ridiculous how wizards underestimated elves, but Harry wouldn't complain about it. "Impressive, Potter," Voldemort complimented the green-eyed boy, ignoring his fallen servant. "You showed good form and power. It is a shame for your opponent, though. Young William was a decent curse-breaker, a talented wizard, and an intelligent young man. And yet, he joined you," Harry replied. It was almost a taunt, but the iciness in his voice showed no humor at all. He glared at Voldemort, who just raised an eyebrow at the boy. "This is only between you and me," Harry told Voldemort. "Let her go and we can duel each other to the death." "Oh, I intend to, Potter. However, I want answers about all that has happened, and I want you to tell me the truth or I will make your girlfriend hurt, and you would not want that, would you, boy?" Voldemort asked, his wand pointing at Daphne. Before Harry could say anything, Voldemort smiled and mumbled a single word. Harry didn't need to hear the spell because the yellow light and Daphne's painful screams were enough to identify the spell. "No," shouted Harry over Daphne's screams, but instead of pleading for mercy, knowing very well it wouldn't work, Harry's horror was replaced by a cold fury. A blue slash left Harry's wand, and a surprised Voldemort was forced to stop his Cruciatus and raise a shield to block the spell. With a stab in the air, Harry shouted and reinforcements joined the battle. Zale formed in the air before being thrown against a Death Eater, who screamed in shock and horror at the sight of the powerful, dripping jaws of the massive snake. Another Death Eater screamed in pain and fell to his knees as he felt the cold stabs in his lower back, just in time to see a flash of blue against his eyes. Dobby dropped the disillusionment charm and stood in a protective stance next to Daphne, putting his hand on her shivering forehead and started trying to break the curse. A third Death Eater screamed in pain after being bitten in the thigh by small, but eager fangs, but before he could raise his wand against the unusually large snake behind him, he was hit by a green curse that threw him several feet away. As the hairless servant ape of her pet's enemy was thrown away, Scylla saw her pet's elf kneeling next to her unofficial pet, protecting her with shield magic. Knowing Daphne was safe, Scylla slithered behind a tombstone, intending to find the enemy's snake. "Kale!" Harry shouted, and from his wand a second snake took shape, this one smaller than the first but still massive. As Zale and Kale attacked the remaining Death Eater together, the Dark Lord's servant cast a killing curse in desperation against Zale. However, Zale threw its body to the right to escape the curse, and Kale captured the Death Eater's arm in its jaws. With a strong bite, the man screamed as his arm was ripped from his torso, only to be thrown to the ground under Zale. The last thing the Death Eater saw was the glowing green eyes of the snake disappearing behind its jaws. Daphne blinked when Dobby broke the curse, immediately feeling the pain of the Cruciatus she had been subjected to by Voldemort. Tears fell from her eyes as she tried to rise from the ground, still shivering. "Dobby," she asked when she recognized the elf. "How are you, mistress?" Dobby asked with a concerned look. "Hurting," she replied, turning her head to the sounds of spellfire, and widening her eyes as she saw the bodies of the Death Eaters on the ground and the two summoned snakes standing over the body of one of them. She gasped when she saw Harry dueling Voldemort in the distance and tried to stand, only to be stopped by Dobby. "Harry needs help," Daphne said. "No, he doesn't," Dobby replied promptly, shaking his head. "Harry can take care of Voldemort alone." "But," Daphne insisted, only to be silenced by Dobby's hand on her shoulder. "Mistress, what did they do to you?" Dobby asked, and Daphne looked at him, still concerned with Harry. "They tried to curse me. I was able to dodge at first, but someone hit me with a stunner," Daphne told Dobby. "Kale came and attacked them, but I don't remember anything more until I was Renervate, already under their power." "You were under the Imperious curse, mistress. You're free now. Also, I suggest you cancel the summoning," Dobby said, pointing at the still glowing necklace. "You're wasting the magic of the necklace needlessly." "But," Daphne replied, turning to the snakes, "that Kale isn't mine." "No, yours was destroyed. Those are Harry's." Daphne's attention again went to her boyfriend, who was now dueling Voldemort between the tombstones. "Harry," she thought, watching him attacking Voldemort with a barrage of blue piercing curses, ignoring the tears running down her cheeks. "Be careful, Harry. Break." "The boy is fairly good," said a man from the shadows, dressed in black and purple and surrounded by 6 of his companions, also clad in the same colors. "With your permission, Hierophant, I believe the boy is the superior wizard," a woman replied, and the Hierophant raised an eyebrow. "Voldemort is too arrogant and sure of his own superiority, and he underestimates the boy at his every move. He is powerful, true, but any of us could face him to a standstill. I beg your pardon, but I don't understand the man's use." "Mysterious are the Lord's designs," the Hierophant replied enigmatically, and his companions bowed their heads. "And ours is the duty to make them true. My life for the Great One's return," the 6 spoke as one. My life for the Great One's return, the Hierophant replied in a whisper, caressing the cover of the ancient leather tome attached to his waist by a golden chain. He squeezed the dark metal of his staff with his other hand, all the while feeling the cold metal of a dagger inside of his robes, touching his skin. Today our failures will be redeemed. Tonight, a god shall walk the earth once more. From the book and the dagger, the Hierophant felt a wave of pleasure filling him. He lived to serve the Great One. Break. Scylla needed no effort to find Nagini in the graveyard. The older snake was easily located by the younger one, who quickly rushed at it to attack. Nagini was surprised at first, but quickly defended herself from Scylla's jaws. Scylla attacked again, and once again Nagini dodged before striking at Scylla with her own jaws, but came away empty as the young basilisk avoided the strike. "Who are you, serpent?" Nagini demanded. "Are you with the Potterman Ling?" "Yes, he's my pet and you are with the enemy to our nest," Scylla replied. "I know what he did and how you need to die for my pet to kill our enemy." "Don't be silly, serpent," Nagini replied. "My companion is powerful and he's a speaker. Join us. Join him and you will have enough food for a lifetime." Scylla scoffed. "My pet is more powerful and greater than yours in everything, and he already provides me with enough food." "I don't need yours for anything, you stupid snake," Scylla replied with a hiss. "Your Voldemort will die today and our nest will be protected." "To kill my companion you need to kill me first, snakeling," Nagini taunted. "I am older and bigger than you. Why do you think you can kill me?" "Because I am your king," Scylla replied, throwing herself against Nagini. The two snakes entangled themselves and rolled around on the ground, trying to bite each other. Unfortunately for Scylla, Nagini was indeed older and bigger. That led to Scylla being bitten in her body, making the young basilisk hiss in pain as Nagini clamped her jaws into Scylla's muscles near her head. Scylla hissed and tried to get free, but was unsuccessful, only causing more blood to spill. Blood that was ingested by Nagini without care. Scylla threw herself against a tombstone, hissing in pain because of the bite but also making Nagini release her. Scylla was in pain and couldn't immediately strike at Nagini. Fortunately for her, the older snake hesitated as she felt a strange pain coming from inside her and start to spread throughout her body. Seeing her chance, Scylla glared at the older snake and attacked, only to feel a strange surge of something in her eyes before seeing the shocked and limp body of Nagini fall to the ground, before she even connected with her bite. Nagini's body exploded in a shrieking mist, and nothing remained apart from the ashy taste in Scylla's mouth. Still in pain, the young basilisk coiled itself on the ground, seeing a small rat scampering through the tombstones. Scylla looked at it, and the moment their eyes crossed, Scylla felt the same surge in her eyes, making the rodent fall dead on the ground. "I did it, my pet," Scylla mumbled, coiling herself as happiness took hold in her cold-blooded heart. "I finally have my gaze and I killed the enemy snake." Scylla closed the extra lid of her now mature, deadly, yellow eyes, and dropped her head to her body, blood oozing from the bite wounds. Break. Harry attacked Voldemort with a blood-boiling curse, followed by a flaming spear that exploded into several flaming arrows, and several powerful cutting curses. Voldemort defended against these spells by either shielding or dodging, all the while feeling his anger against the boy rising. How could this be possible? How could the boy be that good? Good enough to stand against him, the Dark Lord Voldemort, when so many others had fallen. Once more, how did he manage to dispose of his servants so easily? Granted, they were very low-level servants, but they were supposed to be able to deal with a mere boy. And where were his other servants? Where was his inner circle, whom he had summoned before the arrival of Potter and his bitch? Why hadn't they answered their master's call? Had they betrayed him? Then there were his allies, standing behind a powerful barrier. He knew they were watching, and he knew they had their own plans, but they had a common goal. They both wanted the Potter boy. Their agreement had been simple. In exchange for a new and powerful body, along with some knowledge of ancient and powerful magic, the Dark Lord Voldemort would deliver Harry Potter to them, alive. At first Voldemort had scoffed at the offer, but after receiving a demonstration from the Hierophant himself he became very interested. He had not bowed to them, obviously, the Dark Lord bowed to no one. He was wary of them, of course, but they had fulfilled their part of the agreement. They completed an ancient ritual and gave him his body back, as powerful as before, and taught him powerful magic thought lost to the eons of time. Granted, Voldemort thought the members of the cult were crazy for worshipping a dead wizard as a god, but maybe that was the right thing to aim for. He himself was powerful, immortal, and the greatest wizard alive. Maybe he should start his own cult, with him as a god to be worshipped by the magical masses. Who else would be worthy of such honor? In any case, his own plans were simple. He was not going to simply deliver them the Potter boy. His intentions were to kill him, and then with the support of his Death Eaters turn on his allies, who were obviously a threat to him. During the several months he had been with the cult they had helped him recruit several new members, mostly from the slums of the wizarding world. He had attempted to summon his Death Eaters, but they had not replied, and Voldemort had been too busy learning the old and ancient magics to go to their homes and demand answers. In retrospect, maybe he should have gone to them and thrown around a few cruciatus curses to re-establish his authority. However, for some reason he had found it more important to increase his own knowledge and magical power. The fact that the cult had helped several wizards and witches find their way to him was not lost on him, but he didn't care. Then, on that same night, he had attempted to summon his servants once again, but they had not come. Again. What was happening? Voldemort's anger against everything and everyone started to cloud his judgment, and he cast several high-powered curses he had recently learned, all of which were avoided by Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow, recognizing some of the ancient curses from his studies with the Maharaji. He dismissed it as a coincidence, as the spells could be learned in obscure texts, and this was Voldemort, the man who had dabbled in the darkest of arts. The older wizard started to grow tired and felt his wand arm aching. To his annoyance, Harry Potter kept dueling him as an equal, not as the weak green boy he believed him to be. His thoughts were interrupted by pure agony as a fiery cutting curse hit the Dark Lord across his chest. That unique moment of pain was more than enough for Harry to cast 2 other curses against him, throwing him to the ground. Harry summoned Voldemort's wand and bound the men to the floor, still in agony. "You lose, Tom Riddle," Harry said in a low voice, approaching the men on the ground. With one flick of his hand, a blue curse was cast from his wand and Voldemort's body started to burn under blue flames, making the Dark Lord scream even more in pain. "I could make a speech, I could say how I know you are a half-blood like me, son of a near Squibgaunt and a Muggle Riddle. I could say how much you have fallen, how great you could have been." His eyes glowed in anger. "But you dared to kidnap the woman I love and hurt her." Harry snarled. "I am not going to let that pass so easily," Harry said with venom, as the flames started to burn with more intensity and Voldemort's screams increased. "Break." "Ah." An alderman mumbled, "I guess there is some truth in the stories about this Harry Potter kid." "I guess I owe you 5 galleons, master," another, younger man replied. "We could use his help." "We could, but no matter how powerful he is, he's just a kid and our fight is not his," the first man replied. "If our suspicions are correct, our fight may soon be his," a woman mumbled from the back. Neither of them turned to her, both knowing the truth of her words. "I hope we are wrong," the first man replied, dread filling his mind. "Keep the orbs at hand. If they are indeed here and we can't contain them, we will need reinforcements." "We have the upper hand, master," the second man spoke, waving to the nearly 15 people behind them. "We may be more, but if we are right, these are no mere cultists or necros, these are the elite, and each of them is a fearsome foe," the master replied ominously, his attention directed again to Harry Potter and the screaming Lord Voldemort. "Break." "Voldemort is defeated, Hierophant," the woman said, and the men nodded. "What should we do?" another man asked, and the Hierophant wondered the same. "Do nothing yet," the voice of his master answered him in his mind, and he quickly forwarded the reply to his companions. "The blood of innocence has been spilled in my name, I can feel it. All that is needed is the sacrifice of kinslaying and the flesh of the vessel. Be ready to act soon." "Your will be done, my master," Veridthoth replied in thoughts. He would not fail his master. "Break." "Harry," called Daphne, and Harry turned slightly back, acknowledging his girlfriend's presence. She had her wand in her hand, and despite the tremor she seemed to be on alert, much to his approval. Just because Voldemort was down, that didn't mean all was well. She was also followed by Dobby, Zale, and Kale. "Daphne, are you all right?" he asked with concern, both wands still in his hands. Daphne only nodded, slightly glaring at the fallen Dark Lord. For some reason, she felt no fear, only anger and disgust. She fought a tremor, only to be wrapped in Harry's arms, sharing a quick kiss. "Are you sure you're all right?" "Just a bit shaken," she replied with a small nod. "Dobby." "I'm fine," the elf replied, and Harry sighed and relied, caressing Daphne's back in a tight hug. "Come, it's time to end this," he told them, and Daphne nodded, all of them turning to the fallen and injured Voldemort. "Scylla," Harry shouted in Parseltongue, and for several moments there was no reply. "Scylla." "I'm here, my pet," the injured basilisk hissed back, emerging from behind a tombstone. "Are you all right, Scylla?" Harry asked, seeing what seemed to be injuries along her body. "I'm fine, my pet," Scylla replied. "The snake is dead and I finally have my gaze," Scylla replied happily, despite her injuries. Harry smiled as Scylla approached the group, looking at both Zale and Kale, feeling a mix of envy and awe. "Who are these 2 big ones, my pet?" "Those are Zale and Kale, Scylla." "Hi, I'm Scylla," Scylla introduced herself, receiving no reply from the 2 snakes, which annoyed the young basilisk. "Oi. I said hello." "They aren't real snakes, Scylla. They are constructs." "Golems," Harry replied with a chuckle, and the annoyed Scylla looked from Harry to the 2 golems. "Fake ones?" Scylla asked, and Harry nodded. Scylla looked at the 2 golems and hissed, "You don't need these fake things anymore, my pet." "You have me," Scylla replied snobbishly, slithering between Harry and Daphne. "What was that about?" Daphne asked with a raised eyebrow, and Harry chuckled. Scylla was just jealous of Kale and Zale, Harry replied with a grin, and Daphne chuckled, noticing the basilisk kissing while approaching her. She says she's glad you're fine. Daphne caressed Scylla's head softly while Dobby and Harry chuckled, all of them turning again to Voldemort, their brief moment of amusement now gone. Dobby, can you pop away? Harry asked and Bobby shook his head. No, master, he replied, and Harry grunted. A pity, he said. Why? Daphne asked. I wanted to show him how truly beaten he was. Harry replied. You cannot defeat me, Potter. Voldemort wheezed in pain, and Harry snorted. Maybe I can't show you your defeat. Harry said with a sneer, only to be interrupted by Dobby. Actually, I thought you might need this. Dobby replied, taking a small box from one of his pockets. With a snap of his fingers, the box was enlarged and opened. Harry laughed heartily, and Daphne looked surprised, raising her eyebrows. Inside the box, which was more like a trunk now, floating in a yellowish liquid, were Voldemort's Horcruxes. Or former Horcruxes. The Horcruxes were destroyed the moment they were dipped in the venom, Dobby informed. I just closed the trunk with locking and impervious charms and put it in my pocket. You're a cheeky bastard, did you know that? Harry laughed, amused, and patted the elf's back. You may have mentioned it a couple of times. Dobby laughed, and even Daphne chuckled at their interaction while Scylla looked at all of them. So, Tom, do you remember your first Horcrux? The Diary of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry taunted with a grin, and Voldemort's eyes widened despite the pain. I destroyed it 2 years ago, all thanks to Lucius Malfoy, who put it among Weaselet's possessions. Harry levitated the gaunt ring from the chest. Your grandfather's ring, the one you left in the gaunt shack. Remember this one? Voldemort's eyes widened in disbelief and painful anger. Harry dropped the ring into the trunk and took the locket out. Slytherin's locket. By the way, Regulus Black found out your secret and tried to destroy it. He failed and paid with his life, but his house elf kept the Horcrux and gave it to me to destroy. Speaking of which, Dobby, we need to compensate Creature somehow. I did promise him he would be there when we destroyed the Horcrux. I'm sure Creature will forgive you, Master, Dobby replied with a smirk. I shall go to him after this. Creature? Asked Daphne. The Black family elf, Harry replied, and Daphne nodded. Right, you told me, she replied. Moving on. Harry replied, levitating another Horcrux out. The diadem of Ravenclaw, you left it in Hogwarts, another priceless heirloom you corrupted. Harry said, taking the cup from the trunk, Hufflepuff's cup. This one was tricky to get. The hardest, actually, Harry continued, dipping the cup in the venom again. Scylla here killed Nagini, isn't that right, Scylla? That's right, my pet. I gazed at the snake and I bit her. She exploded with a scream. She was also stupid. She bit me and swallowed my blood. Stupid snake, she didn't realize I'm a basilisk and that my blood is deadly as well. Harry laughed and translated Scylla's words, earning Scylla a caress from Daphne, which the basilisk appreciated. Then, the last one. Harry levitated a moistened sock from the trunk. Despite his anger, fear, and shock, Voldemort raised an eyebrow, not understanding and not recognizing the Horcrux. To be fair, this is one of Dobby's old socks, Harry said with a taunting grin. It's a shame we had to waste a sock with this thing, but after living with a piece of your soul in my scar for all this time, all I wanted was to get rid of it as soon as possible, and Dobby had a sock in hand. The sock fell into the trunk, and Harry's demeanor changed to anger. His wand pointed at Voldemort and a blue lightning curse was cast. I don't care about the prophecy you and Dumbledore obsess over, Harry roared over Voldemort's screams. You killed my parents that night, and because of what my mother did, as well as your stupidity, a sliver of your soul attached itself to me. Harry strengthened the curse and Voldemort screamed even more. Daphne was disgusted and wanted to look away, but didn't, wanting to be strong, and trying to ignore the smell of burned flesh. Harry dropped the curse and glared at Voldemort. That was for my parents, he said, turning to Daphne, giving her a soft smile before turning to Voldemort once again. But this one is for kidnapping and torturing my wife. Harry shouted in anger. With a wave of his wand, Voldemort was lifted from the ground, screaming in pain, and the Dark Lord felt his entire body break. All his bones cracked at the same time, under the pressure of an unseen force. Voldemort screamed in pain as blood dripped from his wounds and exposed bones, and Daphne had to use all her willpower not to throw up or turn away. Voldemort's body was a gruesome sight, but the man was still alive when Harry dropped him back on the ground. Goodbye, Lord Voldemort, also known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry said in a low tone. May you rot in whatever hell waits you. From his wand, flames erupted, engulfing the broken body of Voldemort, who barely screamed, as the fiery snakes, manticores, and dragons engulfed him and reduced his body to ash. Don't you think that was a little much? Dobby asked Harry, nodding to Daphne. "Daphne, are you all right?" Harry asked, concerned, and Daphne nodded. "That was disgusting," she replied in a low tone, but tried to smile. "Is he gone?" "For good this time," Harry replied, and Daphne nodded. "Good," she said, approaching Harry and grabbing his face for a kiss. All of a sudden, bones erupted from the ground, bodily spines shaped like chains, binding Harry's wrists and forcing him to kneel in mere moments. "What the?" Harry shouted in surprise. Daphne widened her eyes in shock as two bone chains attached to her wrists and pushed her back from Harry. "Harry!" Daphne shouted, seeing Harry being subdued by the bone chains. A third chain trapped Scylla on the ground, making sure the basilisk couldn't move, and Dobby was trapped by two other bone chains. "Master!" Dobby shouted in horror, seeing Harry's arms being spread wide as Harry was forced to his knees, powerless to resist. "What is happening?" Harry growled, trying unsuccessfully to use his own magic to fight back against the chains. The ground started to glow an ominous red, revealing runes traced in the ground, formerly unseen but now powered and quite powerful. Then, much to Daphne and Dobby's horror, Harry started screaming in pain as his eyes became darker in front of them. "Break! It is time, brothers and sisters!" Veridthoth exclaimed in glee, and the barrier protecting him and his 6 acolytes fell, revealing the 7 men and women to the world, all of them feeling the happiness and the excitement their leader felt. "Tonight, a god will walk the earth again. Rasselthoth shall rejoin the world of the living. My life for the Great One's return," they all chanted as one, as the Hierophant drew the dagger from his robes and started to walk towards Harry, all of them taking their places and starting the chanting of the ritual. Chapter 29, Chapter. "Harry!" screamed Daphne, earning only the screams of her boyfriend as a reply. Much like Dobby, Scylla, and even Zale and Kale, she was trying to free herself, but with no success. She widened her eyes when she saw the 7 unknown people appear out of thin air, especially when the one with a strange leather book at his waist and carrying a dark staff took a dagger from his robes and walked towards Harry. Daphne tried harder to break the bone chain spell, wanting to do something to help and protect Harry, but nothing seemed to work. The Hierophant approached them at a steady pace with the dagger in his hand, mumbling the words of the ritual. In his mind there was only the ritual to bring his master's greatness into the world of the living once again, as a real god of death and undeath. That, and his master's victory laugh. "Harry!" called Daphne over his screams, just before the spell fire started all around them. Several new people appeared in the graveyard and started to curse the cultists, some of them running with weapons in hand amidst the colorful spells crossing the air. "Miharjai!" many of the newly arrived warriors shouted, and most of the cultists broke their chanting, turning their magic on their age-old enemies with a snarl. "Protect the ritual circle," snarled Veridthoth as he recognized their enemy's war cry. Raising his staff, a wall of purple flames appeared and separated the cultists and their prisoners from the Miharjai. "Complete the chanting," he shouted again, raising the dagger and turning to Harry with a distressed look. Daphne widened her eyes as she heard the war cry of the new arrivals. If those were the Miharjai, then it was quite obvious who the people attacking them were. When their leader turned once again to Harry wielding the dagger, she tried even harder to free herself, but was unable to escape. She ignored everything else around them, the purple flames separating the Miharjai from them, the spells flying through the air, the screams and cries, some of the Miharjai warriors wielding their weapons, jumping over the purple flames with the help of some of their wizard companions' magic, while the others cast their own curses to counter their enemies and tried to bring down the flame wall. She didn't notice the glowing red traces in the ground or that some of the tombs exploded, revealing previously prepared infantry rising from the earth to fight their master's enemies. All she focused on was Harry, who had stopped screaming in pain but seemed to be spasming on the ground, and the cultist standing over Harry with the dagger. "Harry!" she screamed again to no avail, her own scream heard over Dobby's and Scylla's hiss. The latter was trying to gaze at the monkey threatening her pet but was unsuccessful, for the simple reason the man's eyes never crossed Scylla's. "I know not why you are so important to my master, but Rasselthoth will rise once again," the man mumbled in his native tongue, raising the dagger over Harry's spasming chest. "Your life for..." "No." Dobby screamed, a surge of magic coming from him and successfully blowing up the bone chains around himself. He raised his hands against the man and a blue flash threw the Hierophant away from Harry, giving him enough time to free the others from the chains. Now free from their chains, Zale and Kale darted towards the Hierophant, who was already on his feet and directing a glare towards the elf and the group. Dobby stood in front of his master, who was still on the ground, and Daphne knelt beside Harry while Scylla took her place at Dobby's side, intending to protect her pet. "Harry!" Daphne called, casting a few minor medical charms she had learned from Madame Pomfrey in the previous months, but to no avail. "Mistress, we need to take the master away from here," Dobby said, casting a red spell which splashed against the Hierophant's red shield. With but a wave of his staff, the Hierophant cast a purple spell that blew Zale into pieces, and a yellow one into Kale. The yellow spell was intended to subjugate the massive snake to his will and have it on his side. Unfortunately for him, Kale was not a living creature, but a golem. The yellow spell splashed against the powerful jaws of the fast-approaching snake, and Veridthoth was barely able to save himself by casting a blue curse that destroyed the golem's head. "You will not stop me," the men shouted in anger, the red shield shimmering around him. Daphne turned to the Hierophant, seeing the two snakes' bodies near him, and recognized the red shield around him from Harry's memories of his encounter with Titania. "Dobby, that shield stops all kinds of magic," Daphne told him. "Use indirect or physical attacks." At once, Dobby threw a tombstone against the Hierophant, who was forced to cast a spell to blow it into pieces. Then a powerful blue spell splashed against the Hierophant's shield, and everyone's attention was drawn to the newly arrived older man, who stood before Dobby and Veridthoth. "Elf, take your master and your mistress and leave this place," the older man ordered in barely a whisper, defending himself from a purple curse from the Hierophant. "That scum is mine." Wards were raised, Dobby replied, not recognizing the older men from their previous life. "Then stand back," the men replied, and focused on the battle with the Hierophant. Dobby looked back and noticed a hissing Scylla next to him. Daphne was still at Harry's side, looking very protective and concerned. Break. Harry saw himself in the center of a cave. Not just any cave, but the chamber of secrets in his own mind. Normally, that wouldn't be any surprise. The surprise was the fact that he seemed to be ethereal, and that all around him a maelstrom of magic was raging, a maelstrom that seemed to be centered around himself. Then he looked up and saw a black and green shadow entering his mind through a rip in the ceiling, which was being fought back by the maelstrom of magic and, surprisingly, a flying Bale, supported by his magic. The shadow seemed to be winning against Bale and the maelstrom, which seemed to be receding. "What the hell?" he said to himself, unable to find an expression strong enough to describe his feelings on what was happening in his mind. "Do something." Harry heard his own voice shout, "I know you can't listen to me, but do something. Stop him. Fight him." "Who is there?" Harry asked in surprise, looking around and seeing no one else. "You can hear me?" the voice asked in surprise. "Yes." Harry replied, recognizing the surprise in the voice. "Then do something." "They can't do it alone and I can't help," the voice replied, and Harry felt the anger in the voice directed at him. "Fight the shadow. Help them as they helped you." Harry didn't move, stunned by what was happening. "Please, help them," the voice whispered one last time. Harry just tried to focus his magic against the incoming shadow of the invader, not understanding what was happening, knowing only that having dark shadows invade his mind was a bad thing. "Break. There is something in him," Dobby said, feeling something blocking the link with his master, something dark, evil, and powerful. He shivered. Is it?" Daphne mumbled in shock, unable to believe. They had levitated Harry's body and were running from the battle, having no interest in being a part of it. "The Thoth." Dobby nodded, very concerned. "How?" Daphne asked and Dobby shrugged, noticing the glowing red lines on the ground among the tombstones. "A ward," Dobby thought, following a line with his eyes to a tombstone, near which a savage-looking warrior of the Maharjai just ripped the head off an infri with his own hands. "It's not just a ward line, it's an artificial ley line, a ritual line, and all rituals can fail with the slightest tampering." Formulating a plan, Dobby turned to Daphne with a face of pure resolve. "Mistress, if I don't return, tell Harry that it was an honor for me to serve him. I wish him all the best, and make sure he lives a happy life. He deserves it." "What?" Daphne asked, as Dobby drew a knife and started to run along one of the red lines. Scylla hissed in surprise, seeing Dobby running away from Harry, and Daphne was shocked, not able to do anything but watch Dobby leave. Dobby cast a spell that blew a leg from an inferius attacking a Maharjai and cast a fireball curse against an enemy wizard, who was overpowering an ally wizard. Dobby reached the tombstone he had identified, and with a quick check he saw several hieroglyphs carved into the base. Dobby groaned. He couldn't read the hieroglyphs, so he had no way of knowing what purpose they served. That left only one option. The desperate one. Dobby cast a curse at the tombstone, reducing it to rubble in a flash. The red lines vanished, and everyone felt the magic surge in the graveyard, causing a select few to smirk in satisfaction. A huge explosion threw Dobby against another tombstone and the elf hit his head, feeling drained before becoming unconscious. His last conscious thoughts were that the tombstone was no mere node of the ritual, it was also a trap. Break. Daphne saw Dobby being thrown back against the tombstone and gasped as she saw one of the cult's witches notice her. The woman used a yellow curse on one of the Maharjai warriors, and Daphne saw and heard the man scream as his skin rotted and melted at the same time. With a crazed growl, the witch turned to Daphne and raised her wand against the younger witch, who wasted no time and cast a curse of her own. The elder witch slapped Daphne's curse aside with a shield and tried to subdue her with an Incarcerus-like curse. Daphne dodged the spell and cast 3 high-level curses, a bone breaker, a lightning spear, and a conf ringo, all of which the elder witch defended. "Is that it?" the eldest witch mocked in heavily accented English. "Is that the best the famous Daphne Greengrass can do?" You know my name, but I don't know you, Daphne replied with a scowl, not knowing what to do. I am Jerissa Anavari, and I will deliver you to the Great One in chains as he requested of his servants. I don't know what he wants with you, but the ritual is nearly finished. Today, through the vessel of your boyfriend, Rasselthoth will return. No. Daphne gaped in shock. She suspected something from the necromancer, but she definitely didn't suspect that. I will not let you touch Harry. It's not like you have a choice, little girl, the woman spat, amused. Lower your wand and surrender, and I will show you mercy. No. Daphne spat in anger, casting a few spells, which were all defended by the other witch. Daphne quickly felt her anger turn to fear and desperation as her opponent blasted a tombstone next to her. I will say it again, surrender and I-A-A-A-A-A-H-H-H-H-H. Jerissa cried out in pain, feeling sharp fangs pierce her thigh. Jerissa looked down in pain, and the last thing she saw was the yellow eyes of Scylla, her fangs pumping venom into her flesh. By the time Daphne's desperate cutting curse hit her neck, the older witch was already dead. Impressive, a new voice said from behind Daphne, and she turned back to see a blonde woman kneeling before Harry. Who are you? Daphne almost shouted in surprise, her wand shakingly turned against the newly arrival. My name is unimportant. All you need to know is that I am an enemy of your enemy, and that I can be your friend. I can also help your boyfriend. You're a Maharjai. Daphne stated, although the question mark was heard by the woman, who raised an eyebrow. I am. How do you know that name? Does it matter? Daphne replied, her wand having stopped shaking. I guess not, the woman replied with a soft smile to Daphne, turning to Harry. I can help your boyfriend on my own, but with your help it will be easier. How? Daphne asked, kneeling in front of the woman, next to Harry. Scylla slithered next to her, still suspicious of the new woman, but if her pet's mate trusted her, Scylla would too. He's under a heavy possession, the woman replied, the very easy way to deal with it is to kill the vessel. Daphne growled at that, and the woman smirked. I don't like it, as I am a healer and a priestess. I prefer to exorcise the vessel, no matter how hard it can be. I don't like to waste innocent lives, unlike some of my companions. What? What do you need me for? Daphne asked, and the Maharjai took her left hand, telling her to put her right one on Harry's chest. Don't worry, the woman said as her hands started to glow golden, making Daphne feel warm. Focus on your boyfriend and call to him. I will take care of the rest. Break. Harry felt the pressure of the foreign shadow on his body, his magic, and his soul. He somehow knew that if the shadow won, whatever it was, he would be doomed. The pressure increased, and droplets of sweat fell from his ethereal brow. He knew he was losing the battle and didn't know what to do to prevent it. We're going to die, aren't we? The voice asked in resignation. No. Harry growled and tried to push his magic against the shadow. They were able to protect us that other time, but he's too strong for them now, the voice told him, and Harry raised an eyebrow. Not even with their help you can fight him. Who are they, and who is this he? Harry asked, and who are you? You don't know. The voice mumbled. What? Harry asked. I think he is your enemy from your other life, the voice said, and Harry almost gaped in anger. Oberon and Titania. Harry growled. No, the voice shouted. The necromancer. The Thoth something. Rasselthoth. Harry widened his eyes, looking to the shadow above him. Yeah. How? Harry shouted, and fear could be heard in his voice, especially when the shadow pushed harder. I don't know, the voice replied. Who are you? Harry asked more demanding, why are you in my head? Your head, the voice replied in anger, last time I checked, this was my head. You were the one that forced your way in and trapped me in my own body. Harry's eyes widened at that. You're. Harry mumbled in shock, that's. I am you. I am the Harry Potter who existed before you came back and trapped me in my own body, the now identified voice claimed in anger. One day I was brooding over my friend's betrayals, and suddenly I am trapped in my own mind, unable to do anything. I can't move, I can't talk, and yet I can see and experience what my body is doing with another controlling it. Then I was able to see your memories as if they were mine, and I discovered who you were and what happened. The younger Harry's voice replied in anger, much to Harry's bafflement. He was brought from his surprise by another strike from the shadow above. I hate you, you bastard, the voice said, before adding in a whisper, but I understand why you did all you did. Harry didn't say anything for several moments. We merged, we should have. Harry replied. Not all of us did, the voice replied, as a sudden crack was heard. Harry looked up and saw Bale falling to the ground, its skull broken. Shit. Swore Harry at the sight. He's too strong. Younger Harry's voice replied in desperation, what can we do? I don't know. Harry replied, as the pressure increased on his magic and himself, as the shadow came down to devour everything in its path. I really don't know. Harry looked to the shadow above, and for the slightest moment he believed he could see two glowing figures in the roaring maelstrom of his magic, fighting the shadow that apparently was Rasselthoth. Harry, a distant voice was heard, and Harry recognized it as being Daphne's. Harry, listen to me, the voice called again, I love you, and you need to come back. You need to fight Rasselthoth's possession. You need to come back. Daphne. Harry mumbled to himself, somehow starting to feel warmer, the entire cave starting to warm up and glow, the sound of chanting starting to fill the cave. Harry felt a surge of benign magic and felt restored to his best. What is happening? Younger Harry's voice asked in awe, experiencing the same feelings. I don't know, but I won't waste this chance, Harry replied, redoubling his efforts. This time, assisted by the strange magic which seemed to hurt the shadow, Harry was able to push the shadow back. In the maelstrom above, two empowered ethereal figures felt the pressure of the necromancer's advance relent, starting even to be forced to retreat. Break. With a black curse, Veridthoth killed his older opponent, who died with a scream of pain. The tired Hierophant looked around and saw that 4 of his brethren were dead, although 10 of the damned Maharji were also dead, either by spell or by infurious bite and claw. Of the inferi they had previously created only 3 remained, which were assisting his 2 remaining brethren, who were in a bit of a stalemate against wizards. Of the Potter boy, his master's intended vessel, there was no sign. Veridthoth had stopped feeling his master several minutes before and assumed all was well. When he felt pain and anger lashing out at himself, he feared things had gone wrong. Kill them. Kill all the Maharji, his master's voice shouted in his mind, forcing him to flinch under its power. They dared to interfere and sabotage my plans. Kill them. Kill them all. My lord, most of your servants were killed, Veridthoth informed, feeling his master's rage, the rebirth ritual is crippled. Then you have failed me. My lord, I beg you for another chance. Your rebirth can still happen, Veridthoth begged. It is within your power. Rasselthoth remained silent for a time, planning his next move. Thanks to his minion's failure, he had lost the chance to take Potter's body as his vessel. He could take another vessel, but the flesh was weak and would destroy itself in few days, unable to house his great power. His greatest failure, perhaps. In all his power, in all his plans, he never accounted for the idea that his godlike self-soul and power would be unable to be housed in a mere construct, like Voldemort had done, and he had tried, for centuries even. He had lost several of his artifacts in the process, in exchange for a few days among the living. But now, with Potter, he had a chance to walk the earth once more, to use the boy's body in a carefully crafted ritual to rise once again. He had no other chance, though. Fulfill your oath to me, he ordered, and felt Veridthoth's uneasiness for a small moment. You mean? Do it, my servant. Prove your loyalty to me. Veridthoth's hands trembled as he fell to his knees. However, it was not out of fear, but of excitement. I have learned the words from my father, as his father before him, Veridthoth mumbled to himself, happiness filling him at the thought of being chosen by his master. I always believed in them, and I will live by them. Veridthoth opened his robes, revealing the dark skin under it, and an ornate dagger. His hands clasped the hilt and lifted the dagger. My life for the Great One's return. Veridthoth stabbed himself in the chest, and at once felt magic from the dagger invading his body. Blood should have quickly poured from such a wound, but none flowed. It started with cold gripping his chest, making him gasp, and a shock took his body, making him open his arms wide and stiffen, looking to the sky, all the while feeling an immeasurable pain as his own soul and magic were consumed by his master. My life, for your return. Those were the last words spoken by Veridthoth, Hierophant of the followers of Rasselthoth necromantic cult. Break. Harry. Daphne called the moment Harry opened his eyes, which were now glowing an ominous yellowish green. Daph. Harry asked in a rasp, feeling the girl's hug. My pet, you're awake, Scylla hissed, but her words weren't heard by Harry, who had heard another familiar voice that immediately grabbed his attention. Curious. That was easy, the blonde woman spoke, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Harry turned to her and recognized her. Mother Danica. Harry whispered, and the woman widened her eyes while Daphne looked surprised, looking from Harry to the blonde woman. How do you know my name, child? Danica asked, curious but not overly concerned. The Thoth, is he? Harry asked, trying to get up before being immediately forced back down by Daphne. Harry noticed Danica shiver. I see you know things you shouldn't know, the woman spoke, how in Morana's name do you? My life to stop his return, Harry spoke in an obscure language that Daphne didn't understand. She did, however, see the eyes of Danica widen. How? She asked, and Harry shook his head. He tried something with me, he tried to possess me. Harry spoke, and Daphne felt the fear and apprehension in Harry's words. Why and how? I know not, little brother, Danica replied, looking to Daphne. You didn't tell me you were one of us. I'm not, Daphne replied, looking at Harry, still laying on the ground and looking up at her. Daphne needs to leave, Harry spoke, and Daphne looked at him, an angry retort forming on her lips. I have to leave, she asked, what about you? Harry started, only to be interrupted by Danica. You both need to leave, she spoke. You have done enough today, and this battle doesn't need to be yours. Besides, we need to discover why the great enemy is interested in you, Harry Potter. Now, stay put and I will heal some of your wounds. Danica spoke, starting to chant. Daphne was curious about the healing magic and didn't see Harry's thoughtful look. Harry, are you there? Harry thought to himself. Harry, do you hear me? He asked, getting no response from his younger self in his mind. There, that should be enough too. As Danica spoke, they all felt a surge of magic, a new power starting to form back among the tombstones where they had been. Danica looked shocked, Harry got up slowly from the ground, still sore and hurt, and Daphne shivered, feeling a power greater than Voldemort, Dumbledore, or even Harry. What is that? Daphne asked in almost a whisper. Danica paled dramatically. Harry was unsure. You need to leave. Now. Danica shouted, only for them to see shots of purple light hit two Miharji and send them back, instantly dead. They looked to the source of the spell and saw none other than the Hierophant with his back to them. A Miharji warrior wielding an axe shouted a war cry and charged against the wizard, only to be trapped in place mere 7 steps from his target. One blackish-green spell later and the man's body started to dry as if it were a piece of leather, losing muscle and mass. Within a few horrible moments for those who saw it, and pure agony for the victim, nothing but dust remained. The followers fell to their knees, all thoughts of battle forgotten. The few Miharji remaining, who had been winning the fight, stepped back. None saw their leaders around, and the last thing they saw were the purple flames appearing out of thin air, engulfing them. They all died screaming. You have to leave. Danica nearly shouted in fear, leave, now. The Hierophant turned back to the sound of the voice, having heard it in the distance. Daphne noticed the man had a dagger stuck in his chest and blinked, surprised. Suddenly, the Hierophant was only a few feet from them. Danica tried to cast a spell but with a wave of the Hierophant's hand, her throat was slit. Harry drew his secondary wand, having no idea where his main one was, and cast a blue spell, only to have it splash against the familiar red shield. Harry glared at the men standing between him and Daphne, his expression turning to one of shock when he saw the Hierophant's eyes, which were now pure black. Harry Potter. The men spoke in a low voice, and yet it seemed that the sound had not come from his mouth but from somewhere else, distant, and deeper. It was a dark voice, a sibilant one, and one that carried a lot of power. Harry knew at once who or what was before them. He had felt the same magic once before in his past life and once again in his own mind, as he was defending himself from the attack. You. Harry whispered, and Daphne, who was terrified, saw something she never thought possible. Harry was nervous, and scared of the thing before him. Daphne gasped when the thing waved his hand and the both of them dropped their wands before being lifted in the air, their arms and legs spread, forming an X with their bodies. Harry. Daphne called, trying to free herself, much like Harry. Scylla attempted to attack the new enemy but was captured with a spell, her entire body immobile, as if she were under a stunner. You are Rasselthoth. Harry spoke with a scowl. How are you here? Why are you here? Harry asked in anger. What do you want with me? With us, he asked, looking at Daphne out of the corner of his eye. From your woman, I want nothing, the Thoth spoke, walking towards Harry and grabbing his neck, making the teen look into his black eyes. From you, I want your soul and your body. You will pay for destroying my artifact, and I will use your life and your flesh to create myself a new vessel. Soon, the world will bow before me once again. What are you talking about? Harry asked with a scowl. I destroyed nothing. Don't be an idiot, Harry Potter, Rasselthoth replied with a mix of amusement and an irritated scowl. Don't tell me you haven't figured it out already. What? Daphne asked, widening her eyes, attracting the attention of the necromancer as Harry widened his own eyes in shock. Daphne Potter, your wife. Rasselthoth spoke, younger than I remember from your memories, but unmistakable. He turned to Harry once again and noticed that his remaining servants had approached them. Great one. One of them dared to ask in awe, only to receive an angered look from their lord and master. You failed me. Rasselthoth spoke, casting several spells. Each one found its mark and all of his servants died, much to the shock of Harry and Daphne. Then, the two of them saw the world shift, and suddenly all of them were near the cauldron where the followers had been hidden. How? Harry shouted in anger and confusion, gaining the attention of the necromancer and of Daphne. How are you here? It was all thanks to you, Dark Lord Potter, Rasselthoth mocked Harry, starting to bleed all the bodies into the cauldron. How? Daphne asked in pure disbelief, as Harry gaped. I am the greatest wizard that has ever lived. I am a god of life and death, and I am immortal, Rasselthoth proclaimed. I crawled back from the pits where you sent me and recovered my power. I was weak for a long time, but soon I was able to establish a small link with my last tool and escape my torment. When you designed the ritual to come back, I followed, no matter how weak. I came back and merged my memories of my future self with those of my present self, and I planned my revenge and my return. Who was it? Harry asked seething, who discovered it and betrayed me? Who else? Rasselthoth asked in a condescending tone, yourself. What? Harry asked shocked, as did Daphne. Did you really think you had won? Rasselthoth demanded in anger, did you really think you, an insignificant ant, could defeat me? A yellow spell was cast against Harry and he screamed in pain. Daphne knew at once that it was way worse than the Cruciatus. Harry. Fight back. He can't, Daphne Potter, Rasselthoth spoke after some moments, lifting the spell and looking at Harry. Not anymore. I admit, it was frustrating at times, especially at the Christmas holiday of yours, where you would attempt to kill yourself. Luckily my power grew and I was able to influence you enough to stop your whining, although not enough to do my bidding. Then a suggestion here, a small push there, and you started to look for a way to come back, just as I wanted. Well done, my loyal servant. Rasselthoth laughed as Harry paled and looked shocked. Daphne looked at Harry and saw the disbelief in her boyfriend's eyes. Harry, don't believe him. Daphne demanded. And now, thanks to you, Harry Potter, I will walk this world again, Rasselthoth proclaimed, noticing that all bodies had been fully bled to the cauldron, Danica's included. I planned carefully for this day, and I even sent my servants to propose an alliance to your kin Voldemort. He was nothing more than a step in my plan, necessary to have you here. Those weeks ago, was it you? Daphne asked, was it you when Harry had that weird attack? Rasselthoth scowled at Daphne's question. I was expanding my power and managed to establish a link. I was not expecting your strong defenses, he said, glaring at Harry. I decided to lay low after that, I needed to weaken you before I claimed you. All I needed was blood violently shed, on sacred ground and in my name. He looked around. Much was spilled here tonight, and even more. I needed a sacrifice of a soul with ties to the new vessel to power the transformation, hence the grooming of Voldemort for you to kill him, and finally, you, my new vessel, weakened and compliant. For a moment, I thought the Maharjai would ruin everything and force me to speed things. What are you talking about? Harry demanded, how can I be your new vessel? Because, Harry Potter, I claimed your soul that day in Longbottom Manor, Rasselthoth spoke again with a laugh. You're lying, Harry spoke in defiance and anger, and Daphne looked shocked at Harry, not hiding a small tinge of pride on her boyfriend's behalf, while Rasselthoth looked to Harry in anger. I studied you. You lie, you corrupt, you always make yourself look greater than you are. You're not the god you claim to be, you're an overpowered maggot that should have turned to dust a long time ago. Careful now, Rasselthoth threatened, words bring consequences. If you could do anything, you would have done it already, Harry replied defiantly. As it turns out, you need me for something and I will not help you. You have no choice, Rasselthoth replied with anger. He looked to Daphne and had an idea. You are correct, though. I need you. I need only you, and even then, I only need your body. But what should I do with her, he asked, and Harry paled when he realized he was speaking of Daphne. Leave her out of this. Harry shouted. You are not in the position of making demands, Harry Potter, Rasselthoth replied, amused by the girl's fear and the boy's anger. But never fear, I had a simple idea. Why should I risk possessing your body with only one soul to power the ritual, when I have your wife's soul right here, he asked, and Harry paled. No. Harry shouted, as Rasselthoth laughed. Now, should I have you kill her, he asked, curse her as you did Voldemort? Or. He laughed when he saw Scylla's body still under the spell. Or, we can use your pet basilisk. He stretched his hand and the body of Scylla flew into it. No. Leave her alone. Harry shouted in panic, trying to free himself from Rasselthoth's magic. Daphne paled and closed her eyes, terrified. Rasselthoth walked to Daphne, making sure Harry would see it and raised Scylla in the air, placing its head in front of Daphne, who still had her eyes closed. Wake up, basilisk, Rasselthoth whispered, and the spell was lifted. Scylla twitched. Scylla, whatever you do, don't look at Daphne. Harry shouted. My pet. Scylla asked, unable to move. Amusing, Rasselthoth hissed back and Harry looked in shock at the body that contained the soul of the necromancer. Use your glare with the girl and kill her. No. Scylla replied defiantly, realizing what was happening. You think you can defy me, little snake? Rasselthoth asked, casting a spell on Scylla that made the young basilisk hiss in pain. Look at her and kill her, and the pain will stop. I will not kill my pet's mate, Scylla replied defiantly once again, and the necromancer chuckled, amused. Then I will force you. For her part, Daphne tried to ignore the hissing, keeping her eyes closed, thinking on what to do. Harry. She whispered over the hissing of Scylla. Harry turned to her, worried, and saw a tear falling from a closed eye. We're not going to survive, are we? Of course we are, we. Harry replied nervously, but Daphne ignored him. Whatever happens. I want you to know that I love you, and that I am very proud of all you did in both your lives. Stop talking like that, Daph, Harry ordered, fearing the worst. A Gryffindorish attitude from Daphne was not what he wanted. Even if we die today, thank you for this chance. For us. She replied again, lowering her head. Daph. Harry whispered, his eyes tearing. He tried his best to release himself, not wanting to accept that he would lose her again. Love. Rasselthoth rebuked in a mocking tone, so pathetic. Now, open your eyes, Daphne Potter. Don't open your eyes, Daph. Scylla. Close your lids. Then, a blue spell splashed against Scylla, tossing the basilisk away from Daphne, surprising the three. Harry looked at the source of the spell, as did the necromancer. Daphne opened one eye at the commotion and the silence that followed it. Leaning against one tombstone, tired and bleeding, was Dobby, holding two wands in his hands. His master's wands. Dobby, called Harry, noticing the injuries on his best friend. You're still alive, elf? Rasselthoth asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I am a Potter elf, you expired mummy, Dobby retorted with some wheezing. Leave my master and my mistress alone. Rasselthoth's response was a raised hand against the elf. I always rewarded loyalty, he spoke in a low tone, I shall grant you a quick demise as a reward for your loyalty, even in the face of death. Before you kill me, you should know. Dobby wheezed with a smirk, caught by Harry, my master has one last servant to fight you. Daphne raised an eyebrow at that and could swear that Harry gasped after listening Dobby's words. Shit. Harry spat, having forgotten the secret weapon. Dobby smirked. Oh. And who would this be? Rasselthoth mocked in amusement, you. Who are dying where you stand. Vael, shouted Harry, as loud as he could, making the attention of everyone fall on him once again, come forward and destroy your master's enemies. Two things happened then. A magical surge happened near them, and a green pillar of magic surged against the sky. The light widened, and had what appeared to be lightning crackling within it. In the silence of the graveyard, they could hear the crackle of the magic and an ominous sound, as the light started to get darker and somehow began forming a shape of something huge. Something gigantic. Daphne looked from the pillar of light to Harry, remembering a memory Harry had showed her during Christmas, a memory she hadn't really thought about in many months. You are Vale, the biggest and most powerful one, the strongest ever that can protect us and everyone else and fight the bad people, replied Daphne with a shy smile. You're the daddy. Vale took the shape of a giant black snake. Daphne was amazed at its sheer size, Vale was much bigger than Bale and the basilisk of the Chamber of Secrets. She was able to see the emerald green eyes of the snake flaring as it took solid shape, as well as the sword-like fangs when it opened its jaws to roar, not hiss. Vale also differed from Bale, Zale, and Kale by having a large hood, which opened a moment before Vale threw itself against Rasselthoth. Daphne cried out seeing the giant snake throwing itself towards them, but to her relief she felt herself being summoned towards Dobby, who summoned Harry as well. Rasselthoth didn't realize they had been summoned away, as he was shocked with what he saw. He protected himself with a shield of pure magic, creating a sphere around him the moment before Vale fell on him, his mighty jaws closing around the necromancer. Vale rose its head and body in the air again, the necromancer in its mouth and shook itself, trying unsuccessfully to break the barrier. On the ground, Daphne widened her eyes in shock at what she was seeing, already freed from the spell by Harry after Dobby returned him his wands. Daph, we have to leave, Harry spoke, after making sure Dobby was not too injured. That's Vale. You made Vale. Daphne whispered in awe. Daph, we need to go. Now. Harry insisted, and Daphne shook herself, looking at Harry. You're right. Let's go, she replied, taking her wand from Dobby, who had retrieved it. Vale roared again and an explosion occurred in its mouth. They saw something fall from it as Vale fell backwards on the graveyard. Shit, he's still alive. Daphne spat with a tinge of fear. Daph, as much as I loathe the idea of putting you in danger, did you master Fiendfire? Harry asked in a serious tone, much to Daphne's shock. And no, I didn't. She replied, knowing what he intended. Too bad, he replied, pulling her to himself and kissing her in the lips with passion. I love you too, Harry whispered to Daphne's ears. I loved you for so long, I missed you all that time, and now that I have you, I will fight even harder. You can't. Daphne replied, holding his arm, fear in her face. I have a plan, Daph, Harry replied with confidence, and Daphne knew they had no other chance either way. They had to fight the necromancer. Dobby, take care of Daphne. Of course, wheezed Dobby, and Daphne frowned. I'm going with you. Harry frowned at that, but Daphne's glare was enough to make him change his mind. Just because I didn't master the spell, that doesn't mean I don't know how to cast it. If you can't control it. Another glare. Fine, stay safe until I start the fight. Then, you hit him as well. Daphne accepted the plan with a nod, and before they could share another kiss, a shout of anger was heard at the same time Vale started to twitch again. With one last shared look, Harry started to run through the tombstones, curses on the tip of his wand, ready to be unleashed. He found the necromancer with his clothes torn, the dagger somehow still attached to the body's flesh, a broken leg that was in the process of being fixed by magic, and with severe wounds bleeding the already cold and viscous coagulating blood of Verithoth's body. Potter, the necromancer's soul in the body of his hierophant, shouted in fury, before unleashing a lightning spell that Harry dodged. I have had enough of your resistance. Too bad, Harry fought back with several curses. I couldn't help but notice your surprise when I summoned Vale. For one who claims to have manipulated my life, you sure didn't see that coming. Insolent little ant, I will claim your body and I will rise again. Rasselthoth angrily shouted once again, unleashing another barrage of spells. I don't know how you came back with me, but as I caused this, I will fix this. My life to stop your return. Harry shouted the Maharjai motto, and Rasselthoth growled. I should have known, Maharjai scum, the necromancer spat, as the fight continued. Harry tried to resist, but soon felt overpowered by the necromancer's spells. A shadow jumped from the middle of the tombstones and attacked the vessel of the necromancer, grabbing the dagger's hilt in its jaws. If Scylla could have spat, she would have, since her actual target was the throat of her pet's enemy. With one pull, Scylla dislodged the dagger from the body's chest, and as the dagger hit the ground, Rasselthoth cried in anger and pain, feeling his own power fading, his hold over the body weakening. Harry felt the change and charged ahead with his spells, making sure he didn't hit Scylla. Scylla, get away, now, he shouted, and Scylla did as she was told, slithering away. Even with his power diminished, Rasselthoth was a fearsome opponent. Val. Harry shouted, and Vale rose its head once again, showing its jaw had been partially destroyed, but was not any less fearsome as a result of the damage. Burn him. Harry didn't see it, but Daphne, who was waiting for the opportune time to strike, saw it perfectly. Vale's hood glowed golden with many runes carved in it, and the giant construct lowered what remained of its lower jaw. A torrent of fire, not normal fire but fiend fire, was expelled from Vale's mouth, engulfing Rasselthoth. The necromancer had raised the red shield and tried his best to endure the flames but was unsuccessful. The dagger was his anchor, used to maintain his hold over the body, and with it now dislodged from his chest his power was greatly diminished. He had to focus all of his magic on maintaining the shield to hold back the flames, and had no chance to attempt to recover the dagger or draw power from the tome at his waist. Curse you, Potter. Fiendfire. Harry shouted, and a second torrent of flames hit the necromancer before a third one came from the tombstones, cast by none other than Daphne. Go back to whatever pit you escaped, Harry shouted over the roaring sounds of the fiend fire. Go back to whatever hell awaits you and leave the living alone. Feeling the shield cracking, Rasselthoth saw himself possessed by anger and desperation. If his two artifacts were destroyed, he would lose everything. He would lose all but the link with Harry, and he couldn't do anything with it, unlike what he had claimed. And once again, he was defeated by an ant. By a mere mortal who dared to challenge a god. In anger and desperation, Rasselthoth put all his power behind a black spell and cast it against Harry, who failed to see it through the flames. The screams of Rasselthoth were joined by the screams of Harry Potter when the spell hit him. Harry. Daphne screamed in panic when she saw the black lightning hit, causing a dark flash around him. My pet. Scylla hissed when she saw what happened. Master. Dobby shouted when he saw it, feeling his master's life fading over the bond they shared. Harry fell on the ground at the same time the flames consumed the body and the artifacts of Rasselthoth. You may have destroyed my artifacts, but your life is mine. Make no mistake, I will find a way to return to this world and I will take my revenge, the necromancer shouted, before being engulfed in flames, screaming as he was reduced to nothing but ash. Not that it mattered to anyone. Vale stopped breathing the fiend fire the moment its master's enemy was destroyed. Being a construct, it just remained in place, waiting for new orders. Scylla slithered to Harry and nudged her head against her pet, trying to make him wake up. She didn't feel anything from him. Dobby dragged himself to his master's side and fell on his knees, not feeling his master through the bond. His eyes teared, not believing what had happened. Daphne cried and held Harry in her arms, trying to wake him. Wake up, Harry, wake up, she cried, feeling his skin getting cold, not feeling his heart beating nor feeling him breathing. Wake up, Harry. Wake up. Daphne hugged Harry's body tight and cried. Scylla coiled herself on Harry's chest and hid her head in sorrow, shedding tears as Daphne rocked the body. Harry, please, I love you. You promised me, you need to wake up. Daphne begged in tears. Dobby was the first to feel it. A small spark of magic in the bond. He gaped at his master's body but quickly realized something was off. Scylla felt the beating of Harry's heart and raised her head in surprise, which quickly turned to joy. Daphne only realized it when Harry gasped, startling her. For small moments, Dobby, Scylla, and Daphne all stared in disbelief at Harry as he coughed and tried to breathe. My pet. Harry. Daphne cried out in happy tears before grabbing his face and kissing him passionately, only to stop the kiss after feeling his hesitance and shock. She looked at him, surprised at his reluctance, and saw a small blush taking hold of him. Harry. What's wrong? She asked, but the answer didn't come from her boyfriend. Who are you? Asked Dobby in a mix of anger and shock, drawing one of his daggers and leaning it to Harry's neck, making him gulp. Dobby, what are you doing? Daphne demanded in shock, over Scylla's hissing. That is not my master, Dobby replied in anger, tears falling from his eyes and scowling at Harry, who was shocked. You are not Harry Potter, I can feel it. You are not my master, my friend. Who are you to dare to use his face? Dobby shouted, and Daphne gasped, looking at Harry. Scylla looked confused and hissed at the elf, not that he would understand it. My pet, what is going on? Dobby. Not Harry, as Dobby called him in his mind, spoke. The voice was the same, and yet Dobby and Daphne noticed the same thing. Something was missing in Harry's voice. The voice coming from him seemed to be somewhat sad, insecure, scared, and confused, all at the same time. I'm sorry, Dobby, you too, Greengrass. Daphne. Daphne flinched at those words, as did Dobby. Who are you? I am Harry Potter, Harry spoke, looking sadly at Dobby, trying to not look at Daphne's confused and teary blue eyes, her clearly not understanding what was happening. I am the Harry Potter that existed before you and your master came back to the past in November, Harry revealed, and both Daphne and Dobby gaped at that. Dobby even lowered the dagger in shock. I have been trapped in my own body ever since. How? Dobby asked in shock, and Harry lowered his eyes. I have a message for you. He asked me to tell you that he's thankful for all you did for him. For all your help throughout the years. Harry spoke, shedding tears but still not looking at Dobby or Daphne. Harry. Daphne asked, and Harry looked at her, clearly crying. I also have a message for you, Green Daphne. Harry said, gaining his courage while looking into the blonde girl's blue eyes. He asked you to be happy and to become the wonderful woman he knows you can become. Harry, what happened? Daphne sobbed, not understanding or not wanting to accept what was happening. He's dead, Harry told her, shedding his own tears. The man you loved, the guy who came to the past to save you, he's dead. Chapter 30, Chapter. Everyone in Hogwarts was excited in the moments leading up to the third task. The students, guests, and the paying audience started to find their seats in the stands, the Blacks all sitting together. Sirius was particularly excited and he made sure to share his belief that his godson would win the task and the tournament. He was even willing to bet with his best friend, Remus Lupin Black, on the result. Obviously, as both men supported Harry, the discussion of the bet quickly escalated into how much time Harry would take to complete the task. The remaining members of the Black family sat amused with their antics, and even Ted added a few galleons to the pool. Draco Malfoy sat with the family, even if it was only at his mother's command, often looking with a scowl to his former and current Hogwarts houses. The Slytherins were engaged in a huge commotion, already celebrating their champion's performance. Sure, they wanted him to win and they believed in him, but even if he didn't, they would still celebrate. The members of the Black Wands decided to sit together in the center of the stands, showing unity and support for their leader. Members of the audience who didn't know about the goings-on of Hogwarts over the past months were surprised to see a multi-house group but chose not to comment, noticing only how the group interacted. Reporters paid extra attention, especially when a little boy wearing Gryffindor colors sat among the older Slytherin and Ravenclaw students. Everything was almost ready. Victor Krum, Fleur Delacour, and Cedric Diggory were already there, ready for their task. Only the fourth, unofficial, champion, and secretly the favorite of many, was missing. Everyone knew he decided to take a stroll with his girlfriend, and no one could wait to see him to start the task, wondering what kind of a surprise he would pull this time. The teachers took their places in the stands while the members of the jury took theirs, all ready to offer their support. Moody was acting as the chief of security and roamed around the champions, making sure everything was fine. Assembled near the stands and next to the entrance of the maze stood a large, assembled canvas, where the progress of the 4 champions would be displayed, 1 champion per quarter of the canvas. The charms were ready to activate the moment each champion entered the maze and his or her progress could be followed by the audience. All conversations ended suddenly, however, forcing everyone to look at the canvas. Somehow, the quarter where Harry Potter's progress was supposed to be displayed activated, showing Harry and Dobby appearing near the pedestal where the cup stood. All celebrations that could have been heard died the moment Harry opened his mouth. That son of a bitch dug his grave. Everyone gaped at that, looking wide-eyed at Harry, who appeared strangely enraged, furious, as no one had seen him in months. Dobby, find Daphne and keep her safe. What? Shouted Astoria Greengrass when she heard Harry's words. Harry then hissed in Parseltongue, and many shivered. The Slytherins didn't, and all gasped in shock the moment they saw a familiar, but at the same time much larger snake head appearing from around Dobby's waist. Is that Scylla? Eliza asked in surprise, and Brian gaped, as did many others. They were convinced Harry had killed the basilisk. He said he had taken care of it. Alistair mumbled, only to widen his eyes, his respect and wariness of the teen lord growing. Harry had never actually said he had killed Scylla. Clever boy. What about the Horcruxes? Asked Dobby. Harry scowled, as many in the audience frowned, not knowing what that meant. Dumbledore, however, gaped, his eyes widening in shock and fear, knowing very well what Horcruxes were, fearing the worst. Albus, what is going on? Bagman asked, not receiving a reply from the shocked and trembling Dumbledore. Shit, I forgot, go now and hurry, damn it. Harry ordered, and everyone saw Dobby popping away after a quick nod. No sound was heard as everyone watched Harry in his fury, circling the cup as an enraged lion would. What is going on? Asked Astoria again, what happened to my sister? She had no answer from anyone. After a few moments, Dobby popped again into view next to his master. It's done, master, Dobby replied, and Harry grabbed the elf's shoulder. Then let us go to war, Harry spat, to everyone's shock as he went for the cup's handle. Daphne is the priority. All others are meaningless. They will all die, Dobby seconded before Harry grabbed the handle of the cup, both wizard and elf vanishing from view. As soon as it happened, the image on the canvas ended and the walls of the maze vanished, and all the creatures in the maze were returned to their cages by magic, just as it was supposed to happen as soon as anyone touched the cup, for safety reasons. Nothing of which mattered, as everyone had questions to be answered and everyone decided to start shouting them at the same time. What the hell happened? Asked a Slytherin. What happened to my sister? Astoria demanded again. Something bad happened to Daphne. Jason mumbled to himself, still in shock. He had seen and felt Harry angry a few times and hoped to never feel that anger against him. Whatever happened and whoever had done anything to piss Harry off that much was certainly doomed. Dumbledore. Headmasters and members of the jury. What the hell is going on in here? The roaring voice of Lord Sirius Black echoed over the noise, thanks to a sonorous charm, as he walked towards the jury stand. What happened to my godson and Miss Greengrass? Lord Black, we don't know. Bagman started, only to see an angry Remus Lupin standing at the Lord Black side, as angry as the first man. You are supposed to be in charge. Are you telling us you don't know what just happened? The discussion went on for some time, as everyone demanded answers and no one had them. Accusations were made, shouts were all around, and Dumbledore was pale, still pondering the Horcruxes revelation, not knowing what to think or do. What did Harry know about Horcruxes? How? He was dragged from his musings when Snape grabbed his arm in pain and shock. As the potions master grabbed his arm, Karkaroff did the same, himself paling much more, almost fainting where he stood. In the Black family group, Narcissa widened her eyes when she saw a shocked Isabella grabbing her own arm, paling in fear. The youngest Black sister could swear she heard Andromeda growl in anger when she saw Bella go to her arm. Bella noticed her sister's glare, and for a small moment she wondered what was worse, the Dark Lord's wrath or Andromeda's. No one noticed Moody flinch. He was still under Harry's Veritas Imperio spell and didn't immediately react to the pain in his arm. Severus, what's wrong? Dumbledore asked, when he realized which arm his spy was holding. I feel the Dark Lord summon. Snape whispered, and a burning sensation took over his arm, making him shout in pain. He felt his skin burning, his flesh blister, and a horrible pain in his arm where the dark mark was drawn. Isabella almost screamed in pain, saved only by Andromeda's quick intervention with a stunner. No one apart from the Blacks noticed it, and since Remus and Sirius were still in a shouting match with the jury, so none who didn't already know Isabella's secret realized what happened. Karkaroff shouted in pain, falling from his seat and screaming as he felt the burn in his arm. Madame Pomfrey intervened and stunned him after several moments of screaming, not understanding what was happening. The last was Mad-Eye Moody. When Moody grabbed his arm wincing in pain, everyone found it odd, although a few were shocked to see the war hero grab his arm in the exact same place Karkaroff and Snape had. Sirius was the first to make the connection, followed by Remus. 2 stunners hit Moody, and the 2 furious men walked to the aura, only for Remus to start casting several diagnostic spells. What can you tell me, Moony? asked Sirius in a very unserious-like tone, carrying all his power and lordly demeanor. Whoever this is, he is not Mad-Eye, Remus replied with a scowl, he's under Polyjuice. Polyjuice, a female voice asked, and both Sirius and Remus turned back in surprise, meeting Amelia Bones face to face. Director Bones, what are you doing here? Asked Sirius with a nod, which the woman returned. My niece Susan called me through a two-way mirror, claiming something had happened to Daphne Greengrass that had put Harry Potter on the warpath. Imagine my surprise when I arrive and find not only two known Death Eaters holding their arms, I find also my own mentor. I want answers, and I want answers now. We are not sure of what's happening, Remus replied, taking the lead and starting to tell the director all that had happened so far. If I hadn't read the news and known better, I would think you were mocking me, Mr. Lupin, Director Bones sighed, turning to the unconscious man on the ground using the face of her dear friend and mentor. If this man is under Polyjuice, then who is he and where is the real Moody? To that, no one had an answer, nor a cleansing filter to nullify the effects of the Polyjuice. Severus Snape seethed, holding his arm and falling to his knees, trying to hold back the pain. Then, suddenly the pain stopped, leaving only a burning sensation in his arm. A burning sensation, and something else. Grabbing all his courage, Snape unwrapped his sleeve and gasped when he saw his forearm. McGonagall, who attempted to help her fellow teacher, gasped in astonishment when she saw it. Despite the blisters and damaged flesh, the dark mark that had once been on Severus Snape's arm was gone. It wasn't just faint, as it had once been, a dulled gray in the wearer's flesh. It was gone, leaving only scarred skin in its place. How? McGonagall gaped, and for once, the once again collected potion master had no idea what to say, think, or act. He just gaped at his forearm. Seeing it, Dumbledore took the initiative and approached Karkaroff, rolling up his sleeve. Much like the potions master's, the High Master's dark mark had vanished, leaving only damaged flesh. What is going on? Dumbledore thought to himself. Professor Snape, a familiar voice called, and Dumbledore turned to see Amelia Bones and the Lord Black approaching Severus, who was still looking at his arm. Snape, the woman insisted, realizing the man wasn't replying. Madam Bones, it is lovely to see you. What are you doing here? Dumbledore asked in a polite tone, although everyone could hear the man's nervousness dripping from his words. My niece called me saying that Harry Potter was on the warpath and that Daphne Greengrass had been kidnapped. Care to explain that? Or do you maintain what you said to the Lord and Mr. Lupin Black? Like I said, I have no idea what is happening. May I ask why you are calling for Severus? Let me ask you, have you ever noticed anything different about Alastor over these past months? Madam Bones asked, and Dumbledore frowned. Well, his teaching methods are rather extravagant, and he sometimes seems a bit off. But I assumed it was finally his old age getting to him. Mr. Pot, meet Mr. Kettle, Sirius mumbled, rolling his eyes and ignoring the looks he received. We need a cleansing filter to nullify the effects of the Polyjuice Alastor. Sirius deliberately inflected the name, is under. Dumbledore was dumbfounded. Snape recovered from his shock and immediately summoned a house elf to go to his personal stock of potions and bring him a cleansing filter for Madam Bones's use, while the woman summoned more Aurors. Less than 30 minutes later, Barty Crouch Jr. was arrested and taken to the ministry cells. Madam Bones massaged her temples, already predicting a huge headache concerning the supposed dead man. Aurors, spread out and investigate the surroundings. I want to know exactly what happened before all this started, Madam Bones ordered. I promise you, Lord Black, Mr. Lupin Black, we will do our job and make sure we discover what is going on. Make sure you do, Madam Bones, Sirius replied. Now if you excuse me, we will go back to our family and tell them what we know. Of course, Amelia replied, also wanting to find Susan and ask her a couple of questions. Sirius and Remus joined the confused group, but Sirius was the only one who noticed the change in a now awakened Isabella. She seemed shocked and nervous, but at the same time she seemed to have the tiniest smile on her lips. She seemed to be protective of her arm, and Sirius needed all his training to refrain from gaping when he realized that what had happened to Snape, Karkaroff, and the fake Moody had probably happened to Bella. Their eyes met, and Sirius saw the unshed tears behind in the woman's unmistakable black eyes. Mad-Eye Moody was a Polyjuice Death Eater. Ted asked, flabbergasted, how? For how long? Most importantly, how did he escape Azkaban? He was supposed to be dead, Andromeda added. It is still unknown. He's still unconscious and he will remain that way until he's in the ministry cells. And what about? Narcissa started, only to be interrupted by a massive pop. The screams and shrieks started immediately, panic spreading as a gigantic snake appeared where the third task maze had been before. What the bloody hell is that thing? Someone shouted from the stands, as the panic spread. The adults drew their wands, ignoring the panic, and attempted to protect the students. However, their fears were unfounded as a familiar voice was heard. Stop, the voice of Harry Potter shouted, and everyone looked in shock at the snake, now noticing the three figures on the top of its head. the snake lowered its head until it rested on the ground, allowing Harry and Daphne to jump from it. Harry. Daphne, many shouted in recognition and happiness, the Slytherins, the Black Wands, and the Black family most of all. Sirius chose to embrace his Gryffindor side and rushed to his godson, being followed closely by Remus. To their amazement, they saw Daphne and Harry, who carried the Triwizard Cup in his hand, talking to Dobby. The elf was still standing on top of the giant snake's head, and yet another surprise was the familiar green snake coiled at his feet. The giant black snake rose again and opened its jaws, dropping 7 bodies on the ground, alarming everyone who saw it. Then, Dobby put his hands on the snake's head and he, the giant snake, and Scylla vanished with another pop, leaving the 2 teenagers side by side. Harry! Sirius shouted. Harry turned back and widened his eyes as Sirius approached them with a rant ready. Daphne realized it, and noticing Harry's nervous demeanor, she grabbed his arm and entangled it with hers, pulling herself to Harry's side and not bothering to hide a small scowl. Harry blushed at the contact but made no gesture to free his arm. Harry. Miss Greengrass, Sirius spoke again, recognizing the protective stance Daphne had assumed. What happened, and who are? Sirius widened his eyes when he saw the robes and masks the bodies were wearing. Death Eaters. What? Asked Remus, not realizing they had been followed by pretty much everyone. That group arranged for my kidnapping from the school grounds, Daphne explained, still holding Harry's arm. Obviously, they had help from within, and I am sure you will know who it was when you identify the Death Eaters. Daphne stated, not hiding a scowl. Harry and Dobby went to my rescue and defeated them, Daphne stated, looking to Madam Bones, who stood at Sirius's side. I will not add anything else unless we have a proper and official meeting. I am most interested in hearing about it, Miss Greengrass, Amelia Bones said with a nod. I, as well. I would like to offer my office to deal with this situation immediately, Dumbledore offered at once. I am certain we all appreciate it, Headmaster, but as of right now, I think our priority should be to visit Madame Pomfrey, Daphne replied promptly, and with a minor scowl. Sirius looked at the 2 teens with an amused smirk and immediately lost it, noticed their injuries for the first time, Harry looking the most injured of the 2. Sirius looked attentively to his godson and noticed the boy's uncomfortable demeanor and realizing he hadn't spoken a word yet. Harry, is everything all right? Sirius asked, and the boy felt the attention of everyone on himself. Yeah. Harry replied in almost a whisper, looking down, embarrassed. Only Sirius noticed Daphne's elbow hitting Harry softly in the ribs, almost instantly making Harry change his speech. I'm fine, Sirius. Exhausted, but fine. Good, Sirius replied, refraining from commenting on what he saw, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. Come, let us meet Madame Pomfrey. I want to make sure the 2 of you are fine. I'm fine, Harry replied in almost a whisper. Please, Harry. Daphne replied, and Harry nodded after a small glance to the blonde girl. Sirius laughed while Remus just smirked. That reaction right there just reminded me of your father, Sirius laughed. If Lily wanted him to go to the healer, he's always do as he was told. Daphne felt Harry flinch at Sirius's words, feeling his hand ball into a fist next to her, hidden from view. Yeah. Harry said with what seemed to be a very forced smile, women tend to be smarter than us guys. They know better. Everyone laughed, although some of the males frowned at that. Madam Bones gave the orders, and several Aurors went to the bodies of the Death Eaters to start the identification process. Daphne was jumped by Astoria, who hugged her sister and started to fire questions at her, triggering everyone else to start asking their own questions. Even Dumbledore seemed to want to ask his own questions, but Harry was saved by Madame Pomfrey herself, who stepped forward with her wand in hand. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into this time, Mr. Potter? The matron asked, although this time there was a clear sliver of pride, respect, awe, and amusement behind her words. Just the usual, Madame Pomfrey, Harry replied, and the matron chuckled, waving her wand around Harry and making him softly glow blue. When the glow went from blue to purple, Madame Pomfrey gasped, her eyes widening, and her movements became stiffer and more serious. This can be. She mumbled, and everyone around them quieted down. What is it, Poppy? Asked Dumbledore, genuinely curious. Mr. Potter, you were hit by a curse. Madame Pomfrey stated, and everyone focused their attention on her and Harry. A powerful one. Yes. Daphne replied, her sister still next to her, wide-eyed and fearful after what she heard. Madame Pomfrey turned to her unofficial apprentice and saw everything she needed to know in the girl's face. She turned to Harry again and saw him looking to the ground. How are you alive, Harry? Madame Pomfrey asked, and many gaped. Love. Harry whispered, turning his face away, trying to hide the tear falling from his eye. Excuse me, asked Dumbledore. Isn't that what you have been preaching for all this time? Asked Harry defiantly, looking coldly at Dumbledore, much to everyone's surprise. That the power Voldemort knew not was love. I. Dumbledore hesitated, noticing how many people were looking at him. I don't believe this is a conversation to have in public. Harry scowled. This is not a conversation to have, period, Harry replied, in a strangely defiant tone, looking at Dumbledore. It's none of your business. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore started, feeling the anger from the boy. Harry. I just want to understand. So did I. Harry replied, looking at Dumbledore, and you didn't tell me anything when I asked all those years ago. Harry snorted, so why should I bother to tell you anything? I'm not my father. I'm not your faithful follower, and I don't care, Harry replied, balling his fists in anger, ignoring Sirius's attempts to calm him. Dobby. Get me the hell out of here. 2 pops were heard and Harry vanished with the second, leaving everyone gaping and extremely confused. Harry appeared in the dorm area of the chamber with Dobby at his side and immediately threw up, his accumulated anxiety finally breaking through his weak masks. He threw up twice, and tears fell from his eyes, making him hide his face behind his hands. At his side, Dobby vanished the vomit and cleaned his young master, remaining in silence while Harry cried. Dobby raised his hand and put it on Harry's shoulder, softly squeezing it. Master, do you need to talk? Dobby asked, but Harry didn't reply, crying behind his hands. You were family to him, Harry replied in a muffled tone. He saw you as a brother. I know, Dobby replied with a soft smile, all the while hiding his pain. Thank you, Harry whispered, thank you for being there for him. Taking care of him. Before he was my master, he was my friend, Dobby replied. What? What happened to him? He was. Harry hesitated, not sure of what to say. At first I hated him for all he did to me, trapping me in my own body, unable to do anything. I hated him, but then he told Greengrass the story of his life and... I don't know. When we died. Harry's hands fell to the ground, shivering. When we died, he silently sobbed once again without saying another word, and Dobby stiffened. Master, Mistress is summoning me. Harry didn't react to that. Master. Do as you wish, Dobby, Harry replied, his sobbing and shivering stopping as he began wiping his tears. Dobby considered Harry's words and popped away. He knew his old master, but the child before him was much younger and in need of other kind of support. He remembered from his former life that his mistress was a huge support for his master. Maybe she could become it again. Harry stumbled away from the room into the main chamber and saw Vale coiled there, not moving. Harry looked at the giant snake and sighed, balling his fists. I'm sorry, Harry mumbled to himself in the silence of the chamber. You deserved better than oblivion. It's not fair. Harry wiped a tear. I'm sorry for what I said. You didn't deserve any of it. He didn't speak for a few moments. What happened? Asked Daphne Greengrass's emotional voice from behind him. Harry didn't react to it, standing his ground and looking to the giant snake. What happened to him? I told you what happened, Harry replied. You told me he died, and now you said he deserved more than oblivion, Daphne replied, tears falling from her eyes. Tell me the truth, Potter. He's gone, Harry replied, that's all that matters. I want to know, Daphne replied more forcefully. Harry closed his eyes. Yeah, I know, he replied, I know you loved him. The way he said it shocked Daphne, as if there was bitterness and envy behind his words. Yes, I loved him, Daphne admitted, looking down for a moment before looking at Harry again. But you're still here. You're him. That's not. I love Harry Potter, Daphne replied strongly. I loved him, the Harry Potter who stood at my side, helped me, encouraged me, it's true, but I know you are him. I'm not him, I'm not as powerful as he was. I don't care about that. Daphne replied angrily, I don't care if you're not as powerful as he was, I don't care if you're not as charismatic as he was. You are him, you can become everything he was. All that matters to me is that you want to, that you are as supportive as. Her tears started to fall, and Harry looked shocked, closing his eyes. I want that. He admitted, surprising Daphne, I need to become all that he was, apart from being a bitter and lonely old man. Why? Daphne asked, curious, her tears vanishing. I want everything he had, Harry replied enigmatically, making Daphne frown. I don't understand, Daphne replied. I can't just explain it. Harry replied sadly, I want to be greater than him. I need to. For the sake of both him and me, I want to do it for the both of us. Daphne said nothing for several moments, looking at the boy before her. I can help you, she said hopefully, and she could swear she saw a small smirk in Harry's lips. I hoped you would, he replied, and Daphne smiled softly, I will need your help, that's for sure. But what about us? Daphne asked, dreading the answer. Harry blushed slightly at that, looking at Daphne, uncertain of what to say. Harry felt the words stuck in his throat and blushed. Yet, he looked at Daphne and tried to clear his throat 3 times before he was able to speak up. "I want a chance," Harry whispered, and Daphne widened her eyes in surprise before jumping at him and kissing him with passion. In the shadows, Dobby chuckled at the sight. "There is something I need you to know," Harry spoke when they broke the kiss after several moments. "What is it?" Daphne asked, leaving his embrace, noticing how Harry awkwardly and nervously tried to put his arm around her waist. She didn't complain though, and encouraged him by leaning into him. "Dobby," Harry called, and Dobby stepped out from the shadows. "I want the 2 of you to know what really happened when we died." "Are you sure, Master?" Dobby asked, and Harry nodded. Daphne said nothing, guiding Harry to the pensieve. "Do you know how to do it?" Daphne asked. "Extract the memory? Or do you need help?" "I think I can do it myself," Harry replied, bringing his wand to his temple, removing a silver thread and placing it into the bowl. Harry looked at the substance in the bowl for a moment, then both Daphne and Dobby saw his demeanor stiffen. "I just want you to know one thing, before we start," he said. "Despite what I may say at the beginning, I came to greatly respect the other me." With that, the 3 went into the pensieve. Harry, Daphne, and Dobby found themselves in a white void. Unlike the King's Cross they remembered from older Harry's memories, there were no shapes and no buildings. All they could see were 2 bodies lying on the floor, one clearly a young boy and the other an older man wearing battle robes. Dobby and Daphne knew at once who the 2 were. The 2 started to moan at the same time, and the boy was the first to rise from the ground, noticing the older man near him. "You," younger Harry claimed in surprise. "What, why, how? What the hell?" the older Harry asked, getting up and feeling his entire body complaining with pain, in every muscle and joint. "Your younger me?" "Yeah, the one you trapped in my own body, you bastard," younger Harry snapped back in anger. "What the hell happened? Last thing I remember, you stopped hearing me and went on to fight the Thoth in the real world and then." Older Harry looked around and recognized the unnaturalness of the place. "I was hit by a spell while fighting the Thoth." Older Harry remembered with a sigh. "I guess I died." "We died," younger Harry replied in anger before shock took him. "If we're dead, then where are we and where are all the people? This is much like the place I was after being killed by Voldemort," older Harry realized. "Only it's a big white void instead of a copy of King's Cross." Older Harry sat on the floor and looked at the young boy before him, angry, scared, and glaring at him. "Out with it, boy," older Harry demanded, getting up from the floor and standing before his younger self, who tried his best not to flinch at the look the older man gave him. "Say all you have to say. You clearly want to." I. Harry tried, trembling in anger. "Why? Why the hell did you do it? Why did you trap me in my own body? Why did you do all those things? Why did you kill them?" The questions followed, and tears filled younger Harry's eyes. "You were no better than Voldemort. Mad, and a murderer." "That's harsh," older Harry replied with only a shrug. Despite the anger and the vitriol in younger Harry's words, older Harry put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Younger Harry stiffened but he didn't push older Harry's hand away. "You're a bastard, you son of a bitch." Older Harry chuckled, enraging younger Harry. "I could say a lot of things, boy," older Harry replied with a sigh, "but I won't lie to you. If you were aware when I told Daphne my tale, then you know why I came back. I killed hundreds of people in my original life and I am not sorry I did it. I don't even care about it, and I would do it again given the chance, for the simple reason that it was the right thing to do." "The right thing?" asked a baffled younger Harry. "How can murder be the right thing?" The paladins had a lot of blood on their hands. Their sympathizers often hunted dark creatures for sport, or to send them to the medical camps, or they were simply paid money for the research. Older Harry replied with a scowl. "Some were more guilty than others, and I killed all those I could. That's what they deserved. They are dead and I am sure they paid for their crimes against me and my people." "Ron and Neville hadn't done anything yet," younger Harry replied, enraging older Harry. "So what?" older Harry hissed in anger. "Do you really think they deserved a second chance? Are you that much of a fool? They took everything from me for no good reason, and I would take everything from them. It was a shame that Weasley and Longbottom died quickly, but sometimes there are things more important than vengeance. My only regret is that I didn't kill Granger, and by the gods I would have given the chance." "You." Younger Harry started, only to be interrupted. "Are you really going to tell me that you would forgive the people responsible for killing your entire family? The people you love the most? That's what they took from me. They took my wife, my unborn child, and my daughter. They took my family from me," older Harry roared in anger, but not against the younger one. "I had lordships, I had money, I had respect and a good life, but Daphne was everything to me. She was my partner, my best friend, the woman I loved, and the one person I trusted in the entire world. She always gave her best and expected nothing less from everyone else. She made me a better person instead of the mess I was, and I loved her for that. Tears fell from his eyes. It didn't matter how bad my day could have been, the moment I saw her, I always smiled and felt happy, he confessed, tears falling freely. It was one thing to lose my parents when I was a baby. I don't remember them, never did, but Daphne. Daphne died in my arms. Give thanks you will never feel the helplessness of a person you care or love dying in your arms, when there's nothing you can do. Older Harry said nothing more, balling his fists and scowling, trying to control his own emotions and anger. Younger Harry listened to everything he said in silence. Had older Harry noticed, he would have seen the boy's anger slowly diminish into sorrow. All I wanted was to be with her again. To have the life that was stolen from us. Older Harry said, looking up. To have her back, whatever it took, he sighed. Is that wrong, he asked, not hearing the boy's reply. At least I had her in my arms for a few months after decades of loneliness. Younger Harry stood there and said nothing. He tried to glare at older Harry, but it was clear he was having a conflict of emotions. Stay away from my son, you dark bastard, a new male voice shouted from their left, forcing the two to look that way. Both were surprised to see James and Lily Potter, the former already 2 paces in front of older Harry with his fist ready to punch. Caught by surprise, older Harry dodged the punch only to be tackled to the ground by an enraged James Potter. "Dad?" younger Harry asked in shock, before being embraced by an angry and scowling redhead. "Mum. Everything will be fine, darling." Lily tried to calm her son, but it was difficult enough when she was scowling and angry. James snarled and was thrown away from older Harry when he used his legs to push him off, getting up and into a fighting stance while drawing his wand in what must have been an instinctive movement. In a blur, older Harry was pointing a wand at James Potter, and he recognized the wand in his hand as the Elder Wand, much to his and everyone else's surprise. "James, enough," demanded Lily Potter after a moment of shock, recovering her scowl. Older Harry glanced to Lily and to his surprise, her scowl was not directed at him. "But Lily, he's dark," James spoke, "he possessed our son, he killed all those people and children, he is your son." Lily roared, much like the lioness everyone always claimed her to be. James scowled at that. "Come on, Lily, not that again," James shot back, "he is not Harry. He can't be our Harry. He is dark, he's a murderer, he claims to be a Dark Lord, and he's a Slytherin. There's no way that's my son. My son would never be a snake." Younger Harry sagged his shoulders and Lily barely felt it as she looked at her husband in astonishment. Older Harry, however, cast 2 spells, one of which silenced James and another which bound him. Enough, older Harry scowled, cold and powerful, enough to silence Lily's further comments. He scowled at the woman, but his attention was drawn to the boy in her arms. "Harry," older Harry asked, noticing the boy's sagged shoulders and his shivers, looking at the ground. "Harry, talk to me. Are you all right?" "Harry, darling, are you all right?" asked Lily with concern, embracing her son. Mum," younger Harry asked in an almost sob that broke the woman's heart, do you also think your son could and never be a Slytherin?" "Oh, honey," Lily whispered, her heart aching for her son. She lifted his head with her hand, making sure their green eyes were locked. "I don't care what house my child is in, as long as he's happy." With a sob, young Harry threw himself at Lily, who hugged him back with closed eyes, not even trying to hide her tears. Older Harry lowered his wand, and for a few moments he paid attention only to the mother and son's reunion, feeling a pang of jealousy in his heart. He remembered the times when all he wanted was to be with his parents, to be in his mother and father's arms and feel the love of a family. He never had it until Daphne entered his life, and that had been taken from him. Another pang of jealousy hit him, as well as a horrible thought. He was dead. Daphne was not. Davy was not even born yet. Neither of them were dead, which meant he had no one to see in the afterlife. Well, there were his parents and his entire family, but to be perfectly honest, he hadn't thought of his parents' deaths that often during the decades of his long life, except on Halloween. His trauma had always been his wife and daughter. He had failed them. Sure, he had killed Oberon and destroyed Rasselthoth, but so what? He had come back to the past for a new life with the woman he loved. He was dead, and Daphne was alone. Besides, there was his younger self to account for. They were supposed to merge but never did, and now they were both dead. At least Lily had already reclaimed her role after reuniting with her son. Good for the kid. But he was alone. Older Harry sighed and noticed the fallen James, not bothering to hide the scowl that formed on his face. He knew his father hadn't been the brightest in his group, but he never thought the man was such an imbecile. Making a decision, he ignored Lily and Harry's muffled, sob-filled conversation and knelt near James, who glared at his much older son, receiving a hateful glare in return. "You know, Dad, I don't care if you accept me as your son or not, I really don't give a shit," older Harry spoke in a low tone, making sure only James heard him. "I am dark, I am a murderer, a Dark Lord, a snake, and I am proud of all that. The only thing I am not proud in my life was failing to save my wife and my daughter, older Harry said, looking directly at James's angry brown eyes. I just realized I will never see them again. I will never hold my wife and my daughter in my arms, I will never kiss my wife's lips, I will never hear their voices again. I will never. Older Harry mumbled, and his emotions hid his words, forcing him to stop talking and close his eyes before a sob and tears did his talking for him. I see now that I never really thought about the consequences of my time travel. He mumbled, more to himself than to his fallen father. Maybe I was too sure of my own power. Hubris, I believe it's called, but you don't care about my problems, do you? Older Harry scowled, and raised his wand against James's forehead, who widened his eyes in shock. Did you even care that your son, your 14-year-old son died? Or am I to feel honored for having all your attention? Older Harry scoffed at the fallen man. I remember being that age, being him. Being the boy who wanted nothing more than a loving family. If I were in his place, I would be very disappointed that my father paid more attention to a dark bastard than his own son, who he was seeing for the first time in over 13 years. Harry chuckled darkly at the man's reaction. His own disappointment was clear behind the laughter. I don't care about you, he admitted, but I guess I owe the kid. Older Harry pressed the elder wand against James's forehead, Veritas Imperio. James' eyes glazed for a moment before going back to normal. Go be a proper father to your son, older Harry ordered, ending all spells on James. Older Harry never realized younger Harry's eyes were on him, and that in the silence of the white void, both younger Harry and Lily heard every word he said to James. Older Harry didn't care to turn back to them, although he did lower his wand and half heard James's excuses to his son. A loving family, older Harry thought bitterly, although none of the bitterness was directed at his younger self. He shook his head and stepped away from them. There was nothing for him there. Wait, younger Harry shouted when he realized older Harry was leaving. Where are you going? Why do you care, brat? Older Harry replied softly, enjoy your family. Harry James Potter, you came back this instant. Lily shouted angrily, making both older and younger Harry flinch. Your son is there with you, older Harry replied, stepping away until he felt a pain he had never felt before, making him cry. You are my son as much as that, Harry, Lily declared, having somehow walked the distance between them and grabbed older Harry by the ear. Younger Harry was shocked, seeing his mother pulling his taller and older self by the ear back to where he was. He couldn't help forming a smile that quickly became laughter. James, still under the spell, only found it amusing. That bloody hurts, older Harry complained, only to feel a tighter pull from the smaller woman. Language, Lily admonished. You are going to stay with us and you are going to tell me everything about your life. I am very sorry for all you lost, and I want to know everything about this lovely Daphne of yours, and your daughter. I am very, very impressed with all you achieved, even if you became a Dark Lord, but that doesn't mean I am less proud. I am very, very proud of you, Lily said, while dragging him. Older Harry had no idea what to say, his words dead in his throat at the shock of Lily's words. His mother's words. Your father is just being an idiot, he has his moments, don't worry. He and I will have a conversation, and he will behave. You can release him from the spell. Way to go, Mum. Younger Harry mumbled in amusement, snickering. Even a Dark Lord is powerless against his mother. Lily smiled at her younger son's words and looked to both Harrys. I am not going to call you Harry 1 and Harry 2, so from now on, you are Harrison. Lily said, pointing to older Harry, turning afterwards to the younger one, and you are Harry. The newly named Harrison caressed his ear, mumbling something about crazy redheads, earning an amused glare from his mother. You should have met my mother. Lily replied, in fact, you might, when we leave here. Oh, there's so much I want to know. She turned to her sons. First of all, I ought to spank you both for your craziness in your first years, jumping on the back of a troll. Facing a 1,000-year-old basilisk alone. Last year with the Dementors, I am so proud of you both to be able to cast such a difficult charm at 13, but really. What are those imbeciles at the ministry and the school thinking? Lily seethed. Lily, dear, I am sure Albus. James tried, only to be rebuked by his wife, who snorted. Oh, I can't wait for that decrepit moron to get here. I have a thing or two to tell him, McGonagall, and Severus. That decrepit moron. Harrison quoted, and Lily raised an eyebrow. What else could he be, putting so much faith in divination? Old age clearly got him. Lily, Albus is a great man. James tried to say. Shut up, James, Harrison hissed, and James did. Harrison, he is your father. Lily admonished him. According to his own words, I could never be his son since I am a snake, Harrison replied coldly, noticing Harry's dejected look and Lily's flash of anger in her eyes, so I don't care. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder and his younger self turned to him, sadness clear in his face. Harrison said nothing, looking to the boy. It hurts. Harry said, knowing somehow that Harrison wanted him to talk, to know he thinks like that. Slytherin was the hat's first choice. Really? Lily asked surprised, mine too. It only didn't put me there because I'm a muggle born and we were living dangerous times. The three males looked to the woman in surprise, one looking slightly betrayed. It all made sense when I discovered my ancestry, but I don't regret it. I made some good friends in Gryffindor. I didn't, Harrison replied with a snort, looking to Harry. It doesn't matter what he thinks. Personally, I hate Gryffindor because most of them sided with the so-called light side during the Mudblood War, but those are my reasons. You went back to the house, didn't you? Harry asked, after your first task. Yes, I did, Harrison replied with a sigh. I shouldn't have, but I was lonely and I was a brat. They apologized, and even though I didn't trust them. He shrugged. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have if I had someone else to talk to, but I was scared and hurt. I get the feeling. Harry replied, looking down. Loneliness breaks the spirit. Harrison replied, I should know. But according to your story, you didn't break, you had a family. Harry replied, and Harrison nodded. I had a sister-in-law, as lonely as I was. She was the sister I always wanted and never had. I had a godson, who I loved like a son, even more after he ruined his grandparents, and I had nephews and nieces from the Knots and the Sabinis, but then what? None of that was enough, and I couldn't find it in myself to move on, as many demanded of me. Astoria was the only one who understood my loss. But you endured. Lily replied sadly, putting her hand on Harrison's chest. That says enough about your character. I endured because Daphne and Davy would be disappointed in me if I hadn't, Harrison replied. I tried to remain strong for them, but you have no idea how many times I just wanted to give up. You foolish men. A voice whispered behind them, and the four realized they were no longer alone. Daddy. Harrison's neck snapped towards the voices, his eyes widening when he recognized the blue-eyed blonde woman and the green-eyed, dark-haired girl whose face looked very much like the woman's. Daff. Davy. Harrison asked in bewilderment, and the two girls' faces took on a look of surprise, looking at each other and then back at him. You can see us? Daphne asked, hope flaring in her chest, feeling her heart wanting to burst through her chest. Daddy. Davy cried in glee, running to her father's arms in tears. Harrison held his daughter tight, still in shock, but realizing she was real and solid. Davy said nothing, pouring out her heart and eyes in happiness against her father's chest. Davy. Harrison whispered, feeling his daughter hugging him tighter, Daphne caressed his face with one hand, her teary blue eyes filled with love. You foolish man. Daphne whispered, my love. Daphne pushed his head to hers and Harrison made no complaints, nor did Davy, sandwiched between her parents while they kissed. Daphne hugged her husband tighter by the neck and felt one of his arms hold her by the waist while the other held Davy. Meanwhile, the other three Potters were bewildered, unsure of what was happening. James was stunned and Lily was baffled, but not enough to stop her from shedding a tear of happiness for her oldest son. A grin formed on her lips when she saw her son, her daughter-in-law, and more importantly, her granddaughter together. Questions could wait. Harry saw his older self's interaction with his wife and daughter, and inside of him, something changed. The way his older self held his daughter and his wife, the happiness the three showed, the love, it was not what he felt with his parents. It was so much more. I would do everything to have them back. Whatever it takes, his older self had said, and now Harry understood him. He found himself agreeing. How? Harrison asked after a very long and passionate kiss, his head leaning to his wife's. How is this possible? How can you be here? We have always been here, Harry, Daphne replied softly. I never moved on after my death. I stayed with you, even if you never felt me or saw me. And I stayed with Mummy to look after you, Daddy, Davy added. We would never leave you alone. Harrison's eyes widened in shock. I was there every day. When you killed Weaselette, when you went to Azkaban, when you grew insane, when Dobby helped you escape, and while you healed. I was there when Millie told you about Davy, and I was as astounded as you, but your reaction made me happy enough. I was there when you were being a father to our daughter, and I was there when you went to battle. I didn't tell you when you summoned me to meet Davy because I didn't want to ruin the moment. I held Davy in my arms, and we both cried as you cried when she died. When you killed Titania, we were there, and we were somehow revealed to you when the book tried to possess you. I remember, I think I saw you. Harrison replied. Behind a glass wall. Davy asked, and Daphne nodded. We tried so hard to help you, but he was so powerful. Then, obviously, we were there as you grew in power, as you led the country in politics and in war, and we were so proud of you, continued Daphne. You were amazing, Daddy, his daughter said with glee. You're the best ever. Then she frowned, except on Christmas. You were always so sad. She's right, Daphne replied, holding his astonished face in her hands. I don't know if I should slap you for even considering suicide, but I guess all our screaming in your ears was for something. If only you had used the bloody stone instead of crying and drinking yourself to oblivion. She frowned and scowled, and despite everything you did, I ought to curse you badly for your stupid idea of traveling back in time, risking your own soul in the process. Daphne said, angrily. Once more, I should curse you for cheating on me with my younger self. Her voice was louder, and Daphne fumed. Harrison gulped, realizing what she meant, and Daphne giggled, untangling herself from her father. Mummy is angry with you, Daddy, Daphne added with a giggle. I am a jealous witch, Potter, and I don't like to share, not even with my younger self, she replied, fuming, before shaking her head. I will curse you later, she said, pulling him to her and kissing him again, this time pressing her body to his. Daphne giggled because of her parents' antics, and finally noticed the other three present. Hi, she said shyly to those she knew to be her father's younger self, her grandmother Lily, and her grandfather James, whom she recognized from her father's album. Lily actually squealed and hugged her granddaughter, who squealed back in surprise. You're so precious, Lily started to rant, so pretty, so cute, so precious. Ah. James mumbled, unsure of what to think or say. Harry smiled. Should we? Harrison asked his wife, distracted from the kissing by the squeals and seeing Lily fussing over Daphne. No, Daphne replied, before kissing him again. A figure had stood observing, unseen by anyone, and had now seen enough. He was a medium-sized man with straight, combed, black hair. He was thin, and was wearing a suit with a cloak, and had a cane in his hand. His lips were straightened in a way that would make McGonagall jealous, and his black eyes showed no emotion at all. With a thought, he made himself visible to the family of 6, and the aura of power around him alerted them all to his presence. Harrison felt his power and instantly recognized it. It was the same power behind the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. Who are you? Asked Daphne, and the man's dark eyes fell on her, making her uncomfortable. The man then turned to Daphne and Harrison, ignoring the other 3 Potters. You're the power behind the Hallows, aren't you? Harrison asked, and the men nodded as everyone looked surprised. What should we call you? I have had many names throughout the millennia, the entity replied with a cold and raspy voice. You can call me Death. Everyone gasped at that, and Death leaned on its cane. You are the annoying protozoan that goes by the name Harry Potter. Yes, Harrison replied. I wasn't asking, Death replied, and Harrison gulped. Are you going to attempt to invoke the mantle of my master? Death asked, and Harrison snorted. I never believed the Hallows gave me any sort of power over you. Lily, James, and Harry looked to Harrison in surprise. Daphne and Daphne smirked, knowing how Harrison thought. I can't find myself to believe death would give 3 mortals the means to its own enslavement. Then you are a protozoan slightly smarter than most, Death stated in a condescending tone. What would happen if I did attempt to claim the mantle of Master of Death? Harrison asked, curious. I would obliterate your soul, Death replied naturally, and all flinched at the coldness of his voice. You are correct in one thing, though. The items you mortals call the Hallows are mere tools. Empowered by me, but simply tools. Why did you make them? Asked Daphne in a burst of childish curiosity, although none would admit they were wondering the same thing. Death looked to the girl, as if measuring her worthy of the truth. As an attempt to bring some order to the chaos you protozoa tend to create around you, Death stated, saying nothing else. Sorry, but I thought you were bested by the 3 Peveril brothers, asked Lily, confused. Do you really believe 3 mortals could best me? Death asked coldly, and an embarrassed and fearful Lily fell silent. They were useful fools, and I did have hopes they would be more useful, Death snorted. They failed the tasks I gave them even before they started. Death turned to Harrison, I am not here to speak about my items. I am here to speak about you. Death looked to Harrison with a penetrating gaze that made him shiver, and the 2 of you. Death looked to Daphne and Daphne. Why are they here, then? Asked Harrison, pointing to Harry, James, and Lily. I was curious, which is something I can say doesn't happen often, Death replied bluntly. You 3 are not supposed to exist. What do you mean? Harrison asked in shock. I think he means the time travel, Daddy, Daphne whispered to her father, heard by everyone. Your spawn is smarter than you. Death replied. Before Daphne could react beyond a blush or Harrison a frown, Death continued, you are not supposed to be here. You are from decades in the future, I can sense the threads of time and magic on you. Harrison started to speak, only to be stopped by Death. I was curious when I felt someone had united my items, only to find out my items were still separated, Death continued, looking at Harrison. I could feel my item's mark upon you. Tell me, why did you never use them in your past life? I kept the wand as a backup, and the cloak had sentimental value, Harrison replied, feeling a compulsion to speak the truth, not that he thought about lying. I didn't like to use the stone. Why not? Death asked. I was afraid to use it to contact the people I love, he replied, feeling his wife squeeze his hand. You could have used it to learn, Daddy. Davy replied, and everyone's attention fell on her, especially Death's eye. I mean, you could have called for Merlin. Daphne mumbled, shocked by her daughter's thoughts. I never thought about that. Harrison smiled and knelt before his daughter. I could, but I would disturb Merlin's soul having his rest, and you know why I didn't like to abuse the power of the stone. You're right, Daddy, Davy replied after a moment, embarrassed. It would be like disturbing someone for selfish reasons. Exactly, Harry replied with a smile, and Davy smiled back. A sensible decision, Death replied, looking at the child. Regardless, you united the 3 items in your original timeline and barely used them. Had you used them together, I would have been able to speak to you and inform you of the lingering connection between you and Rasselthoth, the same link he exploited when you traveled back in time. It was true. What he said about having come back with me? Harrison asked, and Death nodded. As far as I know, through you and him, he unsuccessfully attempted to manipulate you. He was too weak. However, I also sense that I, or the other me, was willing to offer you a quick passing to be with your family. It was your wife and daughter's interference that prevented you from taking your own life. What? Asked Daphne. You wanted my daddy to kill himself? Davy asked, outraged. It would break the connection with Rasselthoth and would free yours and your mother's souls, Death replied. Can you explain why Daphne and Davy remained with me? Asked Harrison, and Death lifted an eyebrow. Your wife made a vow upon your marriage. You would be together forever, Death replied after a few moments. There are some things not even I can break. Harrison looked at Daphne, amazed, and she smiled a bit smugly. Your daughter simply didn't want to leave you both. Is Rasselthoth dead, now? Completely dead? Daphne asked, and Death nodded. Your husband's actions made sure Rasselthoth will not be a threat to anyone from now on, Death replied. Why didn't we merge together when he came back in time? Asked Harry, attracting the attention of everyone else. Death looked at him and slowly replied. Because unlike the elf, who recognized himself and accepted his older counterpart to better serve his master, you subconsciously resented your counterpart for forcing himself upon you, Death replied, and Harry and Harrison looked at each other. A partial merge was achieved, but not a total one. No soul can be forced upon an unwilling. Your soul was simply repressed because his was stronger. I see, Harry replied, looking down. Daphne elbowed her husband softly in the ribs and nodded to Harry with a small glare when she got his attention. Harry. Harrison started, tasting the words he somehow knew his wife wanted him to say. I'm not sorry for all I did, but I'm sorry for forcing my soul upon yours. Harry said nothing. Instead, Davy went to him and hugged him tightly. When I was sad, Daddy always hugged me so I'd be happier, she replied. You seem to need a hug. I did. Harry chuckled, caressing the girl's head, who giggled while looking at him. You really look like your mother. But I have my daddy's eyes and hair color, Davy replied with a smile, not noticing her parents' huge smiles. Lily sighed wistfully at the scene with a huge smile, shared by Daphne. What now? Harrison asked Death after a few moments. We are dead. Are we to move on? No, Death replied, looking at Harrison, earning a surprised look from everyone. Lily and James Potter will return to their afterlives. The boy Harry Potter will be returned to the world of the living. What? Harry asked in shock, why? But, my son died, Lily replied, confused. Shouldn't we take him with us? Shouldn't we all go together? Oh. Daphne and Harrison replied at the same time. What? Lily asked, while a puzzled Harry looked to Harrison and Daphne. When someone dies, only one soul has to cross over, Daphne replied, remembering what Harry had told her of his experience when Voldemort killed him. There were 2 souls, and only one has to go on. The same thing happened with Voldemort's Horcrux, Harrison explained, one arm around Daphne's waist and the other around Davy. But, I can't go back, an alarmed Harry replied, I can't. I am not strong enough to maintain what you did. I'm nothing like you, and people would notice. Harry complained in shock, trying to find a good argument. You need to go back. It must be you. I don't want to go back, Harrison replied bluntly, even though he had a smile on his lips, hugging his wife and daughter. Not anymore. Never again. To that, Harry had no reply. However. What about Greengrass? Harry asked, but Harrison had no chance to reply. You seem to be under the impression that you have a choice, Death stated, and all turned to him again. You don't. The boy will return to where he belongs, and the paradox created by having the 3 extra souls will be fixed. How? Asked Lily. Death gazed at Harrison, Daphne, and Davy. Their souls will be destroyed. They all gasped. Destroyed, an upset Harry demanded. Davy was terrified, and Daphne held her daughter close to her. Lily, and even James was shocked. Harry looked to Death with a look of pure disbelief. Will we be together? Asked Davy over her father's indignation. Harrison turned to her, as did everyone. If you wish. Death replied, and Davy hugged her father tightly with one arm, holding her mother's hand with the other. Harrison and Daphne looked at each other and felt Davy crying. They both hugged their daughter tight. At least tell us why. Daphne asked. Like I said, your soul should not be here, Death replied, your presence affects the natural order and creates unbalance and a paradox. And we need to be destroyed. Harrison asked in anger. Death peered coldly at Harrison, and the men shut up under the weight of his gaze. Yes, Harry Potter. You, your wife, and your daughter need to be destroyed for the sake of existence. I could have done it at any time without even addressing you, but I chose not to for the sake of mercy. I saw your greatest desire and granted it to you as a reward. No more, no less. Now, your time is over and I will do what I must, Death replied more forcefully, and Harrison felt Death's power over him, making him almost unable to breathe. Harry. Daphne spoke, caressing her husband's face. There is nothing we can do, is there? She asked, and Harry already knew the answer, even before Death shook his head. At least this time we are together. I just got you back, Harrison replied, tears threatening to fall, not unlike his wife and child. Mummy is right, Daddy, Davy replied, and Harrison hugged his daughter while kissing his wife. I screwed up. Harrison mumbled to himself, realizing he could only blame his own actions, his time travel for this. Daphne snorted, her amused smile contrasting with the tears falling from her eyes. She looked to her husband's younger self and walked to him, kneeling in front of his shocked and very confused self. If you are going back, there are a couple of things I would like to tell you, Daphne spoke, noticing the boy was still in shock. He nodded stiffly. I was raised to always use this. Daphne pointed to Harry's head, but because of my husband's influence, I learned that using the heart is a good thing. Just be sure you are not allowing your emotions to rule you, and you will be fine. Harry gulped, but he nodded. Listen and think before acting. There are many ways to solve a problem, and many times the easiest way is not given by the first impression. Harry nodded again, and Daphne smiled. You are powerful in your own right, even before my husband took your place. All you need to do is apply yourself, and you will grow in power and knowledge. I know what I am talking, that's how we did it in our 5th year, Daphne added. Finally, I am not sure how my husband's influence may have influenced the other Daphne, but if she is anything like me, then she will probably want to remain at your side should you continue to be supportive of her and treat her as a partner. She will also be able to help you in whatever situation you find yourself in regarding politics and society. Keep her close, should you want to, Daphne told him with a smile. That's how my husband won my heart, and I have never regretted it, although a few back rubs also helped. Daphne chuckled. Remember, fortune favors the bold, and those cunning enough to make their own fortune. Was it worth it? Harry mumbled, and Daphne smiled, caressing his face under Lily's gaze. The time you spent with him. Were you as happy as he was? Every moment, Daphne replied, and Harry nodded, a tear falling from his eyes. Daphne leaned into Harry and gave him a soft kiss in his lips. Oi. Harrison spoke as she kissed the boy. You have been kissing another me for months, Daphne replied without turning to her husband, ignoring Lily's outraged look and James's mix between jealousy and shock. You don't get to complain. Duh. Harry mumbled, his brain having short-circuited from the kiss. Daphne rose and walked back to her husband and daughter. Davy giggled and Harrison glared at his younger self. Mummy, you broke younger daddy, Davy laughed, earning a smile from her mother. Of course I did, Daphne replied smugly, and I got a small revenge on your father as well. I'm sorry for kissing another you, Harrison replied bluntly, looking at his wife, who lifted an eyebrow and flashed an amused smile. Please don't do that again. Jealous? Asked an amused Daphne, of yourself. Yes, Harrison replied, and Davy laughed. Good, Daphne replied, pulling his head to hers and kissing him, both of them holding their daughter. Humans, annoying protozoa. Death mumbled in exasperation, rolling his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, the family of 3 exploded in ethereal smoke. No. Harry shouted, forcefully dragged from his stupor. He fell to his knees, tears flowing from his eyes as he was held by Lily. Neither of them noticed the spell being lifted from James, who just blinked. Now it's your turn, boy, Death replied, turning to Harry, time to go back. Wait. Lily spoke, at least give us a moment. Your son will have the resurrection stone available to him, Death replied, annoyed. You can have as many moments as you wish. Death snapped his fingers again and the memory swirled. Everything became blackness and Harry looked around, not understanding what happened. The memory was supposed to continue with their conversation in the graveyard. Looking to his companions, Harry noticed Dobby had lowered his head in sorrow for his master and his family, and Daphne was crying. Their hands were still linked, though. "Daphne, are you all right?" he asked, and Daphne nodded, holding a sob. "I'm fine," she replied in a low tone. Harry didn't believe it. He used his other hand to hold her and Daphne allowed herself to be hugged. For a few moments, neither spoke. "I want everything he had," Harry finally said, caressing her back in a nervous way, attempting to give her a back rub as older Daphne had implied. "I want to be greater than him." Daphne looked at him with a smile and nodded. "I think you can. As long as you're there with me," he asked nervously and attempting a smile, making Daphne smile back, amused. Bold words, Potter. "It is said fortune favors the bold, and those cunning enough to make their own fortune," Harry replied in an attempt at a sagely tone. Daphne raised a curious eyebrow. "I listened to what the other you told me, I am not a complete dunderhead." Harry replied nervously, and Daphne laughed, hugging him tightly. "What do you want?" "What you really want?" she asked. "I want the same as he had, the same you saw," Harry replied softly, appreciating the smell of Daphne's perfume. "I want a wife to love, who is my best friend and my partner, in whom I can trust. I want children and a family to call my own. I want to be powerful enough to protect them, and I want to be my own man, not the boy who lived or the man who conquered." "What about the wizarding world?" Daphne asked, and Harry thought about it for a few moments. "I don't know, but maybe we could do something. That is, if you want to." He asked, and Daphne chuckled, no longer sensing nervousness in his stance and words. "Maybe we can work something out together." She replied with a teary smile, looking at Harry for a few moments. Harry returned her gaze and her smile. "Kiss me, you foolish boy," she said after a few moments during which nothing happened. Harry stiffened but leaned to Daphne as she had told him to, and she leaned into him with a smile. "I never really understood why humans feel the need to exchange fluids to show their appreciation towards one another," a familiar voice spoke, shocking the two humans and the elf, who was there watching his master and mistress. Harry and Daphne turned to the voice and saw none other than Death, wrapped in its cloak and holding himself against the cane. Death stared at the group of three with a cold look, and the three felt a cold shiver running through them. Dobby stood nervously in front of his master and mistress, between them and Death, and both Harry and Daphne stood their ground, although they were frightened. "Stand aside, elf, I am not here for you," Death spoke, and Dobby gulped, although he continued to stand his ground. "Then why are you here?" asked Harry, feeling a surge of bravery. "I thought you said you couldn't interfere in the mortal world." "We are not in the mortal world, Harry Potter," Death replied, waving his hand. "You are in a pocket dimension connected to a memory of a time and place in the realm of the dead." Death gazed at Harry. "My realm. But why?" Harry asked. "I thought all was well. The other me, Daphne, and Davy are gone, you destroyed their souls." "I lied," Death replied bluntly, and the three held their breath. Then what?" asked Daphne, her hand holding Harry's. "Why are you here?" "For a Slytherin," Death drawled the word, "you certainly seem not to understand manipulation, girl." They both raised their eyebrows. "I have no real need for the elf, but I don't oppose to his presence," Death said, raising his hand. Harry stood in front of Daphne, but instead of an attack, Death snapped his fingers. From nowhere, the souls of older Harry, older Daphne, and Davy appeared, the two parents still kissing. "Master. Mistress. Little mistress." Dobby broke their shock, and the kiss. The gaze of the three time travelers was directed at Elf, the teens, and Death. "Dobby." Davy squealed, jumping from her father's arms and hugging Dobby, who almost blushed. "Thank you for taking care of my daddy and always being there for him, you are the best elf ever." Unsure of what to say, the elf just hugged his second favorite human. Older Daphne smiled at the elf and raised an eyebrow to younger Daphne while holding her husband's arm in a possessive way. Not realizing it, younger Daphne held younger Harry's arm the same way. "Harry." "Daphne." Older Harry said, looking at the teens. "Death. What is going on? I thought you needed to destroy our souls." "Not that I am complaining." "I lied," Death repeated himself, leaning on his cane, ignoring the confused elder wizard and witch. "I never had the need to destroy your souls. I don't even have the power to destroy or create souls," Death confessed. "Despite breaking the rules of nature, you served my purposes with both Rasselthoth and Voldemort, in this timeline and in your original one. They were never a real concern for me, but I am pleased they were shown the folly of their actions and sent my way. I will make sure they learn no one escapes me," Death said, for the first time showing an emotion that wasn't apathy or boredom. Death's look was vicious. "Furthermore, you also united the Hallows, and despite not having used them, you didn't abuse their power nor let their power get to your head. You also did this twice." Wait, I don't have the Elder Wand. You did defeat Dumbledore in his office a few months ago in a battle of legilimency. Older Daphne replied, and Death nodded. Your wife is correct, Death replied, you earned the allegiance of the wand that day. How did you think you managed to summon it against your father? Older Harry replied with a thoughtful look. What does it mean for Harrison? Asked younger Harry, and everyone turned to him. What? Mum gave you the name. Harrison shrugged. It means, younger Harry Potter, that since I feel I owe your older counterpart a reward, I have two options. 1. I do nothing, and guide their souls to the afterlife, where they will remain. You two will live your lives, grow old, and die, or there is another option. Death suggested, looking at the younger two. This is entirely dependent on you two young ones, and it is also the reason why I lied. I needed to have the two of you here at the same time, and I predicted that Harry Potter would show Daphne Greengrass the memories of the event. What is it? Younger Daphne asked, curious. Should you wish and consent to it, I will merge the older soul with the younger one. Should you accept the merging, and since I will be the one doing it, balance will be kept and two souls will become one, as you wanted to do with your ritual, Death said to Harrison, and all widened their eyes, although Daphne and Harry also gaped a bit. Daphne closed her mouth after a sharp look from her mother. When you mean merge the souls? Older Daphne asked, what does it entail? What would happen to the personalities? The younger souls would remain the dominant personality. The memories, experiences, personalities, and even the magic of your older selves would be incorporated into your younger selves. The merge would be complete. You would do that? Younger Daphne asked in shock. Death turned to her and nodded. Like I said, I feel there is the need of a reward for Harry Potter's actions. I am not ungrateful, and like I said, I can use the contacts with the mortal world. What about my daughter? Both parents asked the same time. They looked at each other and then at Daphne, who was looking at the ground. They put their hands on their daughter's shoulders, waiting for a reply. You should accept it, Daddy, Daphne replied with a sniff. She raised her eyes and looked to her parents with a huge and honest smile. You would live again, and could be happy. It doesn't matter, sweetheart, older Daphne whispered, caressing her daughter's face. Your mother is right, older Harry replied, we are a family and family should keep together. I am not losing you two again. Your child is a most peculiar case, Death replied, looking to the little girl. She doesn't exist in this timeline, therefore she is not a paradox. Death thought about it for a few moments, closing his eyes. What do you want, child? Me. Daphne asked back, and Death nodded. Filling herself with courage, Daphne stepped up. I want my mummy and daddy to live and be in love and happy. Tears fell from her eyes. I would like for us to be a happy family. Daphne's words touched each of the mortals' hearts, especially her parents, who held their daughter tightly. Death looked from the child to her parents, and to the teens. I am willing to keep the child's soul for a time and merge her with the soul of the first female child born to Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass, before a soul forms in the womb, Death replied, looking to the teens. Younger Daphne gulped, looking to her counterpart and her daughter. Harry looked to his older counterpart, older Daphne, fighting the need to blush and feeling younger Daphne's hand in his own, and Daphne. You would merge our souls, but I would remain in control. Harry asked, and Death nodded. It would still be you, only with extra memories, powers, knowledge, and some personality influences. Harry looked to Harrison, green eyes looking into green. You would do all this as a reward? Partially, Death replied, like I said, it would be useful to have someone powerful guarding my items and putting them to use, should I require, shall we say, a favor. Ah, younger Daphne replied, at the same time older Daphne crossed her arms and older Harry raised an eyebrow. What kind of favors? Show a wizard the error of his ways. Perhaps, Death replied, and they all knew they wouldn't get a better reply. Remember, I keep balance in the universe. It would be easier for me to have someone in the mortal world willing to help. Are you willing? Daphne asked to her older counterpart. Older Daphne looked to her younger self and smiled. Are you? It is an interesting offer, younger Daphne replied stoically, and older Daphne laughed. If you call several years of magical knowledge, healing knowledge, and memories of a happy marriage and family interesting, then yes, it is. Younger Harry looked to younger Daphne. Both of them looked to their older counterparts, who looked at each other and then to their daughter. Daphne smiled and nodded to her parents, who nodded to each other and then back to their younger counterparts. Harry had made his decision. Daphne nodded slowly. When the three were ejected from the pensieve, only Dobby remained conscious. The elf had a huge smile on his face, thinking that his master and mistress may finally get their happy ending. Chapter 31, Chapter 28, The End. Daphne Greengrass finished writing her very last spell in the new family grimoire, the same one started by Harry in their 4th year, before their lives changed, for the better. 3 years had passed since the Triwizard Tournament, the deaths of Voldemort and Rasselthoth, and the merging of their older selves with their younger selves, which left both Harry and Daphne with the memories, knowledge, and power of their future selves. It had taken considerable knowledge of occlumency to sort the memories, but things had worked out even better than they imagined. Little by little, they grew into the power and personalities of their older selves, becoming something different and better. Daphne no longer felt the necessity of being the Ice Queen, and she often smiled and laughed among her peers. She could still be cold and stoic, but only when necessary. She had also started to visit the hospital wing to improve her healing skills. Of course, she had to hide her skills to make sure Madame Pomfrey didn't suspect anything, but over the past 3 years Daphne had gained the confidence and respect of the matron, who saw her as an unofficial apprentice and a peer of sorts. Things had also changed for Harry. At first, even with the memories, Harry felt nervous being among the snakes, even if everyone wearing silver and green saw him as their leader. However, with the memories and Daphne's support, Harry grew into his position and his own power. First, due to his lordship of Slytherin House, Harry was granted a position in the Triumvirate. Between the fact that he won the Triwizard Tournament against 3 older students and the sheer power he had exhibited, his position was never questioned. Adding to that, Harry joined the Quidditch team as Seeker in their 5th year and led the team in victory against the other houses, showing great in-game strategic skill. When confronted by Daphne on how impressed she was with his in-game strategy, Harry admitted he adapted them from his older self's wartime memories. In addition, having the memories of their older selves available to them meant their grades skyrocketed to the top of their year, with Daphne in first position and Harry being the runner-up. Daphne smiled at her thoughts, lowering the quill and waving her wand over the page to dry the ink. Satisfied with her work, she closed the tome, a large book with a black cover and the crest of Potter Slytherin. Dobby. Daphne called, and the elf popped at her side, ready to serve, as he always did. Mistress. Where is Harry? She asked. Outside, speaking with Scylla, the elf replied. Daphne nodded. While Scylla was young and small, Harry was able to take her home during their breaks. However, over the past year Scylla had grown significantly larger, almost the size of a large anaconda. Scylla stayed in the chamber during their last year, and when they finally graduated from Hogwarts in just a few days' time, Scylla was going with them to Potter Manor. Maybe one day Scylla would be returned to the chamber and become its guardian for the future generations of Potter Slytherins. Daphne smiled at the thought. Is everything ready at the manor? Daphne asked a few moments later. For the past 3 years, Harry had lived in number 12 Grimmauld Place with the Blacks. Now that they were graduating, Harry wanted to move into Potter Manor, and Daphne wholeheartedly agreed, especially since Harry had already proposed and they intended to marry sooner this time around. The copies of the Slytherin Library were added to the Potter Library, and the rooms have been cleaned and decorated as you commanded. The manor is ready for you to move in. The cave for Scylla was excavated in the cellar, and as the master insisted, a training area and a vault were also added. Very well, thank you, Dobby, Daphne replied, getting up from the table. Dobby popped away and Daphne walked to the main chamber, where she found her betrothed and Scylla, just like Dobby had said. Scylla was coiled in front of Harry with her head risen up to eye level, hissing in conversation, with a dead goat at their side. Scylla's appetite had diminished over time, but Harry liked to have some food ready for the basilisk. It was only fair, considering Scylla offered them her venom and her skin when available. Harry and Daphne had made many galleons selling them as raw materials. Harry noticed Daphne approaching them and caressed Scylla's muzzle. We'll be leaving now, Harry hissed to the basilisk, make yourself ready, and in a few days, we will all go home and you will have your cellar with access to the pond, and a big rock to get some lazy sleep under the sun. Finally. Scylla replied in a giddy tone, I am getting tired of being stuck here. I thought you liked it here, Harry replied, you certainly never complained. I was a hatchling, I didn't know any better, Scylla replied in an amused tone, I prefer dark and damp, but a bit of sun never harms anyone. As long as I don't have to hunt. Lazy reptile, Harry replied, amused, you're supposed to be our family guardian. And I am, Scylla replied, the moment I am seen, your enemies will all run away in fear of my power and the power of our family. Scylla had grown in size and personality in the past years. However, the childish arrogance remained, tempered by many discussions with Harry and the wisdom of the other older and friendlier snakes of the Forbidden Forest. Scylla's arrogance was well earned, though. Never had Scylla found an enemy in the Forbidden Forest that wouldn't be defeated by her gaze, and more rarely, by her venom. That was not to say that Scylla didn't know how the former guardian of the chamber had been defeated. Thanks to the snake gods, Scylla had never had the need to face a bird, or worse, a damned phoenix. Scylla went back to the nest inside the statue, and both Harry and Daphne started to walk back to the dorm chambers. How is your work? He asked. I'm done, Daphne replied proudly. And it only took you 10 months, he replied, amused, and Daphne elbowed him in reply and chuckled. Says the one who took over 2 years writing his spells, she replied, now, come on, head boy. We are late for our patrol. Of course, head girl, Harry replied with a smirk, putting his arm around her waist and taking a parchment from his pocket. Shouldn't take long. Third floor, right. Daphne nodded, and uttering the pass phrase, Harry activated the map. With a quick call to Dobby, the head students were popped to the third floor. Shall we, my lady? Harry asked, offering his arm. Daphne smiled and took it, both starting their rounds. After their fourth year, their grades were among the best of their year, if not the very best, and that led to their nomination for prefects in their fifth year. They kept their badges in their sixth year, and because their popularity, their grades, and their work, they were nominated head students. Do you have any idea for Cassie's gift? Harry asked after a few steps. Cassie's birthday isn't until August, Daphne replied with a smirk, knowing her boyfriend loved his little cousin and enjoyed spoiling her. Daphne loved the child as well, and saw Sirius and Isabella's Black's toddler as a great practice for her own future children. It was Christmas when Andromeda found out Isabella was with child. The older black female demanded a name and threatened to curse whoever was responsible, only for Sirius, who was gaping, to rise from his chair and kneel in front of Isabella, asking if it was true. A very red and embarrassed Isabella nodded and saw herself twirling in Sirius's arms, who ignored everyone else while laughing. A quick wedding took place a few days later, after many pureblood jokes, and Isabella had been the Lady Black ever since. It was a complete shock to everyone, though. While Isabella was often seen with Sirius at events and around Diagon Alley, no one ever suspected there was a relationship between them. Another shock was seeing Sirius Black as the proud and protective father of a little girl called Cassiopeia Black. I think a big stuffed animal is a good choice, Daphne added after a small moment. She's too young for anything else yet. That's true. Harry replied, thoughtful. Speaking of August, I received Istanbul's confirmation this morning. That was quick, Daphne replied, surprised. I thought you sent out the request only last week. I did, but as you know, they really want to talk to us, Harry replied with a chuckle, and Daphne nodded to herself. For their families and friends, Harry and Daphne would have the traditional world tour in the early months after Hogwarts graduation. They did intend to travel through Europe and Asia, guided by both the memories of their past lives and their curiosity and desire for exploration. However, they would also make a detour in Istanbul, where they were to meet a friend from Harry's former life, who had contacted them in the aftermath of their fourth year, requesting details on what happened with Rasselthoth. Count Bahadur Assel had traveled to Britain that summer and requested a meeting with both Harry and Daphne, at their discretion. The two came to discover that the Maharjai at the graveyard had been in contact with their superiors, and their names had been uttered before the communications went silent. Harry and Daphne knew they had no interest in having the Maharjai as enemies, so they agreed to share memories of the battle and tell them part of the truth. Harry began the meeting by saluting the Count in the standard Maharjai way, confusing the vampire. Despite it, the meeting ended well, and a few days later Harry received a letter from the Count stating his membership among the clan had been reinstated, as well as extending Daphne an invitation for membership. There was also an invitation to meet the Maharjai Council, but due to the fact they were minors back then, the invitation was extended to occur at their earliest convenience. Now that they were both graduating and were adults in the eyes of their families and the wizarding world, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Both of them were excited about the opportunity. Have you decided about the mastery? Daphne asked, changing subjects. I think it's better to retake the defense against the dark arts mastery, Harry explained with a shrug. It would be the perfect disguise should anyone question my skills, even if I have already taken it. Maybe I should play the prodigy card and finish the mastery in half the time, at least I wouldn't be too bored. Well, thank you for the support, Daphne replied sarcastically. She had the same problem with obtaining her healer qualifications. Much like Harry and the mastery, the healer training periods were 3 years, and unlike Harry, there was no way Daphne could graduate sooner. What if we just elope and travel for a few years, and then come back and say we took our degrees abroad? At least we wouldn't be stuck doing what we already did, Harry suggested, looking at Daphne, who looked surprised at the thought. Just you and me, enjoying ourselves, all alone in white sand beaches with clear water, traveling throughout the world while learning what we can, making contacts. What do you think? I think you make compelling arguments, Daphne replied wistfully. Don't the Blacks have a private island in Greece? I think so, Harry replied thoughtfully. Why? Are you thinking of moving in for some time, and maybe graduate in healing from Greece? That wouldn't work so well when coming back to Britain, Daphne replied, taking the map from Harry's hands and starting to examine it herself. You know how closed-minded some people are. However, I don't object to spending some extra months. Daphne's words died on her lips the moment she looked to the map, seeing 2 familiar names in a broom closet down the hall. What's wrong? Harry asked, noticing Daphne's grin. He looked to the map and saw the names. We finally caught them, Daphne replied with a laugh, and Harry chuckled. I guess you want to go first. Daphne nodded and drew her wand, followed by Harry, who put on a severe look, much like hers. Harry pocketed the map and crossed his arms, standing next to Daphne, who waved the wand over the door and broke the security spells. Well, I am impressed. This is not shoddy work. Daphne mumbled, appraising the spells. With the last of the spells broken, she waved her wand and the door opened, revealing none other than Astoria Greengrass and Jason Halleys, their clothes rumpled, their hair messy, and both blushing furiously. Get out here, both of you, Daphne ordered in a cold tone, hiding her amusement at the sight behind her inclemency. The fifth-year Slytherin and the fourth-year Gryffindor walked out of the closet slowly, making sure they fixed their clothes and their hair. Hi. Jason mumbled, earning a glare from Daphne and an amused smirk from Harry. What are you doing here? Asked Astoria, distressed. I thought you didn't patrol tonight. You thought wrong, sister, Daphne replied. It was well known Harry and Daphne always found everyone hidden in the closets. Thank magic for the Marauders map. Start explaining, Daphne ordered, crossing her arms. We were doing nothing wrong. We were just, Astoria babbled. Improving inter-house relations, Jason added in a blur. Yes, that, Astoria blushed with a smirk, while Jason looked directly into Daphne's glare. Really? Because it seems you were just snogging, with a bit of hands roaming too, Harry replied dryly. Astoria blushed, Jason grinned, and Daphne glared. Wipe that grin from your face, Halleys, Daphne ordered, before I do it for you. Daphne, leave him alone, Astoria replied, outraged. Jason did nothing wrong. Except for being in the corridors after curfew, as are you, Harry replied, maybe a detention with Filch would teach you a lesson. Astoria groaned and Jason shrugged. It was well worth it, the boy mumbled with a grin directed to Astoria, who smiled shyly and caught his hand, intertwining their fingers with a smile. That was when neither Daphne nor Harry could hold their amusement anymore. Both of them laughed, surprising the younger ones. So, how long has this been going on? Asked a smiling Daphne, pocketing her wand. Astoria mumbled, confused, looking at her sister and Harry's amused looks. We found out 2 months ago, Harry supplied promptly. We didn't say anything because we decided to show some trust in you too. I hope it wasn't misplaced. 4 months. Astoria admitted, as Jason smiled. And we did nothing that would break your trust in us, Jason added seriously, to which Harry nodded. Only Daphne noticed the disappointed look that flashed through her sister's eyes. Then, how did it start? Asked Harry, and Jason put his arm around Astoria's waist. It was Malfoy, actually, Astoria admitted, surprising both Daphne and Harry. Excuse me, asked Daphne. Remember when I told you I thought Malfoy was attempting to gain my attention? Astoria asked, and Daphne nearly growled, thinking about it. Harry raised an eyebrow. When was this? He asked. A few months ago, Daphne replied, looking to Astoria and encouraging her to continue. Well, it started before that, Astoria said. Malfoy had approached me twice before I told you. He complimented me and spoke some drivel about pure blood and how old families such as ours should be united. At first, I thought he meant it as an alliance, but then he asked me on a date and I will be honest, I was horrified. Son of a. Harry mumbled to himself, noticing Daphne trembling in rage. Lucky for me, I saw Jason entering the library right at that time, and I came up with a plan on the spot that I thought would make Malfoy leave me alone. She embraced her inner Gryffindor and snogged me in the library, right in front of Malfoy, Jason added with a grin, and Astoria blushed while Daphne and Harry's eyebrows shot up in unison. Jason. Astoria mumbled, mortified, slapping his shoulder. It was awesome, Jason replied, still grinning. She called to me to get my attention, and then came over to me with that look she has when she's mad. My first thought was, oh shit, what did I do now? And then she grabbed me by the shirt and snogged my brains out. I swear my brain froze there for a moment. All I noticed was the strawberry taste of Tori's lipstick. Anyway. Astoria interjected, an embarrassed red tinge taking hold of her face. Malfoy left, and I explained everything to Jason. I also asked him for a favor. You asked me to help you to keep the blonde creep away, Jason replied, and being the noble Gryffindor I am, how could I say no when such a fair lady was in distress, clearly needing help? You said you'd gladly help if you get a few more kisses like that. Astoria replied, and Jason grinned. If I can get something more out of it, why not? Jason replied, and Astoria snorted. You're spending too much time with us Slytherins. Is that a bad thing? Jason asked back, and Astoria raised an eyebrow. Yes. They are not me, she replied, getting her point across with her finger jabbing Jason's chest. Both her and Jason laughed while Daphne and Harry chuckled. We started to pretend dating whenever Malfoy was around, but we also made sure to be inconspicuous, Astoria continued. Malfoy approached me once or twice more, but he never bothered Jason. He was probably intimidated by him, Astoria said somewhat proudly. For some reason, Jason shrugged. In the years that passed, the boy had become a rising star in power, skill, and even contacts. He had slowly risen in the House of the Lions until he became a voice to be heard. There was no official leader of the house, despite the many tries from Malfoy, but Jason was both respected and feared by the most diehards in the House of the Lions. The fact he was friends with several of the most powerful students in the school, namely the Black Wands, added some influence as well. That was also when Granger decided to make her move on Malfoy, Astoria continued, and both Jason and Harry laughed hard. Sorry, Harry replied, seeing Daphne's raised eyebrow and the silent snort. I still can't believe they're a thing, and it has been going on for a few months. Yes, well, that took up Malfoy's attention and he started leaving me alone, but by then I enjoyed my time with Jason and we tried a serious date. We've been together ever since. And I am a very lucky and happy guy, Jason added, making Astoria smile. Nice story, and congratulations, Harry said, but for now, go back to your respective common rooms before we have to dock points. Yes, we were already caught. Astoria replied somewhat disappointed. Daphne and Harry noticed it, and Jason hugged her by the waist and kissed her cheek, mumbling something in her ear, making her laugh. Astoria hugged Jason and kissed him for a few moments, dazing the younger boy for a few moments. Now, that's enough, Harry ordered, and Astoria let Jason go with a smile. I love it when you do that, he mumbled, making Astoria smile. It took a few moments for him to get his bearings, and left after a final glance to Astoria, who waved him goodbye. Astoria sighed wistfully once Jason was out of sight. What's wrong? Asked Daphne, knowing something troubled her sister. How do you know when you're in love? Astoria asked, looking to the older students, her sister and future brother-in-law. They just chuckled, looking at each other and then to Astoria. If you need to ask, then chances are you already know your answer, Daphne replied, her hand entangled with Harry's. I'm happy for you, Tori. You could find someone much worse, but I have the feeling you won't find much better. I really like him, Daph, Astoria replied, looking her sister in the eye. I don't care if he's a Gryff, younger than me, or a Muggle-born. I like him. I have no problems with him, Daphne replied with a smile. As long as you're happy and he doesn't hurt you, obviously. Daphne turned to Harry. What? He asked. I have no problems whatsoever. He's the only Gryff I actually respect and like. Besides, he's a good kid. Thank you, but you two are not the ones whom I'm worried about, Astoria replied, and Daphne knew what she meant. Don't worry about mother and father. If there's need for it, I will deal with them, Daphne said, and Astoria looked surprised at her sister. Now, go back to the common room and get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow. Astoria nodded and waved them goodbye, leaving Daphne and Harry alone in the corridor. It's funny how sometimes things just happen, Harry mumbled, and Daphne nodded. My sister and Jason. Yes, Harry replied, putting his arm around Daphne's shoulders. All they needed was a chance to meet. I'm happy for them, Daphne replied as they started to walk again. Maybe this time they will be happier. Things will work out if they have you looking out for them, Harry replied with a smile before laughing. Even if that means getting Granger and Malfoy together. Daphne laughed with Harry. Truth was, after their souls merged, Daphne had demanded the right to deal with Granger, and Harry had agreed. In the aftermath of their 4th year, the three Weasleys admitted they had helped their brother Bill kidnap Daphne. After their subsequent expulsion from Hogwarts and departure from the country along with their mother, they served no prison time thanks to Dumbledore's interference. Granger was completely alone. In the beginning, Daphne always made sure she performed better Granger, in both her practical and theoretical work. Next, she started to sabotage the other girls' work to the point where the Muggle-born was in a state of constant paranoia. A couple of compulsions cast on Granger around the time of their OWLS made sure her results were shameful, which the teachers passed off as a consequence of stress. In their 6th year, Granger repeated the 5th year so she could attempt the OWLS again, and much to Daphne's amusement the results weren't much better. Her plan was sound. She would undermine Granger at every opportunity, taking her hopes and dreams and making sure she would never find a proper job with any amount of influence. Only then would Daphne be merciful. Plans changed when Astoria approached her sister with the story of how Malfoy was showing interest in her. Remembering what happened in their former life, Daphne borrowed Harry's Veritas Imperio spell and Malfoy's plan, using them on Granger. Granger was to brew a love potion keyed to her, give it to Malfoy in low doses so no one would suspect anything, and both of them were supposed to destroy the Malfoy family's name and reputation, spend all their money, and make sure the line ended. It was a vicious plan, but at the same time fitting. Harry and Dobby laughed and rolled on the ground when she told them the plan, and Harry wholeheartedly agreed with it. Malfoy and Granger had been dating for several months and they had already made waves in the wizarding world, much to Daphne and Harry's amusement and Narcissa Malfoy's worry. Unknown to everyone but the Lord Black, Narcissa wanted to drop the Malfoy name for the Black name. Granger and Malfoy would pay dearly for what they had done in their other life, and Daphne and Harry would be there to watch them fall, and who knew, maybe urge them on. "Come on, let's end this patrol and go the common room," Daphne said, leaning her head on Harry's shoulder. For 7 years, Slytherin had been Daphne's house. Harry had been a snake for only 3 years, but he knew that was where he belonged. His real home. Proof of that was when they entered the common room and were greeted by their friends, who sat together in front of the fireplace. Theo and Tracy were to be married. Both of them wanted to be Aurors, although Tracy had started showing interest in the law. Theo's father had shown his displeasure over his son's allies and companion, only to disappear around Christmas time of their 6th year. Despite being a suspect in his father's disappearance, Theo and Tracy had alibis with their allies, and Theo chose not to spend time and money looking for a former Death Eater. Blaise and Millie had no date set for their marriage, but a proposal had been made. Proof of it was the emerald ring Millie wore on her finger. Blaise had started his import-export business using his family contacts, and Millie was beginning her studies to be a potions mistress. She had the talent and the drive, and with Blaise on her side she was able to get several exotic ingredients for her work. Pansy, Greg, and Vince wouldn't get married, but they had plans to move in together. Without the Malfoys' influence, the Parkinsons, the Crabs, and Goyle saw their influence decrease. Their children were close and were allied with Potter and Greengrass, and through them, the Blacks. They thought they could manipulate their children to their benefit, only for the plan to blow up in their face. Pansy, Greg, and Vince were not to be manipulated by their parents, nor would they do their bidding. They had plans for their future, but insisted on keeping them a secret, although it was known among them that Vince loved creatures and Greg excelled in herbology. Blaise had approached them several times seeking their expertise on finding ingredients. Daphne and Harry sat with their friends and spoke about their plans for the future, made plans of their own, and discussed possibilities. Harry knew one thing for sure. He trusted the young men and women sat around him, and he knew he could count on them, way more than he ever did with any Gryffindor or Dumbledore follower. 3 years had passed since Voldemort's demise, though the news hadn't been made public even after his meeting with Madame Bones and Dumbledore. The older man had taken it upon himself to pester Harry, looking for signs of dark influences and corruption. Harry had admitted he found out about the Horcruxes and that he had destroyed them, but he didn't explain how he accomplished either task. "Voldemort is dead, and none of you need to know how. I never wanted to be dragged into any of this, but when I asked for help and explanations, you gave me nothing but empty platitudes," Harry told Dumbledore. "And you, Madame Bones, I have no trust in the Minister, his Death Eater supporters, or his lackeys. It's nothing personal. I simply choose to avoid answering, as is my right as the Lord of 2 ancient houses. I took care of a threat to my family. That is all." Obviously, Dumbledore didn't leave him alone, and among several plans to convince Harry to talk, Dumbledore had decided to offer Harry training, show him Voldemort's history, and even invite him to meetings to talk. Nothing useful. Harry shook those useless thoughts from his mind. He was about to graduate, he had already won the Quidditch Cup for Slytherin, and they were also winning the House Cup. Soon, Dumbledore wouldn't be able to bother him anymore. Harry focused on what Tracy was saying. "And by meeting at the Leaky Cauldron around 8, we can have dinner before going out on our celebratory party. I was able to gather that the Duffers are meeting there around 7, as are the Ravens." "Sounds like a plan," Pansy replied before adding a new thought, "we are not going Muggle, are we?" "I don't really see the need for it," Tracy replied, "there are many places where young wizards and witches can have fun throughout the night. I believe that Old Rowan will be having live music." "Weird sisters, actually," Blaise added. "I'm in," Pansy replied, and they all laughed. "The more things change, the more they remain the same," Theo chuckled, accompanied by all. "What about you two?" he asked, turning to Harry and Daphne. "You're going on your trip around the world and then what?" "I'm taking a data mastery, Daph is getting her healer's degree. After that, who knows? I may go into the dueling circuit, join the Auror Corps for a time. I don't really know. I am planning on making him run for minister in a few years," Daphne replied, gaining everyone's attention. "First, though, Harry has to use his Wisengamot seats." To that, Harry groaned. "Sirius will be delighted in knowing that I plan to take my seats." He replied sarcastically, "He'll probably give me proxy of his seat as well." "And that's a bad thing, how?" Daphne asked, and everyone laughed. "Well mate, I sure hope you two come back quickly," Theo said, "things won't be the same without all of us together." "Here," Blaise said, producing a bottle of fire whiskey from his robes. "And where did you get that?" Daphne asked with a frown. "Don't get all head girl on me, Greengrass. All I want is to use this opportunity to make a toast," Blaise complained, while Millie waved her wand and conjured glasses for everyone. "Harry, make a speech," Tracy ordered, and Harry looked surprised. "Why me?" "Blaise was the one who got the drink," Harry replied, earning a smirk from said young man. "You're the boss, Harry," Blaise stated simply, as if it would explain everything. You were the one who began all this, Millie replied with a smile, waving around. Who rid us of Malfoy, Pansy added. Besides, you need to practice for both Wisengamot and your tenure as minister, Tracy added, causing a general laugh among the 9 of them. Harry turned to Daphne, who smiled at him. Oh, fine, he replied, getting up from his seat, I gain nothing by complaining, except lost time. Truer words have never been spoken, Pansy replied with a grin. Harry took his filled glass and looked to his friends, thinking on what to say. 7 years ago, I was a scared boy with no place in the Muggle world. I was brought back to the world I belong, a world of magic filled with promises of adventure and a proper life with people like me. I sat under the Sorting Hat, and that night, I made a mistake, Harry admitted, snorting. I was young and I was afraid. I knew nothing, and I allowed myself to be influenced by others. That night, the Hat wanted to sort me into Slytherin, saying it would be the best house for me, the one that would guide me into greatness, but because I was afraid, I rejected his sorting and demanded another. That was my mistake, Harry said, his eyes closed. When the Lions cast me out, I dedicated myself to my studies, having no shackles imposed by jealous year mates and their bigotry, and yet, something was missing. Harry looked to his year mates. Have I ever told you how the Hat told me I told you so, he asked, and his friends laughed. Well, he did. He smiled to Daphne, who smiled back. Our 4th year was an eye-opener, and I got the chance I never knew I wanted, and now, just like the Hat said, Slytherin gave me all I wanted and needed to rise to greatness. By being a Slytherin, I gained a family, I gained friends and allies, and I even got the lordship of an ancient and noble house. Slytherin House, Harry stated with a smirk, looking at every one of them, taking some extra time with Daphne. This house, this Hogwarts house, may share nothing with my house besides the name, but at the same time, it's a symbol. Harry rose. A symbol not only of power, but also of leadership. For too long has our house been a symbol of darkness and bigotry. It's time to go back to what our house was supposed to be when Salazar was alive, to make his vision true once again. We are to be leaders, protectors of the magical world, not blood purity bigots or racists. We are all magicals, and we are supposed to lead the world into a new age. Not the old farts that screwed up the last 100 years. The future is ours. Let us make it a reality. Yeah, a 3rd year exclaimed, and for the first time, Harry noticed the other people in the room, all of them cheering for his words, clapping. Harry looked around and saw every Slytherin clapping and cheering him. Theo and Blaise rose from their seats and held Harry on their shoulders as everyone sang his name. Harry for minister, someone shouted in the room and the cheers and laughter doubled. Daphne laughed as Harry was thrown in the air, proud of him and all he had become since he was a little boy, shy and weak. She remembered how he had been before everything changed in their past life and in the current one, and she was proud to be able to say she had been an influence on his growth. Harry had become powerful, influential, and a leader for the future. He was also a protective cousin and an honorary son to his godfather, the likes of which many pure-blood lords would kill to have. Her own mother and father had made many attempts to court Harry's influence, but unfortunately for them, Harry's influence was only for him and those he trusted and cared about, some of them being in that very same room. They had become a family in the past 3 years, and they were slowly becoming the family they had been in their former lives. Her hand moved slowly to her womb and she smiled wistfully. There was someone still missing for them to be a proper family. Soon, Davy. Very soon, you will be with Mummy and Daddy, and we will all be a family again, with you and with your brothers and sisters. Daphne lost her train of thought when Harry dropped in front of her and hugged her, giving her a kiss. What are you thinking about? He asked, and Daphne smiled. Nothing important, she replied with a smile, and Harry leaned towards her. Then allow me to make better use of your attention, he said before joining his lips with hers. Daphne chuckled and hugged Harry, who twirled her around. They were powerful. They had influence. They had no dangerous enemies. Granger and Malfoy didn't count, as they were virtually their slaves and were more useful in their current state. They would soon pay their debts to them. In blood. Their lives were their own and they would live them to the fullest, until the very end, which hopefully, would be many years to come.